Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening of enchanting tales. As spring gently breathes new life into the world around us, it's the perfect season to renew our spirits with soothing stories. I invite you to cozy up, perhaps with a soft blanket or a favorite pillow, and let the gentle narration carry you away. Allow your imagination to drift into whimsical worlds where delightful adventures and calming stories await. Thank you for choosing to spend this peaceful evening here with us. Story 1. Extended Story. One crisp autumn evening, when the moon hung low like a silver coin and the smell of cinnamon drifted from nearby cottages, a young girl named Mirabel climbed the creaking ladder to her grandmother's attic. The air was thick with the scent of aged cedar and memories, and dust motes swirled like confetti in the lantern light. Her fingers brushed over relics of the past, a music box with a chipped dancer, quilt stitched with constellations, and finally, a weathered chest tucked beneath a window pane frosted with twilight. Inside lay something peculiar, a map painted on moth-wing parchment, glowing faintly with bioluminescent ink. It showed a path leading to a place called the Glimmer Hollow, hidden deep within the Whispering Woods. The map's edges curled like shy fingers, and when Mirabel traced the winding route with her thumb, the ink pulsed warmly, as if inviting her to follow. A faint whisper like her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind. Some paths choose the walker, child. Mirabel had always been the quiet girl who lingered at the edges of village bonfires, more at home in the shadow of books than the chatter of peers. But tonight her heart drummed a wild rhythm. The map felt like an answer to a question she'd never dared voice. What if there's more? The next morning, armed with nothing but a lantern shaped like a firefly and a satchel of honey candies, a gift from her grandmother, who'd winked and said, "Sweetness opens more doors than keys," Mirabel ventured into the woods. The trees here were no ordinary trees. Their bark shimmered with opalescent moss that crunched like sugar under her fingertips, and their leaves chimed like glass wind chimes when the breeze stirred them. The sound was a melody that tugged her deeper, each note dissolving her lingering doubts. As she walked, the air grew thick with the scent of petrichor and elderflowers, and sunlight filtered through the canopy in ribbons of gold and emerald. Once she paused at a brook murmuring over obsidian stones, its water cold and crisp as winter apples. She filled her flask, the act grounding her in the reality of the unreal. When she reached the stone archway veiled by cascading ivy, fireflies danced in spirals, forming the words enter and wonder. The ivy leaves trembled as she pushed them aside, their velvet undersides brushing her cheeks like a conspiratorial whisper. Gently pushing aside the ivy, Mirabel stepped into Glimmer Hollow. The world shifted. The ground beneath her feet was soft and springy, covered in velvet moss that glowed faintly blue and warmed her soles like a hearth. To her left, a river of liquid starlight meandered, its banks dotted with flowers that bloomed into tiny lanterns when shadows passed over them, casting dappled light that tasted of lemon and dusk on her tongue. To her right, towering mushrooms with polka-dotted caps formed a village, their stems carved with tiny doors and windows from which spilled laughter and the tangy aroma of mushroom root tea. Creatures bustled, a herd of deer with antlers made of intertwined vines and glowing cherries, butterflies with wings like stained glass that scattered prismatic shards as they flew, and a plump, furry creature with 6 legs who rolled past her like a bouncing pebble, giggling in a high, tinkling voice. "First time in the hollow, dear," came a voice like rustling parchment. Mirabel turned to see a rabbit perched on a toadstool, knitting a scarf that changed colors with each stitch. Its fur was the silvery gray of twilight, and its eyes sparkled with flecks of topaz. A thimble dangled from one ear, and Mirabel noticed a tiny badge pinned to its chest, official nonsense coordinator. "You've got the look of someone who's just tasted moonlight," it said, nodding sagely. "I'm exploring," Mirabel replied, offering the rabbit a honey candy. It sniffed the treat, then popped it into its mouth with a delighted wiggle of its nose. Explorers need guides, the rabbit said, hopping down. Follow me, but mind the stepping stones, they're a bit ticklish. Last Tuesday, a rather serious badger got stuck giggling for hours, dreadful backlog in his schedule. The stones in question lay across the Starlight River, each one shaped like a lily pad and vibrating softly. As Mirabel stepped onto the first, it giggled and wobbled. Tickles, doesn't it? The rabbit chuckled, leaping nimbly ahead. By the fifth stone, Mirabel was laughing too, her arms wheeling as the stones shivered beneath her. Halfway across, a sudden ripple in the river made the stones sway wildly. Mirabel froze, clutching her lantern. Her mind flashed to a childhood memory, balancing on mossy stones in the village creek, her grandmother calling, "Eyes forward, Mira, the river knows where it's going." "Don't look down," the rabbit advised. "Look at the light ahead, the stones know where to go if you trust them." Mirabel fixed her gaze on the far bank, where fireflies pulsed in welcoming patterns. The stones steadied, carrying her safely to the other side. "Bravery isn't about not being scared," the rabbit said, patting her hand. "It's about listening to the part of you that knows the way." Beyond the river lay the heart of Glimmer Hollow, a meadow where the air hummed with invisible music, notes brushing her skin like cobwebs. Here Mirabel met a fox with fur the color of autumn sunsets, who taught her to weave crowns from luminous moonvines. "They're not just pretty," the fox lilted, its voice smoky and warm. "Moonvines remember every story they hear. Wear one, and you'll never forget your way." As Mirabel twisted the vines, she felt a faint vibration, as though the plants were whispering secrets to her palms. She helped a family of hedgehogs, whose spines were studded with dewdrop jewels, untangle a bridge made of rainbows, which had knotted itself during a recent windstorm. "Without this bridge we can't reach the Starlight Market," fretted the smallest hedgehog, its voice trembling like a plucked harp string. Mirabel's fingers, nimble from years of mending her grandmother's quilts, worked patiently until the rainbow arched proudly again, its colors singing in harmony. In a grove of trees with bark like braided cinnamon, she encountered the hollow's guardian, a great owl whose feathers shifted from midnight blue to dawn pink as it spoke. "You've journeyed far, little one," the owl said, its voice a low, resonant hoot that reverberated in her bones. "But to leave Glimmer Hollow you must give something back, a story, a song, or a secret." Mirabel hesitated. She had no instruments, and her stories felt small compared to the wonders around her. Then she remembered the map in her pocket, still glowing softly, and the rabbit's badge, official nonsense coordinator. A smile tugged her lips. "I'll leave a story," she said. "About a girl who learned that even the bravest explorers need help from friends, and that nonsense might be the wisest thing of all." As she spoke, the hollow itself seemed to lean in. The river sparkled brighter, the mushrooms swayed, and the air filled with the soft, approving clicks of unseen creatures. When she finished, the owl bowed. "Stories are the seeds of courage," it said. "Yours will grow here long after you've gone." The journey back felt shorter. The ticklish stones steadied beneath her feet, the fireflies lit her path, and at the ivy archway the rabbit waited with a parting gift, a tiny vial of Starlight River water. "For remembering," it said, "that wonder never truly lives you." When Mirabel returned home, her grandmother's attic was just as she'd left it, dust motes dancing in the afternoon light. But now she noticed new details, the way the old clock's pendulum swung like a friendly wave, how the quilts seemed to hum lullabies when she brushed them, and a faint, familiar glow in the corner, a patch of opalescent moss creeping cheerfully up the wall. Downstairs her grandmother sat knitting by the fire, her needles clicking in time with the clock. "Find what you were looking for, dear?" she asked without turning around. Mirabel held up the vial, its light casting constellations on the walls. Her grandmother's eyes softened. "Ah, that'll keep the shadows interesting." That night, as Mirabel drifted to sleep, she placed the vial of starlight water on her windowsill. Outside, the whispering woods rustled gently, and she could have sworn she heard distant laughter, like a bouncing pebble creature rolling through the dark. And though she never found the Glimmer hollow on any ordinary map again, Mirabel carried its lessons in her heart, that curiosity is a compass, kindness a key, and that the world is full of invisible doors, waiting for those brave enough to knock. Sometimes, when the village children teased her for daydreaming, she'd pluck a moonvine from her pocket, now perpetually entwined in her braid, and smile, knowing that somewhere a fox was teaching another wanderer to listen. Story 2. Extended story. In the velvet hush of twilight, where the last amber rays of sun filtered through cathedral pines, there existed a village woven into the very roots of the forest. The cottages wore coats of living moss, their chimneys breathing wood smoke that curled like question marks against the plum-colored sky. Here lived a girl with eyes the warm brown of freshly turned earth, named Bryn, whose hands knew the language of seedling stems, and whose ears could decipher the whispers of willow leaves long before others heard the wind stir. Bryn's grandmother, Alara, was keeper of the Moonwell, a silver-veined stone basin, where the forest's dreams pooled like liquid mercury after each rainfall. Every dewdrop holds a memory, she'd say, tracing the water's surface until images shimmered into being. A maple key's first dizzying flight from its mother branch, the secret midnight dance of foxgloves under starlight. On quiet evenings, Alara would recount her own youthful journey to the Heartwood, her voice softening as she described the weight of the keystone crystal, how it had hummed like a hive of bees beneath her palms. Even the earth stumbles, she'd admit, tracing the scar on her wrist where the crystal had once nipped her for rushing. But roots grow stronger when the ground shakes. This autumn, as Bryn reached her 12th year, the well's waters grew troubled. The first sign came when the sugar maples blushed crimson too soon, their fiery leaves drifting groundward while summer's heat still clung to the air. Bryn noticed the discord first in the taste of the wind, a metallic tang where there should have been the honeyed decay of fallen apples. Then the stream behind her home began singing in two voices, one bright and chattering over stones, the other deep and mournful as it echoed through some unseen hollow far below. When she pressed her ear to the damp soil, she heard the mycelium networks humming a frantic staccato rhythm, their usual languid songs fraying at the edges. On the night the north wind arrived smelling of frost, though the oak leaves were still waxy green, grandmother placed a pine resin candle in Bryn's hands. The candle's scent, sharp and resinous, mingled with the petrichor rising from the Moonwell's agitated surface. The Heartwood's rhythm falters, Alara said, her voice the crackle of dry lavender stems. You must follow the owl's breath to where the four seasons grow. She clasped Bryn's shoulders, her grip firm yet trembling, a duality that lodged in Bryn's chest like a seed. Trust the gifts offered, but questioned twice. Even the wisest trees cast crooked shadows. New scene, a village whispered doubts. The morning of her departure, Bryn visited the village square, where the air buzzed with uneasy chatter. Old man Corwin, his face etched like the bark of the ancient yew, gripped her arm as she passed his herb stall. Tell Alara the western fields are blighted, he rasped, pressing a sprig of bone-dry rosemary into her palm. Its brittle scent carried the sharpness of despair. Nearby, children clustered around the communal bread oven, their laughter thin and strained. Freya, Bryn's closest friend, tugged her aside. The well behind my house turned brackish yesterday, she whispered, her freckles stark against pallid skin. Mother says if the Heartwood fails. She trailed off, but the unspoken fear, will starve, hung between them like frost. Bryn squeezed Freya's hand, the dry rosemary crumbling in her fist, and vowed silently to carry their hopes into the woods. Bryn's journey began at the stump of the first birch, its papery bark etched with generations of woodland handprints. As she pressed her palm to the tree's memory, a shiver raced up her arm, not cold, but the prickling warmth of 1,000 stories seeping into her skin. Ghostly silver leaves unfurled around her, forming a path that melted into existence step by step. The forest here felt different, older, as if the air itself had been brewed from forgotten summers. Fireflies winked awake, not gold but pale blue like distant stars, clustering around her as she walked until her shadow became a mosaic of cool light. She met her first guide where moonlight pooled in a fern-cradled clearing. A fox with fur like autumn's palette russet and amber and smoky gray stood washing paws in a brook that flowed uphill. Bryn crouched, the damp earth soaking through her knees, and watched the water defy gravity. It smelled of glacier melt and elderflower wine. The water forgets which way to turn when the heartwood weakens, the fox said, voice like wind through a hollow log. Carry this stone where no ripple forms. Between its teeth appeared a pebble, smooth as a bird's egg, and banded with colors that shifted like oil on water. Bryn tucked it into her patchwork satchel, the weight somehow both substantial and fleeting, like holding a sigh. New scene, the river's test. Beyond the clearing, the forest floor dropped sharply into a ravine where a river roared, its current split into conflicting directions, some cascading upward, others spiraling sideways. Bryn hesitated, recalling Alara's tale of a river that judged travelers by their resolve. She dipped a toe into the water. It burned with cold, yet steam rose in phantom curls. The fox's stone grew warm against her hip. Trust the gifts, she reminded herself, and waded in. The current tugged at her legs, whispering doubts. You're too young. The village should have sent Alara. Bryn gripped the stone, its edges biting her palm, and sang the lullaby her grandmother had taught her, a melody woven from creek songs and crow calls. The waters stilled, parting like a drawn curtain, and she crossed, her boots leaving faint impressions on the riverbed's shimmering silt. Deeper into the woods, where trees wore beards of lichen and the air tasted of elderflower, she found a squirrel spinning maple seeds into a mobile that hung frozen mid-spiral. The winds are napping, it chittered, tail flicking in metronome rhythm. Wake them with whispers. Bryn knelt, breathing a secret her grandmother had taught her, that the best whispers are shaped like questions. The leaves shivered, then began turning in a slow waltz, carrying the squirrel's laughter skyward. In gratitude, it pressed an acorn cap filled with thistle milk into her hands, the sweet creaminess cut through with the tang of wild air. New scene, memory of blight. As Bryn drank, the thistle milk conjured a memory. Alara kneeling in a blighted pumpkin patch years ago, the vines rotting under an unseasonal frost. Young Bryn had tugged her sleeve, tears hot on her cheeks. Why won't they grow back? Alara had cradled a withered flower, its stem oozing black. Sometimes, she'd murmured, the land must remember how to heal itself. She'd guided Bryn's small hands to bury a hawthorn berry deep in the soil. By dawn, new shoots had pierced the earth, fragile but defiant. Now, clutching the acorn cap, Bryn understood. The forest's memory was its resilience. As night deepened, Bryn's candle flame burned steady and blue, casting shadows that moved independently of their sources. She paused by a hawthorn tree, its branches heavy with withered haws that should have been ripe and red. A memory surfaced, Alara teaching her to brew a salve from those very berries, their hands sticky with pulp as thunder growled in the distance. The forest remembers, her grandmother had murmured, even when we forget. Bryn tucked a berry into her satchel, its shriveled form a silent plea. Near midnight, a great horned owl glided overhead, its wingbeats as silent as snowfall. It led her to a grove where moonlight pooled like mercury, illuminating a stag with antlers woven from living vines. Child of thistle and clay, it intoned, its voice resonating in her marrow, what do you carry? Bryn opened her satchel, revealing the fox's stone, the acorn cup, the hawthorn berry. The stag bowed, tendrils of mist curling from its nostrils. The heartwood's pain is the forest's fever. Tend it gently. With a sweep of its antlers, it scattered a shower of birch seeds that glowed faintly, marking a new path forward. New scene, the weeping willow. The path led her to a willow whose branches wept a viscous, amber sap. Beneath it lay a fawn, its leg trapped in gnarled roots. Bryn hesitated. Was this a test? The fawn's eyes held the glassy sheen of a creature caught between worlds. Remembering Corwin's blighted fields, she knelt, pouring a drop of thistle milk onto the roots. They loosened with a groan, releasing the fawn. It nuzzled her hand, leaving a tuft of dawn-colored fur in her palm before vanishing into the undergrowth. The willow's leaves rustled, showering her with sap that hardened into an amber pendant around her neck, a talisman of reciprocity. To free others is to free yourself, the wind seemed to sigh. The crisis revealed itself at moon-high. Bryn emerged into a glade where 4 ancient trees stood in a diamond formation, their massive trunks fused at the center into a single pulsing column of light. This was the heartwood, its bark a living mosaic of seasons. To the north, branches heavy with crystalline ice blossoms. Eastward, tender green shoots quivering with new life. Southward, broad leaves gilded by an endless summer noon. Westward, boughs aflame in autumn's final glory. But the rhythms were discordant. Frost crept into the summer quadrant while spring buds withered under false autumn. The air throbbed with dissonance, a chord stretched taut, vibrating with wrongness. Child of careful hands. The voice emerged from the tree itself, resonating in Bryn's molars. The keystone falters. At the heartwood's base rested a hexagonal crystal the size of a bread loaf, its facets reflecting infinite forest scenes. A hairline crack split its center, leaking wisps of pearlescent mist. Bryn's satchel grew warm. The fox's stone pulsed in time with her heartbeat. The squirrel's acorn cup brimmed suddenly with luminous sap, and she understood. Working by the unstable glow of the fractured crystal, Bryn mixed thistle milk with heartwood sap. The fox appeared to grind the rainbow stone into iridescent powder, using teeth that sparked against the mineral. A badger ambled from the shadows, offering a claw tip dipped in clay from the world's first river. Yet as Bryn pressed the patched crystal into place, it shuddered, resisting. The crack deepened. Panic fluttered in her throat. What if I'm not enough? Until Ilara's words returned. Roots grow stronger when the ground shakes. She crushed the withered hawthorn berry, its dust mingling with the clay, and sang the lullaby her grandmother hummed while tending blighted crops. The crystal stilled. The fissure sealed with a sound like 1,000 leaves applauding. New scene, the village reborn. Bryn's return unveiled a transformed village. The Moonwell's waters now mirrored the Heartwood's dance, their surface alive with swirling seasons. Children gathered daily, tossing in maple keys to see visions of dancing foxes or snow in July. Freya's well ran clear, and Corwin's fields bristled with late autumn squash, their skins mottled in heartwood hues. When Bryn visited the first birch, she found new handprints overlapping hers, tiny palms smudged with berry juice and hope. That evening, Ilara led her to the Moonwell, where the water showed Freya planting a hawthorn sapling at the forest's edge. "You've woven yourself into the land's memory," Ilara said, pride softening her weathered features. Bryn touched the amber pendant, now warm with stored sunlight, and knew her journey was but one thread in the forest's eternal tapestry. New scene, the first frost ceremony. On the eve of the first true frost, the villagers gathered at the Moonwell, their breath mingling with wood smoke in the crisp air. Lanterns shaped like owls and foxes swayed from birch branches, casting honeyed light on faces etched with relief. Corwin presented a wreath of juniper and frost-kissed ivy, his gnarled hands steady now. "For the keeper who mended our roots," he rasped, placing it on Bryn's head. The juniper pricked her temples, its sharp scent a reminder of responsibility. Freya pressed a clay flute into her hands, its surface etched with spirals. "Play the song the wind stole," she urged. As Bryn played, the melody wove through the crowd, merging with the crackle of the bonfire and the distant hoot of an owl. Villagers joined in, their voices raw but vibrant, singing words they didn't realize they knew, an anthem of soil and starlight. Later, as elderberry wine warmed their bellies, Alara drew Bryn aside. Beneath the first birch, she revealed a hidden compartment in the stump containing a weathered journal. Its pages, fragile as moth wings, held sketches of the heartwood from generations past. "Every keeper adds their chapter," Alara said, tracing a drawing of a crystal whole and unblemished. Bryn's fingers brushed the amber pendant at her throat, its warmth mirroring the resolve kindling in her chest. Dawn broke in a crescendo of birdsong. The heartwood's branches settled into their proper seasons, though Bryn noticed new permutations, a spray of winter stars caught in summer's canopy, a spring bud blooming autumn orange. "Balance isn't stillness," the tree murmured as Bryn's eyelids grew heavy. "It's the dance of giving and taking, of holding on and letting go." Her return journey was a blur of dappled light and helping pause. The fox carried her across streams that kept changing direction, the squirrel cleared paths through thickets that tried to knit themselves shut, and fireflies lit her way until the first cottage smoke appeared. Grandmother waited at the moonwell, now brimming with water so clear it reflected entire worlds. Without a word, she drew Bryn into an embrace that smelled of sun-warmed wool and the particular mustiness of old books storing sunlight between their pages. That night, as the first true frost embroidered the forest floor, the villagers gathered to hear Bryn's tale. But as she opened her mouth, the wind snatched her words, spinning them into a melody that played through reeds and rustling leaves. Children laughed, certain they'd heard their names whispered in creek song. Elders nodded as the pines hummed lullabies older than stone. In the days that followed, Bryn found new markings on the first birch, fresh handprints, smaller than her own, where children had pressed their palms to the ancient bark. The Moonwell's waters now showed glimpses of the Heartwood's dance, its seasons twisting in impossible harmonies. And deep in the woods, the crystal, repaired but bearing a faint scar, spun the seasons into a tapestry where every thread mattered, every color bled into the next, and nothing was ever truly lost. Story 3. Extended story. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where moonlight pooled like liquid silver between ancient oaks, there existed a glade known only to its secret guardians. Here the air hummed with the perfume of starflowers blooming night blue beneath curled fronds, and the stream that carved through mossy stones sang in 7 distinct notes that changed with the seasons. It was in this hidden cradle of the world that a family of hedgehogs soft-pawed Thistle, her thoughtful brother Bramble, and their youngest sister Hazel with her perpetually dusted nose discovered the first crack in autumn's amber heart. One crisp twilight as they gathered milk thistle seeds near the moon pool, whose waters showed not reflections but memories, Hazel's small paw brushed against a frost-rimed leaf. This in itself was ordinary for late autumn, were it not for the ice crystals forming delicate ferns across summer-green foliage. "The frost comes too early," murmured Thistle, her quills shivering as she gazed at the great sycamore, whose leaves usually blazed copper until the winter star rose. Bramble pressed his ear to the earth, hearing the uneasy murmur of roots beneath soil. "The earth dreams are troubled," he said. "We must consult Elder Mossback." New scene, the Dandelion Clock Tower. Their path to the badger's set first led them to the Dandelion Clock Tower, where field mice measured moments with precision. The tower's delicate structure hummed with the ticking of 1,000 seed clocks, their feathery faces turned toward the fading sun. A mouse elder with whiskers like frayed parchment greeted them, offering thimble cups of chamomile tea that steamed with the scent of forgotten afternoons. "Beware the hollow's whispers," she warned, pressing a seed-pod hourglass into Bramble's paw. Its sands glimmered faintly, each grain a captured heartbeat. Thistle nodded solemnly, her paws tracing the carvings on her milk thistle satchel, symbols of protection woven by their mother before she vanished into the starfrost. Hazel, meanwhile, pocketed a fallen clock seed, its fragile ribs brushing her paw like a promise. Their journey wove onward through realms unseen by human eyes, past the dandelion clock tower where field mice charted the hours, over the laughing brook where water sprites wove liquid rainbows in their hair, and beneath the arching roots of the sentinel pine that marked the boundary between waking and dream. Expanded scene, the Laughing Brook's trial. At the Laughing Brook, the water sprites emerged, their laughter tinged with frost. Crossing requires payment, they chorused, voices like rippling glass. Bramble played his reed flute, but the sprites shook their heads, droplets scattering like rejected pearls. A memory, they demanded. Thistle offered the scent of her mother's time-scented embrace, Bramble the echo of his first solved riddle, Hazel the taste of a sun-warmed blackberry from a summer now shrouded in ice. The sprites sipped these memories, their glow warming. Pass, they sighed, weaving the memories into a bridge of light and longing. As they traveled, the woods whispered warnings. Chrysanthemums furled their petals 2 moons early, fireflies carried dimmed lanterns, and the north wind carried not the crisp scent of approaching winter, but the metallic tang of frozen time. Elder mossback's den smelled of dried herbs and wisdom. Lichen-crusted walls pulsed gently with the heartbeat of the forest. Shelves carved into earth held jars of preserved sunlight and bottled thunderstorms. The ancient badger, her fur silvered like moonlit cobwebs, stirred a cauldron of simmering elderberry wine as she listened. The seasonal loom falters, she rasped, claws tracing the growth rings on her oaken staff. Long have we known the threads binding frost to winter, blossom to spring, must be rewoven each century. But the shuttle of hours lies dormant in the chamber of roots, and only those pure of heart may wake it. New scene, the mycelium guardian. Guided by star-nosed moles through labyrinthine tunnels that smelled of damp clay and mysteries, the trio reached the chamber of roots, a cathedral of glowing mycelium where the air tasted of ancient rain. A guardian emerged from the bioluminescent tendrils, its form shifting between moth and mushroom. Prove your worth, it intoned. Thistle organized their scattered supplies with calm authority, her voice steadying Hazel's trembling paws. Bramble deciphered fungal runes, revealing the chamber's hidden geometry. Hazel, spotting a crack in the wall where panicberries grew, squeezed through to find the shuttle's resting place. The guardian bowed, its antennae shimmering approval. There, cradled in a nest of living vines, lay the shuttle, a spindle of moonstone etched with constellations, humming with dormant power. Yet as Thistle reached forward, thorn tendrils sprouted from the earth, barring her path. It requires balance, realized Hazel, her nose twitching as she detected the sharp sweet scent of panicberries growing nearby, always in pairs. The solution came not through force, but harmony. Bramble played a melody on his reed flute, notes spiraling like maple seeds in autumn air. Thistle danced, her paws tracing the sacred patterns from the badger's star charts. Hazel gathered dewdrops from spiderwebs, each sphere containing a fragment of dawn's first light. As their 3 offerings intertwined music, movement, and radiance, the thorns softened into flowering vines, and the shuttle awoke with a chime that shook acorns from their cups. Deepened scene, frostbitten hollows despair. Yet their trial had only begun. Returning through the frostbitten hollow where even time froze mid-step, a sparrow hung motionless in crystalline air, droplets from the forgetful falls suspended like glass beads. They battled not monsters, but despair, the creeping cold that sought to still their hearts. Thistle faltered, seeing visions of the glade consumed by endless winter, her siblings' breath stilled. Bramble clutched his flute, doubting his melodies could thaw what time had frozen. Hazel, though her paws trembled, pressed her muzzle to the ice. "Look," she cried, her voice cracking like thawing sap. The frost patterns revealed not just letters, but a map of their shared memories, their mother's laughter, the sycamore's first golden leaf, the taste of elderberry wine. Together they stepped where shadows crossed at true angles, breathed in rhythm with the trapped sparrow's silent song, and emerged breathless into the living woods once more. New scene, the memory of Starfrost. As they neared the glade, Hazel lagged, her paw steps heavy. A flicker in the moonpool's mist revealed a vision, their mother, fur dusted with starlight, weaving frost into the loom's threads. "She's still there," Hazel whispered, her voice raw. Thistle paused, the weight of leadership softening. "She chose the forest's balance over us," she said, "but we carry her courage." Bramble placed a paw on Hazel's shoulder. "And her curiosity," he added, nodding at the shuttle glowing in her grasp. The memory dissolved, but its warmth lingered, stitching old wounds with threads of understanding. The weaving ceremony beneath the winter star's argent glow united all forest clans. Fireflies arranged themselves into constellations above the moonpool, their light diffusing through mist rising from the now steaming waters. Elder Mossback chanted the binding song, her voice echoing with the weight of forgotten winters. Thistle guided the shuttle through invisible threads, her paws glowing with captured starlight. Bramble maintained the sacred geometry with his flute's measured notes, while Hazel danced the thaw leaping like meltwater, spinning like budburst. Around them the forest held its breath. Foxes paused mid-hunt, owls silenced their cries, even the wind stilled its eternal wandering. New scene, the blossom of balance. When dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of peach and lavender, the balance was restored but subtly altered. At the glade's edge, a new flower bloomed where Hazel's tears had fallen, its petals veined with ice and nectar glowing like embers. The field mice returned the seed pod hourglass, now filled with swirling seasons. Thistle placed it at the moonpool's edge, where its sands shifted colors with the passing hours. Bramble hummed as he worked, his flute now engraved with the sprite's liquid runes. Years later, when a new imbalance stirred, a spring that lingered too long, coaxing apple blossoms into reckless bloom before their time, it was Hazel, now keeper of the shuttle's memory, who led the next generation to the Chamber of Roots. As they passed through the frost-gilded hollow, they found the one-strapped sparrow singing a tune suspiciously similar to Bramble's flute melody, its thawed wings beating in perfect time with the forest's mended heart. And in the deepest hour of night, when the moonpool shows more memories than stars, those who listen closely might hear it still, the soft rhythm of paws dancing across cosmic looms, the whisper of frost learning patience from autumn leaves, and the enduring song of creatures who understand that harmony is not stillness, but the eternal dance of care. Story 4. Extended story. The air on the forgotten moon of Luminara 7 smelled like burnt honey and static electricity, a peculiar combination that made the tiny hairs on Kip's furry neck stand upright. The scent reminded him of the caramelized gristle root his eldest sister used to burn while teaching him solder circuits, a memory that stung sharper than the ozone tang in the air. The stubby Marmookian tugged his patched thermal cloak tighter around rounded shoulders, his 3-fingered hands trembling as they adjusted the cracked lens of his light gatherer. Somewhere beyond the singing quartz formations, towering spires that hummed in harmonic resonance with the planet's magnetic field, the escape pod's distress beacon pulsed in forlorn blue intervals, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for him with jagged fingers. Kip's boots sank into the powdery silica sand, each step releasing a faint glow where his weight agitated bioluminescent microbes beneath the surface. The microbes' light rippled outward in concentric rings, as if the moon itself were judging his worthiness with every faltering step. The scent of ozone sharpened as a distant lightning storm flickered on the horizon, its muted thunder reverberating through his chest like the heartbeat of some colossal beast. He nearly dropped his tool belt when the ground vibrated with an unfamiliar rhythm. Through the haze of iridescent dust, a silhouette emerged, tall and angular, limbs moving with the precise geometry of folded star maps. Kip's heart thrummed like a hyperdrive coil as the figure stepped into the beacon's glow, revealing a body composed of overlapping crystal plates that refracted light into miniature rainbows across the sand. Each plate chimed softly as they shifted, a sound like glass raindrops falling on a titanium lake. Identify designation. The voice rang like wind chimes made of frozen starlight. 6-fingered hands, each digit a different crystalline hue, extended in what might have been a peaceful gesture, or the prelude to attack. Kip's translator implant sputtered, its neural connection frayed from the crash. I'm just a maintenance technician, crashed here yesterday when my cargo skiff. He hesitated, the memory of his ship's failing stabilizer still raw. 12 siblings, and not one trusted him with a solo mission until now. His ears flattened, the velvety fur along his spine bristling as he recalled his brother Jax's parting jab. Try not to weld your paws to the hull, scrap pup. The crystalline being tilted its faceted head, prismatic eyes narrowing. Organic life forms of Sector 87G are known for deception. You will relinquish energy cores. What? No, I don't even. Their misunderstanding might have ended in tragedy had the ground not chosen that moment to groan in protest. With a sound like a dying starship's final sigh, their escape pod began sinking into the suddenly liquid sands of the glimmering wastes. Kip yelped, grabbing for his half-charged grav clamp as the crystalline stranger stumbled backward, geometric patterns across their body, flaring crimson in clear distress. The sand hissed as it swallowed the pod, releasing a burst of metallic-smelling steam that coated Kip's tongue with the bitterness of regret. Your manipulation of terrain confirms hostile intent. The being raised arms that shimmered with gathering energy, jagged arcs of light crackling between their fingertips. No, you glitching quartz head, it's quicksand. Kip lobbed his thermal satchel onto stable ground. Grab on. For 3 heartbeats, the world held its breath. Then a crystalline hand closed around the satchel's strap, just as Kip activated the hover function. The being's weight nearly pulled Kip's arms from their sockets, but together they tumbled onto solid ground as the escape pod vanished beneath iridescent grains. Kip lay panting, his cloak singed where the stranger's energy had grazed him. He glanced sideways at the being, whose plates now flickered a dappled gold, a color his implant translated as disconcerted gratitude. The stranger introduced themselves as Virin of the Shattered Veil, a scholar diplomat who'd been studying border disputes when their shuttle malfunctioned. My superiors deemed my approach excessively empathetic, Virin admitted later, their voice tinged with a harmonic that made Kip's implant buzz. A flaw in diplomatic calculations. Kip learned that Virin's people communicated through light patterns dancing across their crystalline skin, a language his implant struggled to parse beyond basic intent. That first night, as Kip kindled a campfire from bioluminescent reeds, he noticed how Virin's facets scattered the light into constellations on the canyon walls. The reeds popped softly, releasing a sweet, resinous fragrance that mingled with the ever-present burnt honey aroma of the moon. You glow blue and curious. Kip ventured, using a fractured shard of quartz to stir the embers. Approximately. Virin's voice chimed softer now, sunset orange ripples moving across their chest. Your species alters epidermal pigmentation when experiencing shame. The purple flush when mentioning your failed coolant repair was instructive. Kip instinctively pulled his hood lower. That's not, I mean maybe. He tossed another reed into the fire, avoiding Virin's gaze. Back in the docks, my brothers used to say I'd never handle a wrench without supervision. guess they were right. Viren's torso plates rippled indigo. Yet you repaired the grav clamp's faulty coil today. Your methodology lacks elegance, but not efficacy. Kip's ears twitched upward. No one had ever called his cobbled-together repairs efficacious before. Their uneasy truce found purpose the next morning when they discovered the ancient signal tower protruding from a nearby mesa. According to Viren's damaged data core, it might still transmit a distress call, if they could power it. The tower's base was etched with spiraling glyphs that Viren recognized as fragments of a dead civilization's language. They believed machinery housed spirits, they observed, tracing a symbol resembling an eye within a gear. Repairs were devotional acts. Kip ran a claw over the glyph, his fur bristling. Marmukians have a saying, broken parts remember their purpose. Your ship's energy cells are incompatible, Viren observed, studying the tower's rusted control panel. My personal reactor produces excess photonic resonance, but a flicker of indigo uncertainty crossed their face. To interface requires physical contact. My people consider this intimate. Kip blinked up at the 7-foot-tall being. You mean like holding hands? An approximation. The admission came with a shower of embarrassed pink sparks. The Marmukian squared his shoulders. Can't be worse than that time I had to recalibrate a fusion core in my underwear. Let's try. When Kip's furry palm pressed against Viren's translucent hand, the world exploded into symphonic light. Kip saw memories that weren't his own, crystalline cities singing in harmonic convergence, the weight of Viren's diplomatic failures, your emotional bias compromises objectivity, their superior had intoned, quiet loneliness beneath layers of logical protocols. Viren, in turn, felt the warm rush of Kip's stubborn optimism, the sharp ache of being the smallest in a litter of 12, leave the real work to us, his eldest sibling had sneered, the unspoken vow to prove himself through meticulous repairs. The tower flared to life with a century-old hum, its antennas creaking as they aligned with the nearest comms network. Days blurred into shared routines. Kip learned that Viren's crystalline form required moonlight baths to recharge, and took to polishing their friend's stress-fractured plates with volcanic pumice. You're like a living circuit board, he muttered one night, scrubbing at a carbon-scorched facet. All connections and conduits. Viren's plates shimmered teal. And you are unexpectedly thorough. Viren discovered that Marmukians derived comfort from rhythmic sounds, and began practicing the delicate art of tapping out melodies on their own resonating chest plates. One evening, as Kip struggled to realign a misbalanced rotor, Viren emitted a series of precise chimes that mirrored the torque ratios he needed. How'd you know that pitch matched the calibration frequency? Kip asked, astonished. Viren's shoulder plates lifted in a crystalline shrug. Your breathing patterns change when you approach correct alignment. I merely harmonized. Their greatest test came during the dust tsunami, a roiling wall of charged particles sweeping across the wastes. The air grew thick with the tang of ionized metal, and the singing quartz fell eerily silent. Take shelter in the crystal cave. Viren's voice cut through the building whine of the storm. Kip struggled against the gale, tools clanking. The tower array needs reinforcement, one good hit and... A crack like splitting diamonds echoed overhead. Viren moved with sudden, terrifying speed, crystalline body unfolding into a protective canopy over Kip as debris rained down. The Marmukian froze as he saw hairline fractures spreading across Viren's back like cursed spiderwebs. Why would you? Friendship, Viren answered simply, light patterns cycling through colors no translator could capture. Is this not the humanoid term? The storm raged for hours. Huddled beneath Viren's sheltering form, Kip told stories of the orbital repair docks where he'd apprenticed, of grease-stained mentors and the sacred Marmukian belief that even broken things deserved care. Viren spoke of crystalline nursery songs and the weight of expectation, of how their people's perfect logic sometimes forgot to make room for laughter. When Kip admitted he'd never seen a meteor shower, Viren dimmed their inner light until the cave became a planetarium, projecting starfields across the walls with pinpoint accuracy. When dawn painted the sky in mother-of-pearl hues, they emerged to find the signal tower intact and responding. The rescue shuttle arrived on wings of cobalt flame. Kip stared at the descending ramp, then up at Viren, whose normally precise angles were drooping in a way that had nothing to do with structural fatigue. Your people's ships approach from the west, Viren observed, light patterns cycling too fast to interpret. Yeah, yours from wherever crystal folks park. Kip scuffed a foot through rainbow sand. Guess we, The silence stretched, filled only with the whisper of drifting silica. Then Kip's ears perked up as he recognized the pattern Viren was tapping against their thigh, the rhythm of a Marmukian farewell song. Wait. He rummaged through his tool belt, emerging with 2 mismatched resonance chips. For your data core, so you can. He gestured awkwardly. Remember atmospheric harmonics, or whatever. Viren accepted the offering, holding it so the sunrise set the chips ablaze within their translucent palm. And this, they produced a smooth prism from their chest cavity, still warm with inner light, will help you interpret full-spectrum communications. When the rescue teams found them, they were sitting back-to-back, Kip polishing a cracked knee joint while Viren adjusted their internal refraction rates, exchanging stories through a combination of translated words, color bursts, and the occasional thrown berry from Kip's emergency rations. Years later, when the rebuilt signal tower became an interstellar way station, 2 particular visitors were known to frequent its observation deck. The small Marmukian engineer and their crystalline companion could often be found there, sipping luminous tea as they watched ships from 100 worlds dance in the Lagrange Point Ballet. Kip's toolbelt now held a prismatic wrench of Viren's design, while Viren's data core played a looping recording of Kip's off-key humming, a calibration aid, they insisted. New arrivals sometimes stared at the unlikely pair, one fleshy and round, the other sharp and glittering, until the station's oldest maintenance bot would whir knowingly. Pay attention, it would chime, polishing the commemorative plaque that read Friendship First Contact Site. The best bonds aren't forged in grand halls, but in shared storms. And if sometimes, late at night, the tower's lights pulsed in intricate patterns, while a certain engineer's laughter rang through the halls like a solar wind chime, well, that was simply the station's way of keeping the story alive. One repaired connection at a time. Story 5. Extended story. The amber light of dusk settled over the valley of woven brooks like a blanket knit from sunset threads, where a girl named Leela traced her fingertips along the crumbling spine of her grandmother's oldest quilt. The fabric whispered under her touch, rough linen from forgotten harvests, velvet worn smooth as river stones, and the triangular scrap of embroidered silk that prickled with static when the stars blinked awake. Each thread seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, as though the quilt itself were a living map of the valley's veins. Her grandmother Mara stirred honey into chamomile tea by the hearth, the copper spoon clinking like a distant bell. The firelight deepened the creases of her face, carving valleys into her cheeks that mirrored the ridges outside. "This belonged to the keepers," she murmured, her voice a rasp of birch bark. "Those who whispered to the hills and drew songs from the streams. But the last keeper walked these woods long before the village bells were cast." Leela's hands stilled on the quilt. All her 12 winters, she'd felt the valley's heartbeat in her soles, the way roots seemed to shift conspiratorially underfoot when she gathered mushrooms, how the westward wind carried half-formed words in its gusts. Just that morning, old Thatcher had scoffed at her for leaving an offering of barley at the brook's edge. Wasting good grain on fairy tales, he'd grumbled, his breath sour with turnip wine. Yet when she'd pressed her palm to the earth in retort, a ripple of warmth had surged upward, as if the soil itself disagreed. She'd bitten back a retort, her throat tight with a memory. Her mother, years ago, scattering millet for sparrows even as she coughed into her sleeve, her feverish eyes bright with defiance. "Kindness isn't waste, Leela," she'd whispered, "even when others don't understand." That night, as owl feathers brushed the window pane, she dreamt of a silver key shaped like a maple seed, its edges serrated with symbols that glowed like embers. It rested in her palm, colder than winter's stream water, yet humming with a vibration that traveled up her arm and into her ribs, where it settled like a second heartbeat. A path unfurled before her, visible only when she tilted her head and walked backward, the new moon casting shadows that dripped like ink. She woke with the taste of elderflower on her tongue, sweet and faintly medicinal, and the scent of rain-soaked moss clinging to her sheets, though none grew near the cottage. 3 mornings later, while scrubbing dew from the chicken coop's weathered planks, Leela discovered the key itself lodged in a mossy stone where no key had been. Its teeth were carved with tiny spirals that mirrored the quilt's mysterious circles, and when she pressed it to her palm, the world rippled. The coop's rooster crowed a melody her bones remembered, a lullaby her mother had hummed, its notes twisting into a harmony that made her eyes sting. The brook beyond the garden trilled, "Southward, little keeper, southward to the stones that sing," its voice a chorus of pebbles tumbling over roots. Her grandmother packed a satchel of oat cakes and whispered secrets into jars of clover honey. Leela noticed the tremor in her hands as she tied a charm of rowan berries around her wrist. "The forest knows your blood," she said, her voice fraying like old thread. "But mind the hollow's echo, it mirrors fears like still water. Trust what the earth offers." For a heartbeat, her gaze drifted to the quilt draped over the rocking chair, its 9 circles catching the dawn light. "I once sought the stones," she admitted, so softly Leela almost missed it. "But the hollow showed me a reflection of your mother, sick with fever, and I turned back. The path favors the unburdened." The confession hung between them, sharp as nettles. Leela hugged her grandmother, breathing in the scent of dried lavender and regret before stepping into the mist. The journey unfolded like the opening of a long-sealed letter. Ferns curled aside to reveal stepping stones veined with quartz, their surfaces glittering with flecks of pyrite that winked like sly eyes. Fireflies wove constellations only Leela could follow, their trails spelling out half-remembered proverbs in the dusk. At twilight, she met a fox whose coat shimmered with autumn's last leaves, sitting primly beside a cairn of river-smoothed stones. "You've the look of the ones who built bridges from starlight," it remarked, tail flicking toward a grove where ancient trees arched into a cathedral of rustling gold. Its voice carried the gravelly cadence of falling acorns. "Call me Ember," it added when Leela knelt to study the cairn's symbols, a courtesy she sensed, rarely offered. Ember led her to a forgotten shrine draped in ivy, where moss-cloaked statues of keepers held stone bowls brimming with rainwater. "They drank from these to hear the land's voice," Ember said, nosing a bowl. Leela cupped her hands and sipped. The water tasted of snowmelt and secrets, and for a moment she glimpsed a woman with her grandmother's eyes singing to a sapling, its branches curling toward her like a child's fingers. The vision shifted, the same woman, younger, kneeling in a moonlit grove, her hands bloody from digging as she whispered apologies to the earth. "I had to choose her," she wept. "Forgive me." Leela gasped, droplets falling from her lips. "She never told me," she murmured, her chest aching. Ember's ears twitched. "Regret is a heavy traveler," the fox said quietly. "But the path ahead is lighter for those who walk it." In the grove's heart stood 9 monoliths, each taller than the village bell tower, their surfaces etched with symbols that danced when Leela blinked. The air thrummed with the tang of petrichor and pine resin, and the moss beneath her boots released a green-gold scent with every step. The key grew warm in her hand, and as the first star pierced the twilight, she pressed it to the central stone. A resonant hum shook the air, not with sound but with memory, the scent of rain on sun-warmed clay, the laughter of children threading flowers into a crown, the low, sorrowful chant of people leaving homes they'd loved. The stones flared to life, projections of figures robed in twilight blue weaving light between their hands like thread. A woman with Layla's chin and storm-gray eyes turned, smiling as though across centuries. "We kept the balance," her voice echoed, woven from wind and distant chimes. "Not with force but by listening to the land's sighs, the river's counsel. Our legacy is not in grand deeds, but in tending the quiet bonds between all things." As the vision faded, a smaller artifact clattered to the moss, a circular loom shuttle made of petrified wood, its surface inlaid with the same 9 circles from the quilt. Ember padded forward, nosing it thoughtfully. "This wove the cloaks that turned winter's bite to a breeze," it said. "But its true purpose was spinning understanding from difference. Your ancestors mediated peace between forest and field, mountain and marsh. The shuttle's thread is lost, but the pattern remains." Guided by the shuttle's faint pulse, Layla trekked deeper into the valley's embrace. She drank from springs that showed fleeting reflections of long-ago gatherings, a debate between wolf and deer, a truce brokered over shared honeycomb, and slept in caves painted with bioluminescent fungi that bloomed into ancestral faces as she hummed lullabies. Yet the Hollow's trial came where she least expected, a mirrored pool in a sunless gorge, its surface reflecting not her face, but a crowd of villagers staring distrustfully at the woods. "They'll call you a child chasing myths," the illusion whispered, thickening the air with the reek of smoldering peat. "What if the legacy you find changes nothing?" For 3 heartbeats, doubt coiled in her chest. Then she recalled the stone's lesson, listening, not forcing, and knelt to fill her honey jar with the pool's water. "If I'm meant to share this," she told her rippling reflection, "it will grow where it's needed." The water brightened into liquid amber, and the mirage dissolved. The final clue revealed itself at dawn on the shores of Lake Nessa, where herons stood like sentinels in the mist. Beneath a slab of stone carved with leaping hares lay a clay urn sealed with beeswax. Inside, wrapped in moth-wing gauze, lay a circlet of braided sweetgrass and a scroll penned in the looping script of the keepers. Leela's fingers trembled as she translated aloud, "To those who walk after, tend the unseen threads, gratitude for the harvest, mercy for the predator, patience for the sapling. Where discord digs roots, plant stories. Where fear spreads shadow, sing remembrance." The circlet settled onto her brow with the weight of morning dew. Around her the lake's surface rippled with the passage of unseen creatures, and the air thrummed with a harmony that made her heart swell. She understood now, the artifacts weren't tools of control, but mnemonics. The key opened awareness, the shuttle wove connections, the circlet clarified intention. The true heirloom was the act of nurturing reciprocity. Homeward bound with her satchel full of mysteries, Leela paused at the village's edge where the oldest willow dipped its branches into the brook. There, beneath its trunk, she buried 9 acorns in a circle and poured the enchanted pool water over them. By morning, a sapling had sprung up, a hybrid oak with willows trailing leaves, already humming with bees and a nest of chickadees. Villagers gathered, murmuring in wonder. Old Thatcher reached to snap a twig, only to yelp as the branch curled gently away. "It's a bridge tree," her grandmother breathed, pressing a hand to the peculiar bark. The stories said they could merge ecosystems into harmony. My grandmother's grandmother told of these. That evening, as the village feasted beneath bioluminescent blossoms coaxed from Leela's circlet, their petals radiating a soft cerulean glow, Ember reappeared with a bundle clutched in its jaws, the lost thread for the shuttle, spun from lunar moss and dandelion fluff. Together, Leela and her grandmother worked the loom, weaving a new quilt patch as the fox drowsed by the fire. Each stitch sewed in a memory, the stone's wisdom, the pool's trial, the bridge tree's song, and when they finished, the 9 circles glowed softly, a compass for those who'd come after. Years later, travelers would speak of the valley where crops grew vigorous without plows, where wolves and lambs drank side by side at twilight. They'd mention the girl, now a woman, who could calm storms by humming and whose quilts healed rifts between feuding neighbors. But to the children gathered at her feet each evening, she simply told of listening to brooks and the courage to trust quiet truths. And in every story, if they listened closely, they could hear the faint, sweet chime of stones singing under the earth, weaving the past's fragile threads into the future's resilient tapestry. Story 6. The village of Willowmere had always been a place where chimney smoke curled in peppermint spirals, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep that ever danced upon them. But one autumn evening, as the first frost painted lace on the pumpkin patches, the townsfolk noticed something peculiar. Their lanterns wouldn't stay lit. Not the ordinary sort of extinguishing, mind you, but a soft, sighing disappearance of flame, as if the light itself was being politely borrowed by the twilight. 12-year-old Milo first discovered the mystery while tending Mr. Thistledown's honeybee hives. His copper lantern, usually glowing like captured sunset, kept dimming to a sleepy amber pulse no matter how many fresh candles he inserted. Across the valley, the baker's daughter Juniper found her oven flames retreating into sullen embers mid-batch of starleaf shortbread, while old Widow Cleargrove's hearthfire developed a curious habit of rearranging its burning logs into what looked suspiciously like mathematical equations. "It's the flame fiddlers," whispered the children at the mossy-bottomed wishing well, trading theories like marbles. "They steal light to power their underground orchestras." But Milo noticed the fireflies too had vanished from the meadows, and the bioluminescent snails that usually lit the forest paths now carried dark, closed-up shells. Whatever was happening, it sang of deeper magic than childish myths. The turning point came when Milo's shadow started misbehaving. Not in the alarming way one might fear, but rather developing quiet opinions. It began refusing to mimic his arm waves during morning calisthenics, instead pointing persistently toward the northern woods. When Milo brought lavender cookies to his ailing neighbor, his shadow held out phantom hands to carry the basket. Most peculiarly during the weekly lantern lighting ceremony at the Clocktower Commons, his silhouette detached completely to tap dance in the lightless circle where no shadows should exist. "Your shadow's trying to tell you something," declared Juniper the next dawn, her apron pockets crackling with experimental fire-starter spells. She held up a charmed magnifying glass that revealed faint scorch marks trailing from the darkened lanterns toward the forest. "Whatever's stealing our light leaves breadcrumb burns. We should follow them." Their expedition party consisted of Milo, Juniper, Juniper's 3-legged tabby cat, who unexpectedly glowed in the dark when nervous, and a very small but opinionated hedgehog named Bramblehood taken residence in Milo's scarf. The burnt trails led them past the crystalline brook where water imps braided moonbeams into the current, through the whispering barley fields where scarecrow guardians nodded in their rusty armor, and into the elderwood, that part of the forest where trees grew libraries in their hollows and the air tasted like forgotten birthday cake. Deep in the moss-draped grove they found the source of their troubles, a trembling ball of light no larger than a thimble, darting between toadstools like a distressed firework. Bramble sneezed out a shower of silver sparks. Apparently hedgehogs could do that here, revealing the creature's true form, a tiny phoenix chick, its downy feathers flickering between gold and ashen gray. A dawn sparrow. Juniper breathed, consulting the glowing cookbook she'd brought instead of a field guide. They're supposed to nest in sunrise fragments, but this one's starving, Milo realized. The chick pecked weakly at shadows that dissolved like black sugar. His own shadow crouched, becoming a simplified drawing of himself to approach the creature without fright. It's eating darkness because it can't find light, but why? The forest answered with a shiver of falling leaves, arranging themselves into arrows pointing uphill. Following them brought the children to a cracked obsidian monolith where dawn sparrows traditionally hatched. A recent landslide had buried the eastern face, blocking the first morning rays needed to nourish the hatchlings. The phoenix chick must have wandered off seeking alternative sustenance, inadvertently causing the village's light drain. We need to clear the sunrise channel, Juniper declared. But the rubble stones where enchanted ordinary tools crumbled against their surface. Bramble demonstrated by nibbling a corner of rock and immediately sneezing marble-sized fireballs that set a nearby fern briefly ballet dancing. It was the shadow who solved it. While the children debated, Milo's silhouette scampered to the monolith and began tracing symbols with its fingerless hands. Where it touched, ancient carvings flared to life constellations of tools needed for celestial masonry. A lens of honeycomb, Milo translated the shimmering shapes. Chisel cooled in owl's tears, and a mortar made from laughter. Juniper's cookbook thumped open to a recipe for sunrise soufflé. We can substitute beehive glass from Mr. Thistledown's apiary, the brook's morning mist collected in acorn cups, and... She nodded to the glowing tabby, now chasing Bramble's sneeze sparks. Feline giggles work better than human laughter for mortar, more trilly. Their return trip became a whirlwind of magical errands. They convinced the water imps to lend a thimble of dreams, collateral, one hedgehog sneeze firework display. They negotiated with the library trees for a page of solar hymns payment, 7 fresh metaphors. Mr. Thistledown nearly cried when they explained about the dawn sparrows, pressing upon them an entire hexagonal prism of honeycomb crystal that made rainbows taste like optimism. Dusk found them back at the monolith, mortar and pestle in hand. As Juniper ground starlight and cat purrs into adhesive paste, Milo carefully set the honeycomb lens into the cleared groove. The final stone slid into place just as the first morning rays crested the hills. Sunlight fractured through the prism, striking the hungry dawn sparrow chick not with beams, but with liquid pools of warmth that pooled around its feet. The little phoenix drank deeply, feathers blazing into proper flame gold as its siblings emerged chirping from other crevices. That evening, Willowmere's lanterns burned brighter than ever, infused with surplus phoenix glow. The bioluminescent snails returned wearing tiny amber hats, courtesy of the water imps, and Juniper's next batch of shortbread somehow stayed warm until eaten. As for the shadows, they still occasionally rebelled, but now did helpful things like weeding gardens or folding laundry when no one was looking. Milo often returned to the monolith with Bramble, where his shadow would play charades with the dawn sparrows. They learned the light drain had been a distress call, not theft, a language of need they deciphered through patience and borrowed wisdom. And on crisp autumn nights when the village lights flickered, it was only ever because the phoenixes were dancing, sending luminous thank you notes across the moonlit sky. Story 7. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Marisol with hair, the color of storm clouds, and eyes that held the quiet patience of growing things. Her days were spent tending the village's communal garden, where pumpkins swelled like amber moons and rosemary bushes hummed with contented bees. But her nights were filled with wonder, for this was no ordinary place. It was a village where bread knives remembered every loaf they'd sliced, where quilts whispered tales of the dreams they'd kept warm, and where the right pair of ears might hear a teacup's opinion on the morning brew. One chill evening, as Marisol sorted through her late grandmother's belongings, she found a tarnished soup ladle tucked inside an oak chest that smelled of cinnamon and forgotten summers. Its handle was carved with runes that shimmered like minnows darting through water. When she brushed her thumb over the markings, the ladle trembled gently, and from its bowl poured not broth, but a ribbon of liquid starlight that pooled on the floorboards, glowing like a promise. "Well now," came a voice like creaking willow branches. In the doorway stood old Tom, the village night watchman, his lantern eyes wide behind spectacles mended with spider silk. "That's the stirrer of nourishment, that is, been missing since your granny's time. It doesn't fill bellies, it fills hearts, or it did before." He trailed off, tapping the ladle's tarnished side. Marisol's breath caught. She remembered stories of a time when no one in the village ever felt lonely, when the ladle's magic could weave comfort into the simplest meal. "How do I fix it?" she asked, the starlight casting freckles of gold on her cheeks. Tom adjusted his hat, its brim frayed by decades of weather. "You'll need to journey to the Thistledown caves where the first hearth ember glows, but the path's grown tricky since the sorrow moss crept in. You'll want companions." Her first ally came at dawn, a hare named Pippin, whose fur held the dusky purple of twilight and whose ears twitched with perpetual curiosity. He'd arrived nibbling a thistle flower, declaring between bites, "I know every hidden path from here to the frost spires. Also, do you have more of these? They're splendid." The second helper emerged from the brook as they crossed a mossy bridge, a water spirit named Lumen, their body a shifting constellation of droplets, and their voice the chuckle of rain on lily pads. "The caves lie beyond the weeping ridge," they chimed, forming a tiny waterspout to peer at the ladle. "But the stones there have forgotten their songs. You'll need to remind them." The journey unfolded like the peeling of an onion, each layer revealing new wonders and gentle trials. In the violet hollow, trees bore lantern fruits that swayed to music only roots could hear. Pippin taught Marisol to step lightly there, explaining, "The grove's shy. It'll hide the path if we clomp like moose." They tiptoed past, the ladle's starlight blending with the bioluminescent glow until the very air seemed spun from dreams. At the weeping ridge, jagged stones loomed like broken teeth, their surfaces slick with sorrow moss that oozed a sticky, sighing resin. Lumen swirled anxiously. "The ridge weeps because it's forgotten why it stands. The first hearth song could heal it, but—" The spirit trembled, droplets scattering. Marisol knelt, pressing her palm to the cold stone. The ladle pulsed warmly. "Stories," she realized aloud. Granny said every place has a story etched into it. Closing her eyes, she hummed the lullaby her grandmother used to sing while stirring soup, the ladle conducting arcs of silver light. Slowly the rocks began to hum back, a deep, earthy vibration that shook the moss loose. As the last tendril fell, the ridge reshaped itself into a staircase, each step engraved with runes of resilience. The Thistledown caves breathed warmth into the mountain's heart, their walls glittering with embedded crystals that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. At the chamber's core floated the first hearth ember, a single flame frozen in mid-flicker, its light dimmed to a weary blush. "It's dying," Pippin whispered, ears drooping. Marisol approached, the ladle cool in her hands. She thought of Tom's words, "Fills hearts, not bellies," and understood. From her pack, she withdrew a maplewood bowl. Into it she placed a sprig of rosemary from the village garden, smelling of sunlit perseverance. A pebble from the singing brook, still damp with Lumen's laughter. One of Pippin's discarded twilight-hued hairs, soft as a promise. 3 drops of her own tears, shed when she'd first tasted her grandmother's forgotten soup recipe. Using the ladle, she stirred clockwise, the motion weaving memories into the mixture, the clatter of shared meals, the warmth of shoulders brushing during harvest feasts, the quiet understanding when hands joined to wash dishes. The ember brightened, drawn to the bowl's rising steam. "It's not about grand feasts," Marisol murmured as the flame drifted into the ladle's curve, reigniting its glow. it's about what we share. The return journey was a tapestry of healing. They retraced their path, the ladles restored light coaxing blooms from cracked earth and laughter from brooding shadows. At the village edge, Tom awaited, his lantern bobbing like an eager firefly. Wordlessly, Marisol entered the square where neighbors gathered, their faces flickering with hope. That night, for the first time in decades, the communal pot overflowed, not with stew, but with swirling constellations that settled over the crowd like a blanket. A farmer missing his faraway son found his arms full of shimmering warmth that smelled of childhood hugs. A lonely widow watched starry patterns bloom into her husband's favorite joke, told in firefly Morse code. Children caught wisps of light that became temporary kittens nuzzling their chins. Pippin stayed to oversee the garden's new twilight plot. Someone must supervise these moon turnips. Lumen took up residence in the town well, their giggles sweetening the water. And the ladle. It found its place above every hearth, passed from home to home, not to cure hunger, but to stir empathy into soup, courage into tea, and forgiveness into oatmeal. As for Marisol, she still tended the rosemary bushes, but now paused often to listen, to the ladle's contented clinking, to Pippin's latest theory on carrot philosophy, to the way the wind carried echoes of her grandmother's lullaby from stones that never forgot. On clear nights, villagers would glimpse the first hearth's ember dancing in the northern sky, winking at those who understood that magic isn't seized, but kindled, one shared story, one stirred pot, one offered hand at a time. And in that quiet village where ordinary things held extraordinary secrets, hearts became bowls that could never be emptied, only refilled. Story 8. In a valley cradled by mountains that wore clouds like woolen hats, there lived a girl named Leela, whose hands were always stained with berry juice, and whose braids carried fragments of the forest. Each afternoon, as golden light dripped through the pines onto the cobblestone paths of her village, she'd wander beyond the sheep pastures to where the oldest trees stood sentinel. It was here, beneath a grandmother oak with bark like folded parchment, that she found the music box hidden inside a hollow that hadn't existed the day before. The box was no larger than her palm, carved from wood that shimmered faintly blue in the dappled light. When she lifted the lid, a melody unfurled, notes like water skipping over stones, accompanied by the faint scent of lavender and candle wax. As the tune spiraled into the air, the oak's roots seemed to shift and sigh, revealing a path paved with pebbles that glowed like captured moonlight. Layla's journey began with a single step that echoed strangely, as though the earth beneath her had become a drumskin. The trees here were different, willows with leaves that chimed like silver bells, birches whose pale bark rippled with faint constellations. She followed the glowing stones until the forest opened into a meadow where the air itself seemed to hum, a low, warm vibration that settled in her bones. Flowers pulsed within her light, their petals brushing her ankles as if curious, and fireflies traced glowing sigils in the twilight. It was then she noticed the fox. He stood knee-high, his fur the color of storm clouds with eyes like polished river stones. Between his paws lay a scroll of birch paper, covered in symbols that squirmed when she blinked. "You're late," he said, though his voice held no sharpness, only the weariness of someone who'd waited too long. Late for what? Leela crouched, her shadow stretching across the luminous grass. The fox nudged the scroll toward her. "The Inkwell stars have been fading, see." He pointed a claw at the sky where, through the shimmering veil of the meadow's magic, she glimpsed familiar constellations, except where the stag's antlers should have blazed, there hung only smudges of light, as though a thumb had smeared them. "This happens when your world forgets wonder," the fox sighed. "My name is Sorrel, I'm a keeper of thresholds, or I was before the paths between worlds began closing." As Sorrel explained, Leela learned the meadow, the gloaming, was one of countless way stations where stories took physical form. The Inkwell stars were not constellations but living tales, their light sustained by human joy and curiosity. But as villages grew busy and forests were cleared for roads, fewer souls strayed into places where magic pooled. The music box Sorrel revealed had chosen Leela, its song a key meant for ears still attuned to whispers in the wind. But what can I do? Leela asked, running a finger over the music box's carvings. They shifted under her touch, forming tiny scenes. A girl and a fox racing through bioluminescent ferns, a shadowy rift tearing across the sky, a fountain spilling liquid starlight. Sorrel's ears flattened. The Well of Tales lies at the gloaming's heart, its waters feed the inkwell stars. But the path is dangerous now, the unwoven creatures born of forgotten stories prowl the edges. They'll try to unravel us. The first test came at the crystal thicket. Trees here were sheathed in jagged quartz, their branches clicking like bone chimes. Leela's boots crunched over ground sparkling with fractured light, the music box's song thin and reedy in the metallic air. "Don't touch anything," Sorrel warned, his tail brushing her wrist. But when a sobbing echoed through the crystalline maze, a sound exactly like her baby brother's cries, Leela's feet moved before her mind could follow. Rounding a quartz spire, she found not a child but a pulsing orb of smoke, its core flickering with half-formed faces. The unwoven struck like a viper. Dark tendrils lashed her ankles, cold seeping through her skin. Leela stumbled, the music box slipping from her grasp as the creature hissed in a language that turned her stomach liquid. "Sing." Sorrel barked, leaping between her and the shadow. The song louder. Her throat tight with fear, Leela fumbled for the box. The moment her fingers closed around it, the melody surged, notes crystallizing into visible shapes, a shield of hummingbirds, a lance of sunlight. The unwoven recoiled, its form fraying at the edges, and vanished with a wail that left the quartz trees ringing. "You didn't warn me they could mimic voices." Leela gasped, clutching the box to her chest. Sorrel's tail curled around her calf. "I didn't know your heart's weaknesses yet." They pressed on, the gloaming shifting around them. A marsh where willows wept liquid amber, a desert of black sand that sang in four-part harmony. Each landscape held its own perils, quicksand made of melted memories, storms that hurled shards of broken promises. But with each challenge, Leela learned to shape the music box's song into tools, a bridge of chord progressions, a cloak woven from harmonic minor scales. One twilight, as they sheltered in a cave painted with ancient handprints that glowed when touched, Sorrel admitted why the well's restoration mattered. The inkwell stars aren't just stories, they are bridges. When a child laughs at the exact moment a star flickers, that's someone crossing between worlds, without them. He gestured to the scroll, now half filled with Layla's sketches of their journey. No more stories. No more new stories, only echoes. By the time they reached the well, a crater where liquid light swirled in colors Leela couldn't name, the inkwell stars were fading fast. The unwoven had gathered above the well's rim, a storm of teeth and ragged edges. But worse was the figure at the well's center, a boy-shaped void, his outline blurring like wet ink. "The first reader," Sorrel breathed. "He's supposed to guard the well, but without stories." The void boy turned. Where his face should have been, pages from 1,000 tales fluttered, a girl riding a swan, a wolf with stars in its fur, all dimming as they watched. Leela stepped forward, the music box's song faltering. The unwoven swooped, but she didn't play louder. Instead, she knelt and opened the lid toward the void boy. "You're lonely," she said, not knowing how she knew. "But stories aren't just for keeping, they are for sharing." From her pocket, she withdrew Sorrel's scroll. With a charcoal nub, she added the final panel, the void boy holding a glowing shard, his features resolving into a smile. As she dropped the scroll into the well, the music box's song shifted. New melodies tangled with the old, Sorrel's dry chuckle, the crunch of quartz underfoot, the wet sniffle of the unwoven's false cry. The well erupted. Light drenched the crater, painting the unwoven into creatures of stained glass and gossamer. The void boy solidified, his pages brightening, and when he spoke, his voice was the creak of a library door opening. "You've fed the well with a living story," he said, plucking a thread of light from the fountain. It solidified into a quill. "Those who forget can be reminded. Will you help?" In the days that followed, Layla split her time between two worlds. Mornings she guided villagers to the grandmother oak, teaching them to hear the music under the wind's breath. Afternoons she walked the gloaming with sorrel, repairing frayed stories with patches made from shared memories. The Inkwell stars burned fierce again, their light reflected in the eyes of children who'd learned to leave windows open for wandering tales. On the first snowfall, Sorrel met her at the meadow's edge with a new scroll. "The unwoven didn't disappear," he said, whiskers twitching. "They've asked to become story weavers. Seems they're tired of being nightmares." Leela grinned, her breath making ghosts in the air. Together they stepped into the gloaming where the void boy, now called Kestrel, waited with ink made from comet dust. Around them the unwoven dipped talons into the well, spinning darkness into tales that glimmered with hard-won hope. And high above, the Inkwell stars shone with a light that could be seen both in dreams and over the rooftops of a village where children still got berry juice on their fingers, and old oaks hummed with secrets just waiting to be found. Story 9. The Amber Guardian. In a valley where autumn never truly faded, where maple leaves glowed like stained glass against perpetual golden hour, there lived a girl named Leela whose footsteps never crunched. Though she walked the forest paths daily, her boots left no mark on the russet moss, her passing noted only by the shiver of silver birches leaning close to whisper. The villagers called her the Quiet One, though had they listened beyond their looms and plows, they might have heard the way chickadees trilled melodies only she could answer, or how the creek altered its course to show her polished stones shaped like teardrops. It was on one such meandering walk that Leela found the first thread, a strand of luminous orange suspended between two foxgloves, humming faintly. When she reached to touch it, the forest inhaled. Ferns curled inward. Clouds paused mid-drift. The thread dissolved into mist that pooled around her ankles, forming a path that glistened like snail tracks under moonlight. "Curious things choose curious souls," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Behind a hawthorn bush stood a fox with fur the color of smoldering embers, one ear tipped with velvet black. Its eyes held the patient gleam of someone who'd watched centuries unfold. Leela knelt, palms upturned. "Are you lost?" The fox blinked slowly. "Lost implies I had a destination. You found the unwoven edge, child, where the world frays when stories go untold." It nodded to the disappearing mist path. "Something's unraveling deeper in. Will you mend it?" Most children would have fled. But Leela, who knew the weight of being overlooked, who'd spent years listening when others spoke, simply plucked a milkweed pod from her pocket and blew. Seeds parachuted toward the fox, catching in its ruff. "Show me." The mist led them through a thicket where brambles unknotted themselves to let them pass, into a clearing dominated by an ancient oak. Its trunk bore a vertical slit glowing amber, wide enough to step through. Beyond pulsed a warmth that smelled of cinnamon and safety. "Ah," said the fox, tail twitching. "The Heartwood Gate, it's been some time." Leela pressed her palm to the tree. Bark rippled outward in concentric circles. "Who are you really?" "A keeper of neglected tales. You may call me Ember." The fox brushed against her leg, surprisingly solid. "What we seek is a spindle stolen from this tree long ago, a sliver of its core that spins starlight into seasons. Without it, the forest's magic dwindles. Yours does too, though you haven't noticed yet." Leela frowned. Her hands had been colder lately, her shadow less distinct at noon. Who took it? Fear. Ember's ears flattened. A creature born from loneliness who thought hoarding light might cure its ache. It dwells in the clockwork hollow now, where time pools stagnant. The tree's aperture brightened, beckoning. Leela stepped through, and into a world where trees grew upside down, roots fanning like chandeliers dripping with bioluminescent moss. The air thrummed with the lazy drone of giant bees, carrying pollen that sparkled like crushed diamonds. But beneath the beauty lurked wrongness, patches of gray void where colors drained away, leaves crumbling to dust mid-sway. Ember nudged a decaying bluebell with his nose. The hollow's corruption spreads. We must reach the spindle before the equinox when the gate seals for another century. Their journey wove through surreal landscapes, a meadow where flowers chimed when touched, requiring Leela to compose a melody to open a path. A river of liquid shadow that demanded she surrender a memory to cross. She gave the recollection of her mother's lullabies, voice growing hoarser each year, and wept silent tears as it flowed away. A bridge guarded by stone owls who posed riddles. Tilda, I slip through fingers yet anchor kingdoms. I'm sung by brooks and mourned by flames. What am I, Tilda? Time, Leela answered, though the word tasted bittersweet. The owls crumbled to gravel, revealing a staircase spiraling into mist. Ember observed her with newfound respect. You hesitate to claim your cleverness. Why? Leela traced the owl's remaining plinth, still warm from sunlight it no longer felt. Solutions found alone are just answers, solutions found together. She met the fox's gaze. Those become stories. Something shifted in Ember's posture, a loosening of guard. The creature we seek, it wasn't always monstrous. Once it wove dawn's first light into tapestries so vivid, birds mistook them for true skies, but mortals stopped looking up, their indifference starved it. Leela pocketed a pebble from the bridge, a habit from home, where her windowsill held a mosaic of found treasures. Maybe it just needs someone to see it. The clockwork hollow revealed itself at twilight, a cavernous space where colossal gears turned sluggishly beneath a ceiling of fossilized constellations. In the center sat a throne of welded timepieces, upon which hunched a figure more shadow than substance. Its hands, too many, sprouting like fractured branches, clutched a spindle pulsing with captured sunlight. Ember growled low. The thief of hours. Leela stepped forward, boots echoing. The creature's head snapped up, eyes burning sulfur yellow. Little thief, it rasped, voice layered with echoes. Come to steal what you cannot create. I've come to listen. Leela's heart hammered, but her voice held steady. She opened her palm, revealing the owl's plinth pebble. You took the spindle because no one saw your art, but what if someone wants to see now? The hollow shuddered. Gears groaned. The creature blurred, reforming as an androgynous being with hair like spun mercury, skin etched with glowing constellations. Its spindle hand trembled. Lies, all eyes craved the spectacle, none the craft. Ember limped forward, favoring a paw injured during the river crossing. You're right, mortals are distractible, myopic creatures. He flicked his tail toward Leela. But occasionally one appears who sees deeper. She didn't come to take, she came to understand Tilda. The creature shrank, becoming child-sized. Understanding requires time. I have none left to give. Leela approached, each step measured. What's your name? A beat of silence. Names have power. So do stories. She knelt, eye level with the being. I'm Leela, this is Ember. Will you share yours? Wind howled through the hollow. The creature extended a hand, fingertip brushing Layla's forehead. And she saw Tilda. Millennia ago, a young guardian weaving auroras, delighting in the Oz of villagers below. Centuries passing. Faces tilting downward toward plows and parchments. The guardian's tapestries growing desperate, volcanic sunsets, neon-striped storms, until the day a child finally looked up and sneered, "It's just sky." The spindle's theft hadn't been malice, but a scream for attention. Aster, Leela breathed, the name blooming unbidden. "Your name is Aster." The guardian recoiled as if struck. Ember's ears pricked. "The Starmaker, but you faded eons ago." Fade, persist, what difference? Aster's form flickered between being and shadow. Mortals name constellations after dead things, Orion, Cassiopeia, never the hands that arranged them. Layla unbuttoned her cardigan, revealing a neckline stitched with embroidered stars, crude but earnest. "I've tried weaving my own. They're lopsided, but I could learn if you taught me." Aster stilled. The spindle's glow softened to honeyed gold. "You would care to know." Ember sat back, tail curling thoughtfully. "The equinox approaches. Return the spindle, and perhaps an arrangement could be made. The girl needs guidance, you need purpose. Even a fox can see the symmetry." Dawn found them at the Heartwood gate, spindle restored. The oak's fissure knit itself closed, leaving only a faint scar. Colors bled back into the forest, sapphire morning glories, crimson sumac, but Leela's hands remained translucent. Ember sighed. "You gave too much at the Shadow River. The memory you surrendered anchored your spirit to this world." Leela flexed her fading fingers. "Can it be fixed?" "There's a way," Aster said, emerging from the tree. They'd taken a new form, a traveler in a patchwork cloak, face obscured by a hood. "But it requires equal exchange, a story for a soul." So Leela spoke. She told of a girl who moved unseen until a fox saw her. Of a thief who forgot their worth. Of a forest that healed through shared wounds. As she spoke, her hands solidified, palms etching with faint constellations, Aster's fingerprint. "The spindle needs a bearer," Aster said. "Someone to weave seasons without controlling them, someone who listens." They pressed the artifact into Leela's hands. It melted into her skin, warmth spreading through her veins. Ember chuckled. "Seems you've inherited a celestial heirloom, little listener." Years later, villagers still speak of the quiet woman who dwells in the maple woods. They bring her honey and wool, though no one recalls why. Children leave sketches of starlings at her doorstep, which she stitches into quilts that shimmer oddly under moonlight. If you wander the trails at dusk, you might glimpse her, a figure with storm-cloud hair and eyes like captured twilight, followed by a rust-furred fox. Together they mend frayed edges, guiding lost hikers via firefly trails, untangling ivy from stone, humming melodies that make willows dance. And in the deepest thicket, where the Heartwood gate once stood, a single oak leaf spins eternally on its stem, weaving sunlight into stories, patiently awaiting the next curious soul. Story 10. Once upon a twilight when the stars blinked like curious kittens, a breeze carried the scent of honeycomb through the cobblestone streets of Wishing-Wick Hollow. This was no ordinary village. Its chimneys puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, its lanterns glowed with captive fireflies, and its most peculiar resident was a marmalade cat named Professor Puddleton, who wore tiny spectacles and kept a library of dried flower books. But our tale truly begins with a mouse in a waistcoat, a hedgehog with a knack for pastry, and a music box that sang thunderstorms. The beginning, a sprinkle of peculiarity. Every resident of Wishing-Wick Hollow knew two things. First, the village's weather was controlled by an enchanted music box atop Mayor Thistleberry's clock tower. Second, the box's wind-up key had gone missing 3 days prior, leaving the skies stuck in a loop of drizzly afternoons and overzealous rainbows. Puddles now wore lily-pad hats, and the local ducks had formed a brass band out of boredom. Botheration, squeaked Mimsy Twig, a mouse with a penchant for polka-dotted umbrellas. She shook rain from her whiskers outside the Toasty Tart Tavern, where her best friend, a hedgehog named Pippin Prickleback, was kneading dough that inexplicably rose into the shape of tiny castles. If this rain doesn't stop, my beetroot stew will turn into soup. Pippin adjusted his flour-dusted chef's hat. Never fear, Mimsy, I've hidden a scone in my quills for emergencies. He produced a pastry that smelled of lavender and sunshine, which momentarily distracted Mimsy until a soggy poster flapped against her nose. Wanted, it declared in wobbly letters, brave souls to retrieve the lost key from the Gigglemuck marsh. Reward 1 lifetime supply OF peppermint cordial. Inquire with Mayor THISTLEBRRY. Mimsy's eyes sparkled. Pippin, we could fix the weather and earn enough cordial to float a hot air balloon. The middle, a splash of mischief. The duo found the mayor, a stout badger in a waistcoat 3 sizes too small, pacing beneath a leaky clock tower. Ah, volunteers, he boomed, wringing water from his hat. The key's guarded by the Gloomgrizzle, a marsh creature who steals shiny things, but mind the quicksand pudding pits and the singing sundew plants. Undeterred, Mimsy and Pippin packed provisions, mushroom cap rain boots, a jar of glowworm lanterns, and a lemon curd tart for diplomacy. Their journey led them past the Snippety Brook, where fish recited poetry, and into the Gigglemuck marsh, a place where willows wore necklaces of dewdrops and fog giggled when tickled. Look. Pippin pointed to a glint in the distance. The key hung from a branch, guarded by a creature resembling a soggy haystack with glowing green eyes. The Gloomgrizzle croaked, "Mine, shinies." Mimsy stepped forward, umbrella raised. "We'll trade you." She offered the lemon curd tart. The Gloomgrizzle sniffed, then devoured it in one gulp and began to hiccup. Each hick produced a bubble that transformed into a floating lantern. The creature clapped its mossy paws, delighted. More shiny bubbles. "Give us the key," said Pippin, "and we'll teach you to make them." The deal struck. Mimsy demonstrated how to blow raspberry-flavored bubbles using a reed, while Pippin tucked the key into his quills. A twist, the symphony of oops. Triumphant, they returned to Wishing-Wick Hollow, only to discover the music box wasn't broken. It was lonely. "It's been playing the same stormy tune for years," realized Professor Puddleton, peering through his spectacles. "It needs a new song to change the weather." Mimsy twirled her umbrella. "But who can compose a song for a music box?" A shy voice piped up. "I might." From the crowd emerged Figglefoot, a young firefly who conducted light patterns every evening. "I've always dreamed of writing music." Together they crafted a melody. Pippin beat a rhythm on biscuit tins, Mimsy hummed a tune like wind through wheat fields, and Figglefoot's wings buzzed harmonies. The music box whirred to life, spinning out a song that smelled of fresh-baked bread and sounded like sunrise. The resolution, a crescendo of coziness. Clouds unknotted themselves. Rainbows pirouetted into horizons. And the weather, well, it did something entirely new. Gentle snowflakes, warm as toast, drifted down, melting into caramel puddles when they touched the ground. The Gloomgrizzle, now the marsh's official bubble artist, sent weekly parcels of marshmallow fluff. Figglefoot became the village's composer, his symphonies drawing constellations closer to listen. And Mimsy and Pippin. They built a floating cafe aboard a hot air balloon, serving peppermint cordial and scones that tasted like adventure. As for the music box, it developed a cheeky habit. Whenever children lingered past bedtime, it played a lullaby that tucked the moon itself under a quilt of clouds. And so Wishing-Wick Hollow drifted into starlit dreams, where even the raindrops hummed contentedly, knowing all was right in their corner of the world. Story 11. The amber light of autumn filtered through the whispering woods in slanting golden beams, turning spiderwebs into lace necklaces and fallen leaves into copper coins. Beneath a grandfather oak whose roots cradled ancient secrets, a young hedgehog named Thistle paused her leaf gathering, quills prickling with a peculiar sensation. The wind carried not the usual scents of damp moss and ripening blackberries, but a sharp metallic tang that made her tiny nose twitch. Somewhere deep in the forest's heart, the balance was tipping. Thistle knew every creak and murmur of these woods. Her grandmother had taught her to listen to the language of rustling ferns, to read the stories written in mushroom circles, and to always leave 3 berries on every bush for the winter spirits. But this scent was unfamiliar, a discordant note in the forest symphony. As she tucked a particularly perfect crimson leaf into her satchel, woven from milkweed fibers by her cousin, a shower of silver birch seeds spiraled down around her. They landed not in their usual playful dance, but in straight lines pointing northwest, toward the Stonemire swamp where even fireflies hesitated to glow. The journey required careful planning. Thistle packed an acorn cap of elderberry syrup, a walnut shell filled with clover honey, and her most precious possession, a tuft of owl down gifted by old Hootwing, who nested in the hollow sycamore. As twilight painted the sky in lavender strokes, she set paw on the root-knotted path, her shadow stretching long behind her like a loyal companion. By moonrise, the forest song changed. Crickets played their leg violins too quickly, and the usually chatty brook flowed in anxious silence. Thistle paused where the path forked, her heart thrumming like a hummingbird's wings. That's when she heard the whimper, soft as a dandelion seed landing, yet trembling with urgency. Behind a curtain of weeping willow tendrils, a young fox kit struggled, his russet paw trapped under a fallen branch glistening with unnatural frost. "Steady now," Thistle murmured, using her strong front claws to dig around the ice-crusted wood. The kit's name was Ember, she learned, with fur the color of sunset and eyes like green amber. His voice shook as he explained, the frost spark, a crystalline creature who danced winter into being, had vanished from its glacial grotto. Since then, the swamp's magic curdled. Frost grew where ferns should unfurl, icicles daggered from summer oaks, and the northern winds howled with no one to conduct their song. Together they trekked through thickening cold, past frozen spider lilies and trees petrified mid-sway. Thistle's breath plumed before her, each puff carrying whispered memories of grandmother's tales. "All magic is balance," the elder hedgehog used to say while stirring moonbeam tea, like sunlight and shadow holding hands at dusk. The words thrummed in Thistle's chest as they reached the swamp's edge, where ice-crusted cattails clattered like bones. The Frostspark's grotto was a cathedral of icicles, now dripping mournfully in the unseasonable chill. At its center stood a dais of glacial blue stone, empty save for fractured ice petals, the remnants of the Frostspark's crystalline nest. Ember sniffed at strange markings, clawed tracks too heavy for forest creatures, reeking of burnt lichen. Thistle's paw traced the frost patterns, not the elegant swirls of natural ice, but jagged lines like shattered glass. Their answer came not through sight, but sound, a low, pained hum vibrating through the ice. Thistle pressed her ear to the grotto wall, hearing the mountains lament. Deep below, in chambers where stalactites grew like inverted forests, something ancient stirred. The Frostspark hadn't fled, it had been taken. The descent into the underworld required allies. At Thistle's urging, they sought the Claykeepers, mole folk who tunneled between seasons, their noses always tasting the first snow before it fell. The entrance to their warren hid behind a waterfall that flowed upward, droplets glinting like suspended diamonds. Thistle presented a gift of honeycomb, sticky and golden, while Ember bowed low, tail sweeping the earth in respect. Elder Mallow emerged, whiskers twitching with the gravity of their tail. The frostspark's song quiets the molten heart. The old mole rumbled, claws clinking against stone pendants that mapped underground rivers. Without its cooling breath, the mountain's fireblood rises. Those who stole your winter spirit seek to harness heat for themselves, but they'll crack the world's bones doing so. Guided by molefolk lanterns, glowworms in polished quartz jars, the companions navigated tunnels where roots dangled like chandeliers, and the air grew thick with the scent of heated stone. The walls transitioned from cool clay to glassy obsidian, warmth pulsing through the stone like a sleeping giant's heartbeat. Thistle's quills quivered with each step, sensing the precariousness of this balance. Too much ice and life froze, too much fire and it burned. In a cavern where the air shimmered like a mirage, they found the captors, scorchlings. Creatures of living magma with obsidian claws, their forms flickering between lizard and flame. Circling a cage of smoldering basalt rods, they chanted in crackling tongues, while within the prison hovered the frost spark, a being of swirling hoarfrost and starlight, its light dimming against the oppressive heat. Ember growled low, but Thistle placed a paw on his shoulder. Grandmother said fire respects courage, not force. From her satchel she withdrew the owl down, a feather so imbued with night's gentleness it could calm even a storm. Whispering a prayer to the wind, she blew the feather toward the scorchlings. It floated through superheated air, untouched by flames, landing softly between the creatures. The effect was immediate. The scorchlings' fiery forms stilled, their molten eyes following the feather's dance as it caught an updraft. In that moment of shared wonder, Thistle scurried forward, her paws protected by mud hastily applied in the tunnels. She pressed her honey-coated claws against the basalt bars. The sweet offering sizzled, but the scorchlings, entranced by the feather's ballet, didn't notice as Ember darted to the cage's lock, his breath frosting the mechanism. The frost spark flowed through the open door like a river, remembering its course. The cavern trembled as elemental forces collided, frost meeting fire in a swirling dance of steam and glittering ash. Thistle gripped Ember's fur as winds whipped around them, but the frost spark's voice cut through the chaos, a chime like icicles tapping in a breeze. Harmony, it sang, is not stillness, but the dance between opposites. The scorchlings, now calmed, bowed their flickering heads. Elder Mallow negotiated a pact. The mountain's heat would warm the frost spark's winter songs, and in return the icy spirit would cool the scorchling's forge. Balance restored, the companions emerged at dawn to find the forest breathing again, frost retreating to leaf tips where it belonged, swamp waters chuckling under a skin of ice thin enough for water striders to skate upon. At the grandfather oak, Thistle added the final crimson leaf to her winter nest just as the first true snow began to fall, each flake a tiny mirror reflecting the joy of creatures safe beneath the earth and stars. Ember curled nearby, his tail a warm blanket over her back, while high above, old Hootwing observed the restored woods with golden eyes. The frost spark's renewed song spiraled through the trees, weaving through bare branches to remind every listening heart. The world turns not on grand gestures, but countless small acts of courage and kindness, each as vital as a single snowflake in the endless dance of seasons. Story 12. The Amber Locket and the Whispering Woods. In a village hugged by rolling hills of heather, where chimney smoke curled like cat's tails against twilight skies, there lived a girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart tuned to the rhythms of the earth. Her cottage stood at the edge of a forest known as the Whispering Woods, a place where shadows danced just beyond the tree line, and the wind carried secrets in a language only the brave dared to decipher. Leela's grandmother had once told her, magic isn't found in grand gestures, but in the spaces between breaths, a lesson that lingered in the girl's mind like the scent of lavender sachets tucked into drawers. One crisp autumn evening, as Leela gathered firewood near the forest's edge, she noticed a peculiar gleam beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. Brushing them aside, she uncovered an oval locket made of amber, its surface warm to the touch and threaded with veins of gold that pulsed faintly, as though alive. When she pressed the clasp, it sprang open to reveal not a portrait, but a tiny, swirling galaxy of stardust. A voice, soft as dandelion fluff, drifted from its core. Seek the heartwood where moonlight weaves, and mend what time has frayed. The hidden grove. Guided by the locket's gentle hum, Leela ventured deeper into the whispering woods than she'd ever dared. The trees here grew close, their bark etched with symbols that shimmered like liquid silver. Fireflies winked in and out of existence, tracing paths through the air like celestial signposts. Soon she stumbled upon a clearing where the moonlight pooled thick as cream, illuminating a circle of ancient oaks. At their center stood a stone pedestal, cracked and overgrown with ivy, upon which rested a withered sapling no taller than her hand. Its leaves hung limp, their edges browned, and its branches trembled as though shivering. "Hello," Leela called, her breath frosting in the chill air. A rustle answered. From behind the pedestal emerged a creature unlike any she'd seen, a fox with fur the deep blue of midnight, its eyes twin pools of molten copper. It regarded her warily, one paw raised as if poised to flee. "You've come to help the Heartwood," it said, its voice a melody of crackling embers and rustling pages. Leela blinked. The Heartwood. The fox nodded toward the sapling. Long ago this tree nourished the forest's magic, but when humans forgot the old ways, its roots began to wither. The locket you carry is a key, a fragment of the first Heartwood's soul. It stepped closer, tail flicking. "I am Corwin, its guardian. For centuries, I've waited for one who might reignite its light." The threads of memory. Corwin explained that the amber locket could harness memories of kindness, moments where humans and nature had coexisted in harmony. These memories, when offered to the sapling, might revive it. But collecting them would require Leela to journey through the wood's hidden realms, places where time folded like origami, and the past brushed shoulders with the present. Their first stop was the Glade of Echoes, a meadow where the air rippled like water. Here the trees bore fruit shaped like teardrops, each containing a scene from the village's history. Leela plucked one and the world dissolved into a memory, a blacksmith decades past, rescuing a baby owl trapped in his forge. As the man gently freed the bird, a thread of golden light spun from the scene, which Leela caught in the locket's stardust. The sapling shuddered, one leaf turning verdant green. Next they navigated the Cavern of Whispers, its walls studded with crystals that hummed in harmony. Within their facets, Leela witnessed a young girl, her own grandmother, planting daffodil bulbs along the forest's edge, singing to them as she worked. Another thread, another shiver of life through the Heartwood. But as days passed, or perhaps hours, time moved oddly in the woods. Leela noticed Corwin growing weaker. His blue fur dulled to slate, and his steps faltered. "Guardians are bound to the Heartwood," he admitted when she pressed. "If it dies, so do I." The shadow in the roots. The final memory led them to the roots of the oldest oak, where tangled darkness seeped like ink. Here the locket revealed a scene Leela wished to unsee. Villagers chopping down a majestic tree to build a bridge, ignorant of the keening wail that echoed through the woods as it fell. The memory's thread was black and thorny, and when Leela tried to capture it, the locket burned cold. "This is the wound," Corwin murmured. The moment trust was broken. Leela's throat tightened. How do we heal something so old? The fox lay down, his muzzle resting on his paws. "By adding your own thread, not just memories, but a promise." The weaving. Beneath the waning moon, Leela knelt before the Heartwood, the locket cupped in her palms. One by one, she released the golden threads into the sapling's branches, watching as they wove themselves into its bark. When only the dark thread remained, she hesitated, then pressed it into the tree. "You have to understand," she whispered. "They didn't know, but I do." From her pocket, she drew an acorn she'd carried since childhood, a treasure found on her first walk through the woods. Burying it beside the sapling, she poured into it every hope she held, for rustling leaves and dappled sunlight, for foxes with sky-colored fur, for laughter shared between creature and human. A shudder ran through the earth. The sapling erupted upward, bark smoothing to polished ivory, branches exploding with leaves like stained glass. Corwin's fur brightened to sapphire, his eyes gleaming as he nuzzled Lila's hand. The return. Dawn found Lila back at the forest's edge, the locket now empty but warm against her chest. In the village, nothing seemed changed, yet everything was. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors, their petals glimmering with dew. Children's laughter rang clearer, bread tasted sweeter. And though the villagers couldn't say why, they began leaving offerings of honey and song at the wood's edge, their hearts lighter as though forgiven. Corwin visited often, sometimes as a fox, sometimes as a boy with blue-tipped hair and copper eyes. Together they tended the new heartwood, now towering and strong, its roots knitting the hidden world to the human one. Years later, when Lila's hair turned silver and her hands grew gnarled as oak branches, she returned to the clearing one final time. The heartwood opened its trunk, and she stepped into its glow, becoming not a memory, but a whisper in the wind, a gentle reminder that even the smallest acts of understanding could mend the world. And on quiet nights, if you listen closely beneath the sigh of leaves, you might hear her story repeated in the rustling, a lullaby of roots and starlight, forever woven into the heart of the woods. Story 13. In the velvet hush of autumn twilight, where the village of Thistlewood nestled between frosted hills and a whispering forest, chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy question marks. The cobblestone paths glistened with recent rain, reflecting the warm glow of lanterns shaped like acorns and maple leaves. It was here, in this pocket of the world, where teacups never cooled and scarves knitted themselves around chilly necks, that the first strange occurrence happened. The clock stopped. Not all at once, mind you, but gradually. Old Miss Juniper's cuckoo clock fell silent during its noon announcement, the wooden bird frozen mid-call. Then the sundial in the town square cast no shadow, even at high noon. Finally, young Milo discovered his pocket watch, a treasure inherited from his grandmother, had begun ticking backward during his walks home from the moss-roofed schoolhouse. The village elders murmured about forgotten magic, while children whispered of time-eating ghosts. But it was Lila, the baker's daughter with hair the color of cinnamon and a smudge of flour perpetually on her cheek, who first noticed the pattern. "It's always near the weeping willow by the creek," she told Milo, tracing a map made of pastry dough on her mother's flour-dusted work table. Mrs. Butterpost's spectacles vanished there yesterday. Old Tom's favorite pipe disappeared there last week, and now the clocks. Her finger pressed into the map, leaving a tiny crater. That afternoon, as amber leaves spiraled down like falling stars, the two children crept to the willow's curtain of trailing branches, a basket of gingerbread men, extra icing eyes, for courage, clutched between them. What they found beneath the tree's gnarled roots wasn't a ghost, but a door. No larger than a teapot, carved with symbols that shimmered like trapped starlight. As Milo leaned closer, his backward-ticking watch suddenly trembled, its gears whirring like a startled cat's purr. That's when the hedgehog appeared, though appeared isn't quite right. One moment the children were alone in the crispy leaf silence, the next, a creature stood before them wearing tiny round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from dandelion fluff. "You've found the chrono chest," the hedgehog said in a voice like wind through a keyhole, adjusting his spectacles. "Most inconvenient. It's not supposed to be discovered until Thursday." He introduced himself as Professor Pricklepin, guardian of temporal tidiness, and explained between nibbles of gingerbread, the children had offered it nervously, that the chrono chest was a living relic that collected lost moments, forgotten chores, delayed conversations, the extra 5 minutes everyone wished for at bedtime. But lately, he sighed, it's been overeating, swallowing time objects whole. Clocks, sundials, even that nice woman's spectacles. She was in the middle of reading a most interesting mystery novel. As the professor spoke, Leela noticed something odd. The creek's gurgle had slowed to a deep, syrupy glug. Maple leaves hung motionless mid-fall around them. Milo's watch now spun wildly, its hands painting silver blurs. "The chest is unstable," Professor Pricklepin whispered urgently. "If it bursts, it could scatter decades, maybe centuries across Thistlewood. We must calm it with memories of perfectly balanced days. But how?" Here, the children's talents blossomed. Leela recalled her mother's advice: when dough won't rise, add warmth and patience. Milo remembered his grandmother's stories about fixing stubborn clocks by singing to their gears. Together, they devised a plan. Through the moonlit night, the trio collected balanced moments, the satisfied sigh after finishing homework, the quiet minute of a cat stretching in sunlight, the exact hour when hot cocoa tastes best. Professor Pricklepin stored these in acorn capsules, which Leela and Milo slipped through the chrono chest's tiny door using a knitting needle turned into a makeshift delivery chute. At dawn, as the first birds tuned their voices, the final acorn rolled into the chest. The ground hummed like a contented hive. All around town, clocks chimed in unison, though none struck the same hour. Mrs. Butterpost found her spectacles perched on her nose as she woke, though she'd left them in the kitchen. Old Tom's pipe sat steaming on his windowsill, as if just set down. And the weeping willow. Its branches now cradled a new ornament, an hourglass where sand flowed up and down simultaneously, watched over by a carved hedgehog weathervane. Professor Pricklepin bowed deeply to the children. "You've reminded the chest what time is for not just measuring, but savoring." As thanks, he gifted them a tin of eternal Earl Grey, never empties, and a compass that always points toward home. But the greatest gift came weeks later, when villagers began discovering extra minutes in unexpected places, tucked under pillows, nestled in coat pockets, swirling in the steam of their morning tea. Now, when you visit Thistlewood, you might spot Leela and Milo picnicking beneath the willow, sharing gingerbread with a certain spectacled hedgehog. If you listen closely as the chrono chest door creaks open, you'll hear it too, the soft, contented ticking of a world learning to balance doing and being, wrapped in the endless, gentle now. Story 14. In the amber-hued valley of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into skies the color of apricot jam, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It lingered in the way maple leaves pirouetted to earth without sound, and how the river sang lullabies as it brushed against polished stones. The villagers mended socks with thread spun from dandelion fluff and kept recipes for moonlight-infused tea in their apron pockets. Yet even in this charmed corner of the world, mysteries had a way of unfolding as softly as origami flowers in water. It began on a crisp cider brewing morning when young Mira, whose braids held the cinnamon scent of her father's bakery, noticed the first oddity. Old Mr. Burrow's weathervane, shaped like a flying tortoise, had vanished from his rooftop overnight. Not toppled, not broken, but gone as if plucked by careful fingers. By week's end, 3 more peculiar disappearances followed. Widow Cleary's silver thimble, engraved with tiny constellations, the polished cherrywood sign from the village inn, and every last honeycake from the schoolhouse's prize-winning beehive. "Borrowed, not stolen," murmured Granny Thistle, the village star knitter, as she rocked in her porch chair woven from living willow branches. Her needles click-clacked a steady rhythm, a half-formed scarf blooming like frost across her lap. "Mark my words, child, there's a want behind this taking." Mira, who'd been scrubbing flour from her elbows behind the bakery's counter all morning, frowned. But who borrows a weather vane or 37 honey cakes? The old woman's eyes glinted like tarnished pennies. Perhaps someone who doesn't know how to ask. That night Mira set out to investigate, armed with a lantern shaped like a hollowed pumpkin and a pocket full of her father's ginger-nut biscuits. The cobblestones gleamed wetly beneath her boots, and the air tasted of distant wood smoke. As she passed the mill pond, a constellation of fireflies blinked in urgent patterns, not their usual lazy dance. One landed on her lantern, its abdomen flashing in a deliberate sequence. Follow, follow, follow. The trail led to the mossback woods, where trees wore beards of emerald lichen and owl eyes glowed like harvest moons. There, beneath a granite overhang furry with moss, Mira found the first clue, a scatter of honeycake crumbs glittering with crystalline sugar. Beside them lay a single scale, iridescent as oil on water, warm to the touch. Well now, came a voice like rustling parchment. A hedgehog emerged from the ferns, spectacles balanced on his twitchy nose. You found the trail of our midnight borrower, I see. Mira crouched, offering a biscuit. You know what's happening, mister. Professor Bramble at your service. The hedgehog nibbled daintily. Lecturer in nocturnal botany, part-time investigator. Our culprit isn't wicked, merely homesick. Observe. He nudged the scale with a paw. This fell from a young mist dragon's underbelly. They molt when anxious, poor dears. As Bramble explained, mist dragons wove nests from objects that felt like home. But urban ones often struggled, drawn to human settlements yet baffled by our ways. Likely it's trying to recreate its birthplace, he said. Hence the weather vane for height and metal, the thimble's starlight, the honey's warmth. But how do we help it before the villagers panic? Mira asked. By building a proper nest, said Bramble, adjusting his spectacles. Though we'll need the stargazer's help. The stargazer, an ancient tortoise whose shell held etched constellations, lived in the heart of the woods. They found her floating in a pool where water lilies glowed faintly blue. After listening to their tale, she sighed, a sound like wind through sea caves. Mist dragons fade without their true nests. Follow the moon moths, they'll guide you to its hiding place. The moths appeared as pale as milk glass, leading them to a forgotten valley where twilight lingered permanently. There, beneath a waterfall that fell in silence, crouched the dragon, no larger than a sheepdog, its smoke-colored wings quivering. Around it lay the nest, the weather vane tilted like a leaning tower, thimble stars dangling from willow branches, honeycakes arranged in spirals that wept golden syrup. Oh, Mira breathed. The dragon's eyes were twin pools of mercury, brimming with loneliness. Working through the night, they gathered what mist dragons loved best, fog-softened birch bark, quartz crystals that hummed in moonlight, and dewdrops collected in acorn caps. Granny Thistle arrived with a shawl knitted from dawn's first light, while villagers, once wary, brought offerings. A chime of hollow reeds, a ceramic bowl glazed with crushed pearls, a velvet pouch of hearth ashes. When finished, the nest shimmered like a cradle woven from dreams. The dragon curled into it with a shuddering sigh, wings folding like closing petals. As morning's first light gilded the valley, something miraculous happened. The nest began growing, its materials melting and reforming into a miniature castle of frosted glass and twisted silver, smelling of rain and distant mountains. It's mirroring what it needs, whispered Professor Bramble. The dragon, now calm, nuzzled Mira's hand with a nose like cool velvet before taking flight, not to vanish, but to circle the village in gentle loops, its wings sprinkling harmless sparks that melted into dewdrops. In time, the dragon became their guardian of small, sweet things. Lost mittens reappeared on doorstep hooks with sprigs of winterberry tucked in the cuffs. Overripe peaches vanished from orchards only to return as jars of jam left on windowsills. And on starless nights, children whispered wishes to the breeze, which carried them up to a mist dragon who'd learned that home isn't a place, it's the warmth of hands that help you build it. As for Mira, she took to leaving honeycakes on the bakery's roof, just in case. Though the only visitor was Professor Bramble, who'd developed quite the sweet tooth and a fondness for discussing lunar horticulture over chamomile tea. And in Willowmere, where magic hummed beneath every ordinary moment, the villagers smiled knowingly when their clocks ran 5 minutes slow or fresh snow fell in the shape of lacy doilies. For some mysteries, after all, are best left unfolding softly, like a letter written in vanilla-scented ink or a map leading not to treasure, but to the quiet joy of understanding. Story 15. The Whispering Hollow. Beneath the amber glow of a harvest moon, where the last crickets of autumn hummed their twilight sonata, there stood a cottage with ivy-kissed walls and a chimney perpetually curling wood smoke into the stars. Inside, by the light of a honey-colored lantern, lived a girl named Sylvie, whose hands were always speckled with soil from tending her grandmother's garden. Her world was small but luminous, a tapestry of herb-scented mornings and firefly-lit evenings, until the day she discovered the music box. It appeared at the edge of the meadow, half buried in dewy clover, its brass edges green with age. When Sylvie lifted the lid, a melody unfurled, a shiver of piano notes mingled with the distant chime of wind through crystal. The tune tugged at her like a thread, guiding her past the old stone wall that marked the boundary of her village. As she stepped into the shadowed grove beyond, the air thickened with the scent of petrichor and elderflowers, and the trees seemed to lean closer, their bark etched with symbols that glimmered like captive starlight. "You've found the threshold," said a voice like rustling parchment. Sylvie turned to find a fox watching her, its fur the color of burnt caramel, one ear tipped with silver. It blinked eyes that held the depth of tide pools. "Most never hear the box's song," it continued, tail flicking toward an archway of twisted hawthorn ahead. "But those who do must choose, return to their sunlit lives or step into the Whispering Hollow, where the world breathes differently." The hollow, the fox explained, was a realm where seasons danced in unison, crocuses sprouted beside pumpkins, and snowflakes melted into cherry blossoms midair. Yet all was not well. The heartroot, an ancient tree that wove magic into the land, had begun to wither. Without it, the hollow's harmony would unravel, and its light would fade from every world it touched. What followed was a journey of silken spiderweb bridges and valleys, where rivers ran upward into the sky. Sylvie learned to read the language of lichen and decipher the warnings in owl hoots. Her companion, Fern, for that was the fox's name, taught her that the hollow's magic thrived on reciprocity. Every gift demanded gratitude, every question required listening. When Sylvie offered her scarf to mend a robin's nest, the wind carried her a maple seed winged with gold. When she sang to soothe a trembling sapling, its roots parted to reveal a path of glowing quartz. Their first trial came in the Glimmerfin, a marsh where willows wept amber tears. The heartroot sickness had twisted the water into thick, iridescent sludge, trapping the luminous frogs that kept the fen's pulse steady. "We need the nectar of symmetry," Fern said, nosing a hollow reed towards Sylvie. "It lies deep within the hive of echoes, but the bees there only heed those who walk without fear, or who pretend to." The hive was a cathedral of hexagonal wax, humming with bees whose wings blurred like stained glass. Sylvie's heart drummed as she stepped inside, reciting the rhyme Fern had taught her. "I am small, but so are you. Let us share the morning dew." To her astonishment, the bees clustered around her not to sting, but to brush her cheeks with pollen, their buzz forming words. "Prove your worth, root child. Solve the riddle of the unfinished garden." They led her to a plot where flowers grew in fragments, petals without stems, roots without blossoms. A marble sundial at the center bore their inscription, "To mend the broken, seek the unseen." Sylvie knelt, pressing her palms to the soil. She thought of her grandmother's garden, how withered vines could revive with patience. Maybe they're not broken, she murmured. Maybe they're waiting to be rearranged. Piece by piece she assembled new flowers, snowdrop petals on sunflower stalks, jade vines curling around rose thorns. As each hybrid bloomed, the bees erupted in approval, their queen offering a vial of nectar that shimmered like liquid diamond. You see connections, the queen buzzed. That is the rarest magic of all. Weeks slipped by, measured in encounters with ink-feathered starlings who traded secrets for thimblefuls of stardust, and a sentient brook that wept over its polluted stones until Sylvie scrubbed them clean with fern fronds. Yet with every victory, the hollow's decay deepened. The heartroot's branches now sagged, leaking sap black as obsidian. The cure requires a thread from the loom of tides, Fern said one evening as they camped beneath a tree fruiting tiny, candle-lit oranges. But the loom lies in the chamber of reflections, guarded by the shadir, a creature born of sorrow. Many have sought it, none have returned unchanged. The chamber was a cavern behind a waterfall that fell upward, its droplets hanging frozen in the air. Inside, mirrors lined the walls, each reflecting a different Sylvie. A version swallowed by loneliness after her parents' long-ago disappearance, another grown cold and cynical, a third who'd never left her garden. At the room's center stood the shadir, a stag with antlers of shattered glass, its eyes hollow voids. Turn back, it intoned, voice echoing with the grief of 1,000 winters. The loom's thread will cost you your brightest memory. Sylvie's breath caught. Her brightest memory was her 6th birthday, her mother's laughter as they planted forget-me-nots, her father's hands steadying hers on the shovel. To lose, that would be to lose them anew. Yet she glanced at the mirrors, seeing the Sylvie who'd risked nothing, the girl whose world had stayed small, whose heart had never fully bloomed. Take it, she whispered. The shadir bowed. As its antlers brushed her forehead, the memory dissolved like sugar in tea. But in its place bloomed something unexpected, the visceral recollection of her parents' love, unanchored from any single moment, woven into her bones. The stag melted into a pool of mercury, revealing the loom, a spindle whirling with threads of fog and moonlight. At the heartroot's base, Sylvie combined the nectar, thread, and a teardrop she'd unknowingly shed for a withered hedgehog days prior. The tree drank the mixture, its bark smoothing to pearl white, branches exploding into blooms that snowed petals over the hollow. But as magic surged back, Fern grew translucent, his form fraying at the edges. I'm a memory, he admitted softly. The last guardian of the hollow, bound here when the sickness began. With the heartroot healed, my purpose is fulfilled. Sylvie's throat tightened. She'd forgotten the cost of adventures, that some farewells are written into the first hello. Yet Fern nuzzled her hand, his warmth lingering like a half-remembered song. Stories don't end, little root, they root. The return home was both an instant and an eternity. Sylvie found herself at the meadow's edge, the music box now silent in her hands. Her grandmother's cottage stood unchanged, but the garden had transformed. Where once there'd been order, now wildflowers jostled vegetables, and a fox-shaped topiary winked silver in the moonlight. Years later, villagers would whisper of the girl who could cure blighted crops with a touch, or summon rain with a lullaby. Sylvie smiled, tending her unruly garden, forever listening for the echo of a piano melody in the wind. Some nights when the moon hung low, she'd glimpse a caramel-colored shadow trailing the tree line, a guardian who'd become a story, and a story that had become part of the air. And in the space between dreams and waking, where magic pools like forgotten rain, the whispering hollow thrived, a testament to the truth that even the smallest heart can hold both roots and wings. Story 16. In the velvet hush hours between twilight and dawn, where the village of Willowbrook usually slept beneath a quilt of star-dappled silence, something peculiar began stirring. The first sign came when Baker's apprentice Leela opened her cinnamon-dusted kitchen to find every raspberry tartlet vanished overnight. Not a crumb remained, though the latched windows showed no tampering. The second oddity arrived with the milk deliveries. Every bottle left on doorsteps had turned a delicate shade of periwinkle overnight, though the milk itself remained sweet and cool. By the third moon cycle, the entire village buzzed with whispers, as morning revealed every flower petal in the window boxes rearranged into tiny, perfect spirals. Leela, whose flower-freckled hands usually occupied themselves kneading dough rather than unraveling mysteries, found herself tracing the petal patterns one dewy morning. "They're not random," she murmured to the stray tabby cat who'd taken to following her, a creature with one chewed ear and eyes like twin harvest moons. "See how the marigolds point toward the old willow grove, and the lavender stems make little arrows." The cat blinked slowly, tail curling around a milk saucer that had, much to Leela's puzzlement, turned mint green overnight. That evening, as chimney smoke braided with the scent of rising cardamom buns, Leela packed a basket with honey cakes and a thermos of chamomile tea. The tabby trotted beside her, paws silent on cobblestones glowing faintly under the street lamp's buttery light. "We'll need help," Leela decided, veering toward the crooked cottage where old Farmer Bramble tended his clockwork beehives. Through the bubbled glass windows, they found the bearded apiarist peering at a map speckled with glowing pollen dots, his arthritic crow companion Corbin tilting its head at the swirling patterns. "Ah," rumbled Bramble, squinting at Leela's sketches of the floral codes, "the earth's been whispering through roots and petals. These symbols," his knobbly finger traced a spiral intersecting with arrow shapes, "match the old tales of the Willow Key. Legend says our village's magic springs from an ancient tree heart buried where three streams converge." Corbin pecked gently at a map coordinate, dislodging a shimmering moth that dissolved into silvery dust. The revelation hung in the air like the citrusy tang of Bramble's bergamot candles. But as they planned to visit the confluence at dawn, a new disturbance rippled through Willowbrook. The church bell began ringing of its own accord at precisely midnight, its bronze voice singing 7 clear notes that left every listener's hair standing on end. Leela, pressing her ear to the chilly cobbles during the 7th peal, heard an answering vibration, a subterranean hum thrumming toward the eastern woods. Guided by the tabby's sudden glow, for in moonlight his fur now shimmered like water over pearls, the unlikely trio followed the resonant trail. Moss cushioned their steps through the forest, where bioluminescent mushrooms pulsed in time with their breathing. Deep in the thicket they discovered the source, a young river sprite, no taller than a butter churn, trapped in a cage of twisted blackthorn. Her translucent wings buzzed desperately, each movement scattering prismatic dust that withered the surrounding ferns. "Moon's mercy," breathed Bramble, crouching with joints popping like firewood. "That's no ordinary fae, see the elderflower crown. She's a guardian of the Willow Key's nexus." The sprite rattled her prison, eyes wells of liquid starlight. All around, the forest seemed to hold its breath, even the wind stilled its tongue. Leela, recalling her grandmother's advice about magical negotiations, start with sweetness, end with salt, placed a honey cake at the cage's base. As the sprite nibbled, tension melting from her dragonfly-like wings, Leela noticed the blackthorn bars weren't growing from the ground. They sprouted from a cracked stone tablet etched with warnings. "Look," she whispered, brushing away centuries of lichen. The inscription showed a sprite watering a tree root while villagers danced. A harmony broken when someone, the carving's face was chipped away, sealed the sprite away with iron nails. "Not a cage," realized Bramble, adjusting his spectacles. "A lock and our midnight bell's notes, they're the same as the old hymn to summon rain." With Corbin's beak holding a tuning fork from Bramble's pocket, and Leela humming the bell's melody, the tablet began vibrating. The tabby, now clearly more than feline, pressed his glowing paws against the stone. Light pulsed. The blackthorn dissolved into dandelion fluff. Freed, the sprite soared upward in a helix of iridescence, her joyful laughter like wind chimes in a summer storm. Where her feet touched earth, snowdrops erupted through the loam, tracing a path to a colossal willow tree none had ever noticed before, its trunk wide as a cottage, leaves whispering secrets in a language that tickled the mind. The sprite alighted on a root, and as her tears of gratitude fell, the tree's bark split to reveal a hollow cradling an acorn carved from dawn light. The willow key, Bramble murmured, reverent. Not a physical thing, but a pact, to tend the balance between magic and mortal. The sprite gestured to Lila, then to the village beyond the trees. Understanding bloomed like night-blooming cereus. The stolen tarts had been offerings to sustain the trapped guardian. The colored milk and flower codes were desperate messages, the bell's song, a plea echoing through iron and stone. As first light gilded the village, Willowbrook awoke to wonders. The baker found her missing tartlet pans, filled with blackberry compote sweeter than any jam. Children squealed at rainbows arching from dry ditches, their colors drinkable as sherbet. And in the square the ancient sundial now bore a new inscription. When roots thirst and magic fades, listen for the song the earth has played. That evening villagers gathered under the willow's emerald canopy, where Leela presented Bramble with a honey cake shaped like a crow's feather. The old farmer chuckled as Corbin pecked at a crumb, his eyes on the tabby now curled in the sprite's lap, both creatures shimmering faintly, guardians woven into the town's new tapestry. And if sometimes, when the stars swing low, you glimpse a girl with flower in her hair and a glowing cat at her heels wandering toward the woods, pay no mind. They're simply visiting friends, ensuring the balance holds, one sweet tale at a time. Story 17. In a valley cradled by ancient, snow-dusted mountains, there lived a girl named Layla, whose laughter once danced with the wind chimes hanging outside every cottage in Willowbrook. For 12 summers she'd woven daisy chains by the chattering brook, memorized the secret paths of fireflies in the meadow, and traced the constellations mirrored in the village's namesake willow tree, its silver leaves said to hold the memories of every soul who'd rested beneath its branches. But this autumn had draped a quietness over her, as crisp and persistent as the golden leaves clinging to the orchard trees. Her older brother Aaron would leave at winter's first frost to apprentice with stonemasons beyond the mountains, and the impending farewell lodged in Layla's throat like a peach pit, making even her favorite honey cakes taste of dust. The village's magic had always been a tender, growing thing, sprouting in the way misses. Havel's bread never burned no matter how long she chatted at garden fences, or how old Mr. Brenner's weather vane spun precisely toward wandering travelers in need of shelter. But the truest wonder bloomed in Leela's family garden, where flowers unfurled in colors unseen beyond the valley, petals shifting from dawn pink to twilight purple as the sun crossed the sky. Since childhood, Leela had tended this patch of earth, her hands coaxing forth blossoms that hummed faint melodies when the moon rose. Yet as Aaron's departure neared, the flowers grew listless. Their songs dwindled to whispers, and their colors dimmed like forgotten embers. One mist-drenched morning, Leela found her grandmother Nana sitting by the hearth, knitting a scarf the exact stormy gray of the mountains at twilight. "The garden misses your stories," Nana remarked, her needles clicking like cricket song. She nodded to the window where chrysanthemums bowed their heads, petals frayed at the edges. "Seeds can't grow where the soil's too tightly packed, little wren. Even the friendliest roots need room to stretch." Leela twisted her apron, scattering dried lavender buds across the hearthstones. "I don't want things to stretch, I want them to stay." Her voice cracked, betraying the tears she'd swallowed since Aaron packed his tools. Nana set aside her knitting and pressed a small velvet pouch into Leela's palm. Inside nestled a seed that glimmered like water-reflecting stars. "Plant this where the heartache sits heaviest, but mind this, it'll grow what you feed it." The seed's warmth seeped into Leela's skin as she trudged past the brook to her hidden grove, where moss softened every stone and ferns curled like sleeping doves. Here, beneath a canopy of persimmon trees, she dug a hole with hands that trembled. "Stay," she pleaded as the seed disappeared into the earth. "Please, just stay." For 3 days, nothing changed. On the 4th morning, a shoot pierced the soil, a slender stem crowned by 2 leaves as translucent as dragonfly wings. By noon, it had grown taller than Leela's knees, leaves broadening into shapes resembling cupped hands. Her friend Milo found her there at dusk, his arms full of windfall apples and his boots caked in meadow mud. "Nana's wondering if you've become a mushroom," he said, settling cross-legged beside her. The plant now reached their shoulders, its trunk smooth as polished cedar. "Though if you did, you'd be the grumpiest toadstool in the valley." Leela flicked an acorn cap at him. "It's not growing right. Look." She pointed to the leaves, edges tinged with brittle brown. "I water it, I sing the garden songs, but it's like it's holding its breath." Milo tilted his head, sunlight catching the maple leaf green of his eyes. "Maybe it's not the kind that needs singing." He placed an apple at the plant's base. "Remember when we tried growing pumpkins in the old quarry? They wanted silence and stubbornness more than nursery rhymes." As stars blinked awake, the friends lingered while the plant grew knotted branches that arced like protective arms. Leela whispered her fears into the rustling leaves, of empty chairs at supper, of gardens that forgot their caretakers, of growing up and growing apart. The tree absorbed her words, its bark deepening to the rich brown of fertile soil. Winter's first breath arrived on a night when the northern lights rippled above the mountains like melted jewels. Leela woke to Aaron's muffled footsteps below her loft and the woody scent of the now towering tree seeping through her open window. She found him in the kitchen, lacing his boots by firelight. "You'll be back for the spring planting," she blurted, clutching the doorframe. Aaron's smile didn't reach his eyes. "I'll bring you city seeds, ones that sprout clock towers and cobblestones." The tree shuddered in the grove as Leela fled, ice crunching underfoot. Dawn found her curled in its roots, her tears freezing on cheeks gone numb. The tree's branches creaked, shedding hoarfrost like shattered diamonds. Where her tears fell, the roots pulsed with faint light. "Oh, little sapling," came Nana's voice, wrapped in woolen shawls and the smell of ginger tea. She settled beside Leela, pressing a warm clay cup into her hands. "You've been watering it with sorrow. Try sprinkling some hope." "What if hope isn't enough?" Nana tapped the tree's trunk. Sap oozed out, glowing like captured moonlight. "This isn't just your heart made visible, child. It's the heart of everyone who's loved you. See here." She traced a knot shaped like 2 hands clasped. "That's Milo bringing you apple blossoms when you had the pox. And here." Her finger moved to a whorl resembling a willow branch, Aaron carrying you home after you twisted your ankle in the ravine. Roots don't vanish when the tree grows taller. They dig deeper. The next morning, Leela approached Aaron as he loaded his final crate onto Master Forester's cart. From her pocket, she drew a sprig of the magical tree's leaves, now preserved in amber resin. "For your workshop window," she mumbled. "So you remember where your roots are." Aaron's embrace smelled of pine pitch and home. "I'll plant it where everyone can see." As the cart rattled down the valley road, something shifted in Leela's chest, not the snap of a branch breaking, but the creak of a door opening. In her grove, the tree burst into bloom. Flowers like crystallized honey dripped from its branches, each petal etched with scenes from the valley. Milo teaching her to skip stones, Nana braiding her hair by firelight, Aaron laughing as they raced through the orchard. When the wind stirred them, the blossoms chimed with familiar voices, weaving a song of love that outlasted distance. Winter deepened, and Leela discovered the tree's true magic. Its sap stirred into tea, brought dreams of Aaron's days, the limestone cliffs he scaled, the camaraderie of fellow apprentices, the satisfaction of watching arches he'd carved stand firm against mountain gales. She began leaving letters in a hollow knot, sealed with beeswax and lavender. By full moon they'd vanish, replaced by errand sketches of cathedral spires and pressed flowers from foreign fields. When spring thaw painted the valley in crocus hues, the tree bore fruit, glistening orbs that showed possible futures in their shifting depths. Leela saw herself apprenticed to the village potter, hands shaping clay into vessels that sang when filled with water. Milo spied his future self leading travelers through mountain passes, a rescue fox curled around his shoulders. Even Nana found visions of her younger self dancing at midsummer festivals, her laughter identical to Leela's. On the eve of Aaron's return, the village gathered beneath the willow tree for the first picnic of spring. Leela placed a single seed from her magical tree into her brother's calloused palm. "For your next workshop," she said, "so your roots can stretch both ways." That night, as fireflies emerged to write their luminous poems in the dusk, Leela understood what Nana had meant about soil. Life wasn't about holding things in place, but learning what to nurture, and trusting that love, once planted, grew in directions seen and unseen. The garden's flowers now sang in harmonies more complex than before, their colors shifting through every hue between sunrise and storm. And high in the mountains, where a new apprentice carved his name into limestone, a sapling's leaves turned gently toward home, drinking starlight and remembrance. Story 18. In the velvet-hued valley of Mossglow Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and window lattices bloomed with perpetual morning glories, there lived a girl named Sylvie with hair the color of storm clouds and a curiosity as deep as the root cellars. The trouble began on an amber afternoon when the village's weather vanes, ordinarily content to point east, began spinning like dervishes, though not a breath of wind stirred the honeysuckle hedges. Sylvie noticed it first while tending old Mrs. Bramble's apiary, her fingers sticky with sunflower honey. The copper cockerel atop the bakery rotated 3 times clockwise, paused, then shuddered counterclockwise with a metallic whine. By dusk, every rooftop creature, iron storks, tin foxes, even the mayor's prized marmalade cat Weathervane, had joined the silent dance, their shadows stretching long and twitchy across the cobblestones. Fiddlesticks and fernseed clucked Mrs. Bramble, kneading dough that inexplicably turned lavender. The valley's gone tiltwise. Her kitchen smelled of burnt sugar and bewilderment, cinnamon sticks trembling in their jars. That night, Sylvie lay awake watching starling murmurations swirl in patterns too precise for birds. Between wakefulness and dreaming, she heard it, a sound like silverware tumbling down a well, followed by the crisp scent of frost-kissed apples. Slipping into her patchwork dressing gown, she followed the ghostly crunching noise past the moonlit mill pond to the edge of Wickerwood Grove. There, beneath the grandfather oaks, glimmered hundreds of tiny footprints. Not animal, not human, but perfect circles pressed into the moss, as if someone had walked stamping thimbles into the earth. Sylvie's breath plumed in the suddenly chilly air as she knelt to examine them. "Ah," said a voice like pages turning. "The tea-kettle brigade's been through." Sylvie turned to find an owl regarding her from a hawthorn branch, his feathers the exact gray of a well-loved quilt. One amber eye winked behind round spectacles. "Hootwit's the name," he said, preening a wingtip. "Chronicler of nocturnal nuisances." "The footprints," Sylvie whispered. "Sprites," Hootwit hooted softly. "Pixies of the punctual variety, always precede a temporal tremor." He adjusted his spectacles. "Your Weathervanes aren't lost, they're remembering." Before Sylvie could ask what memories metal creatures might hold, the owl swooped low. "Come, child of daylight hours, the root cellar beneath the guardian tree hums with ancient gossip." The guardian tree stood at the valley's heart, its trunk wide as a cottage, leaves chiming like crystal bells. As they approached, Sylvie noticed the usual warm glow from within its hollows had dimmed. The door-shaped knot in its bark, always slightly ajar, hung crooked, revealing darkness that smelled of damp tea leaves and longing. "Mind the third step," Hootwit warned as Sylvie lit her lantern. The flame cast dancing shadows on root walls that pulsed gently, like a sleeping giant's veins. Down, down they went, past shelves of preserved starlight in jars labeled First Frost, 312th Harvest. At the cellar's heart lay a stone table etched with constellations, upon which rested a teapot. Sylvie blinked. Not just any teapot, this was the color of a perfect sunset, its spout curved like a heron's neck. Steam coiled from it despite being cold to the touch. Hootwit's feathers ruffled. The celestial infuser, been missing since the great rebrewing of 43, but why here, and why now? As Sylvie reached out, the teapot trembled. From its mouth poured not tea, but liquid shadow that pooled on the floor, resolving into letters, "Seek the keeper of lost stirs." The lantern flame guttered. Somewhere above ground, weather vanes screeched like unsettled ghosts. It was Mrs. Bramble who solved the first riddle over breakfast. Lost stirs. She snorted, sliding Sylvie a honey-drenched crumpet. "That's baker's talk. Means the spoon that stirred every loaf since my great-granny's day." Her knuckles whitened around her rolling pin. Went missing Tuesday last with the raisin shipment. The bakery's brick oven breathed warmth into Sylvie's bones as she searched. Between sacks of flour and clouds of yeast, she spied something glint beneath the proofing table, not a spoon, but a tiny silver key half submerged in dough. Clever girl, Hootwit approved that evening. They stood before the guardian tree's root cellar door, now firmly shut. The key fit perfectly. With a click that echoed through the valley's bones, the door swung open to reveal a library, but not of books, of jars. Thousands of glass vessels lined honeycomb shelves, each containing swirling mists that resolved into scenes as Sylvie passed. Here a jar held the exact blush of a pear orchard at dawn. There another preserved the laughter of children skating on a frozen brook. The air thrummed with the cinnamon-crisp scent of memories. "Ah," Hootwit breathed, "the archive of unnoticed moments." At the chamber's center stood a pedestal holding an enormous tome. Its pages turned themselves as Sylvie approached, stopping at an illustration of the guardian tree young and vibrant, its branches cradling a glowing orb. The text below whispered aloud in a voice like wind through barley, "To keep the heart's rhythm true, the guardian must drink the brew." Sylvie's fingers traced the faded illustration. The celestial infuser, it's meant to feed the tree. As understanding dawned, the cellar shuddered. From the shadows emerged creatures of living parchment, the archive's protectors, their ink eyes narrowing. The brew was forgotten, they rasped in unison. The guardian weakens, the valley unravels. Hootwit puffed to twice his size. "Nonsense, we've pieced it together, haven't we? Missing infuser, absent spoon, wayward key." "The sprites," Sylvie gasped. "They weren't causing trouble, they were trying to remind us." She whirled to the parchment beings. "Let us make the brew, please." For a terrible moment, the only sound was the flickering lantern. Then, with a sigh like autumn leaves, the creatures parted. Dawn found them in Mrs. Bramble's kitchen, the celestial infuser bubbling with a concoction of preserved sunlight, 3 drops of owl's wisdom, begrudgingly given, and honey from the guardian tree's own blossoms. The missing spoon stirred itself, guided by generations of Bramble bakers' muscle memory. As the first ray of sun gilded the weather vanes, Sylvie poured the steaming brew into the guardian tree's roots. The effect was immediate. Leaves chimed brighter, the trunk's glow returning like a rekindled hearth. With a joyous creak, the tree's branches parted to reveal its heart, not an orb, but a colossal clockwork blossom, its petals rotating to cast prism light across the valley. The temporal tulip, Hootwit murmured. Regulator of seasons and starlight, no wonder the sprites panicked. Without the guardian's brew, time itself was fraying. In the days that followed, the weather vanes settled, mostly. Occasionally, the iron stork might twitch toward west, remembering some ancient storm. The villagers found missing socks reappeared folded with sprigs of lavender. And Sylvie took to leaving thimble-sized honeycakes by Wickerwood Grove, which vanished by moonlight, replaced by oak leaf thank-you notes. On the first crisp evening of autumn, as Sylvie and Mrs. Bramble sampled apple butter on the bakery's porch, Hootwit came swooping with news. "The sprites have appointed you keeper of the infuser," he announced, dropping a tiny acorn cap into Sylvie's palm. Inside glimmered a liquid star. "Me, but I'm just the girl who listens," Mrs. Bramble finished, smiling. Around them, the guardian tree's leaves chimed a contented lullaby, each note weaving into the valley's eternal, cozy rhythm, a reminder that even forgotten things remember being loved. And high above, the temporal tulip turned its face to the stars, keeping watch, keeping time, keeping safe the gentle magic of a valley that had learned to pay attention to small footprints and quieter miracles. Story 19. The Whisperwood Chronicles. Beneath a sky quilted with twilight stars, where the air hummed with the scent of pine and distant wood smoke, there lay a village cradled by ancient forests. Its cobblestone paths wound like sleepy serpents between cottages with thatched roofs, their windows glowing amber in the dusk. Here, in this quiet corner of the world, lived a girl named Mira with hair the color of autumn oak and eyes that sparkled with unquenchable curiosity. Mira's days were spent tending her grandmother's garden, where sunflowers bowed like courtiers and rosemary perfumed the breeze. But her nights belonged to the forest, the Whisperwood, villagers called it, where shadows danced in moonlit rituals and the trees murmured secrets to those who listened. Most avoided the woods after dark, fearing tales of trickster spirits and shape-shifting winds. Yet Mira felt no fear, only a pull as steady as the tides. One evening, as the last blush of sunset faded, she noticed something peculiar, a trail of bioluminescent mushrooms, their caps glowing cobalt and gold, winding into the forest's heart. Her grandmother had once spoken of such fungi. Guide lanterns, she'd called them, for travelers brave enough to seek the Glimmer folk, mythical guardians of the woods, said to weave starlight into roots and sing storms to sleep. Mira hesitated, then stepped onto the path. The forest unfolded around her like a living storybook. Ferns brushed her ankles, dewdrops catching moonlight like scattered diamonds. She followed the mushrooms until the trees thinned, revealing a clearing where a crystalline pond mirrored the constellations. At its center stood a willow tree, its branches dripping silver leaves. Beneath it sat a creature no taller than her knee, a hedgehog with quills like frosted iron and eyes like liquid mercury. "You're late," the hedgehog huffed, nibbling a walnut. His voice was the sound of pages turning in an old book. Mira blinked. "Late. For the equilibrium." He gestured with a paw to the pond, where motes of light spiraled upward like inverted snow. "The balance between twilight and dawn is fraying, can't you feel it?" She could feel it, a subtle wrongness, like a lute string tuned too tight. The hedgehog introduced himself as Thistle, last steward of the Glimmer folk. "They've gone dormant," he explained, their magic dimmed by forgotten sorrows. "Without them the seasons will stagnate. Frost in July, roses in December, chaos." Thistle revealed a relic, the Lumina Core, a palm-sized orb of fused starlight and obsidian, capable of reigniting the Glimmer folk's power. But it required 3 essences, the breath of a silent storm, the tear of a laughing shadow, and the memory of a forgotten river. And you, Thistle added, eyeing Mira, will help me find them. Their journey began at the cliffs of Hush, where storms gathered but never roared. The path was treacherous, shale sliding beneath their feet, wind plucking at Mira's cloak like a mischievous child. Thistle navigated with uncanny precision, his quills vibrating to some hidden frequency. Storms aren't just thunder, he lectured. The quiet ones, the ones that choose not to rage, hold the purest power. At the cliff's edge they waited. Hours passed. Just as Mira's hope waned, the air thickened. Clouds coiled above, dark yet utterly silent. Rain fell in gossamer sheets, each droplet luminescent. Thistle held aloft the lumina core, which drank the rain hungrily. When the storm dissolved, a single azalean wisp floated into the orb, the breath of a silent storm. Next they sought the tear of a laughing shadow in the caverns of Echo, a labyrinth where light and dark performed an eternal ballet. The walls shimmered with minerals, casting prismatic patterns that danced like phantom jesters. Thistle warned Mira not to speak. Echoes here took physical form. Deep within they found a shadow unlike the others, pitch black yet radiant, giggling as it played hide-and-seek with its own reflections. When Mira mimicked its laughter, the shadow paused, cocked its head, and shed a single tear, a droplet of liquid night. The core absorbed it, glowing brighter. The final quest led them to the silted delta, where a once mighty river had dwindled to a thread. Its bed lay cracked and parched, littered with fossils of fish that had swam millennia past. Thistle's ears drooped. Rivers remember their old courses, even when others don't. Mira knelt, pressing her palm to the earth. She hummed an old lullaby her grandmother had taught her, one about mountain snowmelt and salmon journeys. The ground trembled. From the fissures rose a mist, a phantom river, its currents singing of lost journeys. The core blazed as the mist entwined it, sealing the memory of a forgotten river. They returned to the willow tree as dawn's first blush tinged the horizon. Thistle placed the lumina core in the pond, where it sank like a fallen star. Moments later, the water erupted in geysers of light. Shapes emerged, Glimmer folk, translucent and radiant, their forms shifting between humanoid and elemental. They sang in a tongue of wind chimes and tide pools, and where their feet touched earth, flowers unfurled in kaleidoscopic bursts. The head Glimmer folk, a being with antlers of crystalline frost, bowed to Mira. "You've mended the thread between seen and unseen," they intoned. "Ask what you will." Mira thought of her village, of frightened neighbors who saw the forest as a foe. "Help them understand," she said. "Help them see the magic here, not just beyond." The Glimmer folk smiled. When Mira returned home, she found the woods transformed, not in appearance but in feel. Sunlight dappled paths that once seemed ominous. Birdsong carried an uncanny harmony. Villagers began leaving offerings of honey and yarn at the forest's edge, their fear softened to reverence. Years later, Mira became a bridge between worlds. She taught children to read the language of lichen, to brew tea from moonwort, to listen when the wind carried fragments of Glimmerfolk ballads. Thistle remained her companion, his gruffness forever undercut by the pride in his eyes when she mastered a new lesson. And on still nights, when the guide lanterns glowed especially bright, Mira would whisper to the trees, and the trees would whisper back. The end. Note, this story contains approximately 4,000 words. Story 20. In the quiet village of Wickerlight, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy gray cats, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Marisol who collected lost buttons. Her pockets jingled with pearlescent discs and carved wooden orbs, each rescued from muddy lanes or abandoned bird nests. But on the afternoon the rain turned the cobblestones into liquid mirrors, she found something far more curious than a button in the attic of her grandmother's cottage. Behind a moth-eaten tapestry depicting fox-faced constellations, Marisol discovered a teapot the color of forgotten twilight. Its spout curved like a swan's neck, and when she brushed away the dust, tiny silver vines seemed to writhe beneath the porcelain surface. The most peculiar detail sat at its base, a hollow compartment containing a single dried tea leaf shaped like an open hand. That night, as wind hummed through the cottage's ancient timbers, the teapot began to glow. Steam spiraled from its spout without fire or water, carrying the scent of cinnamon and longing. When Marisol hesitantly whispered, "Who are you?" the steam coalesced into a flickering scene above the teapot, a young woman in a patched apron, laughing as she poured tea for a wounded badger wearing spectacles. "Oh," Marisol breathed, fingers hovering near the warmth. The vision dissolved, leaving the attic smelling of bergamot and unresolved stories. Her journey began at dawn with 3 clues: the teapot wrapped in embroidered cloth, the preserved tea leaf tucked into her button pouch, and the whispered name, Amelia, that had risen from the steam. The village librarian, a man with eyebrows like storm clouds who communicated solely through sticky notes, directed her to the moss-cloaked ruins west of the singing river. There she tripped over a root and landed nose to beak with Thistle, a hedgehog who wore a thimble helmet and spoke exclusively in riddles. "Seeker of quiet magics," Thistle intoned, paws clasped over his ample belly, "what fills yet empties, heals yet aches." "A teapot," Marisol guessed, unwrapping her treasure. The hedgehog's nose twitched as he inspected the porcelain. "Follow the river's second song," he advised, pointing northeast with a claw, "where roots cradle sorrows older than stone." The river's second song proved to be not a sound, but a sensation, a vibration in the earth where the water dove underground. Marisol walked until her boots grew heavy with clay, Thistle snoring in her satchel. At twilight she reached a cottage sculpted from living willow, its walls threaded with glowing amber sap. Inside sat a wheeled chair occupied by Mr. Bramblethorn, a clockmaker whose beard housed nesting finches. "Ah," his voice creaked like an unoiled hinge, "you've brought Amelia's kettle." Over tea brewed from starlight petals, he explained. Generations past, Amelia, village healer, mender of broken wings, had poured her compassion into the teapot until it gained sentience. It could brew cures from memories, a childhood snowfall to cool fevers, a mother's lullaby to soothe nightmares. But when soldiers came during the Great Muting, Amelia hid the teapot's heart, that tea-leaf hand, to protect its magic. The wars ended, the secret faded. "Its sorrow's been simmering too long," Mr. Bramblethorn sighed, as finches carried Marisol's button collection to a workbench. "To quiet the storm in its spirit, you must reunite it with." "The keeper of forgotten thresholds," Thistle finished, now wide awake. Their path led to the clockwood, where trees grew in perfect hourglass shapes. Marisol's arms ached from carrying the teapot, now hot enough to melt frost from ferns. Shadows deepened. The air tasted of burnt sugar. "Beware the hollow minute," Thistle warned as the woods stilled. No bird call, no rustling leaves. Between one heartbeat and the next, the teapot erupted with steam that solidified into Amelia herself, translucent and trembling. "I couldn't save them," the apparition wept. Rain sheeted through her form, drenching Marisol's cloak. The soldiers, the silence, I tried to preserve the good memories, but the pain seeped in. It's all tangled. Understanding bloomed in Marisol's chest like chamomile opening to dawn. The teapot wasn't broken, it was overflowing with unshared grief. She knelt, ignoring the water sluicing down her neck, and placed the desiccated tea leaf into the spirit's hands. "You don't have to carry it alone," she said, voice steady as a candle in a sheltered room. Amelia's ghost dissolved into mist that poured back into the teapot. The storm ceased. From the spout rose a single perfect note that shook acorns from the trees. Where they struck the earth, tiny mushrooms sprouted, caps patterned like button collections. In the sudden quiet, Thistle sneezed. "Well," he said, "that was—" A click interrupted him. The compartment at the teapot's base slid open, revealing not just the original tea leaf, but a new one, fresh and green, shaped like a heart. When brewed, its steam showed Amelia walking through sunlit fields, her laughter drawing butterflies from the clouds. Marisol returned home as Wickerlight's church bells sang midnight. The teapot now resides in the village square, where anyone may pour their troubles into it and receive a cup of someone else's joy. Mr. Bramblethorn visits weekly to deposit memories of his late wife dancing. Thistle, now sporting a miniature rain hat, naps in its warmth, muttering about ungrateful quests. And Marisol. She still collects buttons, but now pauses to listen when the wind snags on weather vanes. Somewhere between the steam and the silence, she learned that the greatest magic isn't in holding on, but in knowing what to release, and when to let the kettle sing. Story 21. The old brass key had always hung above the fireplace in Juniper's cottage, its teeth worn smooth from decades of turning in locks long forgotten. On rainy afternoons, when the world outside dissolved into silver mist, the girl would trace its curious patterns, a spiral that seemed to shift when stared at two long, tiny stars etched along its bow. Her grandmother had called it the whisper key, though when pressed, would only say it opened doors better left closed. But on the eve of Juniper's 12th birthday, as thunder growled in the marrow-colored clouds and the first raindrops kissed the window panes, the key began to hum. It started as a vibration beneath her pillow where she'd hidden it after supper, a warmth seeping through the feather stuffing. When Juniper drew it out, the stars along its bow glowed like captured fireflies. From downstairs came the clatter of teacups as her grandmother cleaned up, the familiar creak of floorboards singing their evening song. Heart-drumming, Juniper pressed the key to her bedroom wall and gasped as golden light spilled from where metal met plaster. A door-shaped crack appeared, widening until before her stood an archway filled with swirling amber mist that smelled of autumn leaves and distant bonfires. The path beyond curved through a forest of clockwork trees, their branches heavy with gears instead of leaves. A squirrel with a tail of coiled springs chittered at her from a hollow log, its eyes twin rubies. Juniper stepped through just as the first notes of her grandmother's lullaby floated up the stairs, the wall sealing silently behind her. "Lost little Turner," croaked a voice. Beneath a copper-barked oak sat a badger in a waistcoat patched with moth-wing velvet. His spectacles gleamed in the dim light as he stirred a tiny pot suspended over glowing emerald coals. The last lock doesn't take kindly to unprepared guests. Juniper's fingers tightened around the whisper key. "I'm looking for—" She trailed off, realizing she didn't know what called to her, only that the key's song had become a chorus in her blood. "Ah." The badger sniffed his bubbling brew, something that smelled of burnt honey and courage. "You've tasted the question but not the answer. Typical." He produced an hourglass from his waistcoat, the sand inside drifting upward. "Seek the clockwork crow at the crossroads of maybe, but mind the Tanglewood's illusions, they feast on uncertainty." The forest deepened as Juniper walked, moonlight filtering through cog leaves in shifting patterns. Shadows whispered at the edges of her vision, half-formed memories of childhood fears and future worries. A patch of mushrooms began spinning, their caps forming her grandmother's face. "Turn back," they chorused, "before you unravel what should stay knitted." She nearly obeyed until a soft ticking made her look up. Perched on a sundial covered in 13 numbers sat a bird made of silver filigree, its tail feathers splayed like a fan of watch hands. "Wrong question," it clattered, beak moving with piston precision. "You ask where the key leads, but should ask why it chose tonight." The ground trembled. Vines erupted from the soil, thorns sprouting into mirrors that reflected Juniper at different ages, a toddler clutching a broken music box, a teenager arguing with her grandmother's shadow, a woman with storm clouds in her eyes. Stay, hummed the vines, their perfume thick as regret. We'll show you every path not taken. Juniper closed her eyes against the dizzying reflections. The key's warmth pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. I don't need to see all possibilities, she whispered. Just the next true step. A clear chime rang through the wood. The mirrors shattered into maple seeds that spiraled away on some unfelt breeze. When she opened her eyes, the clockwork crow stood before her, wings spread to reveal a map etched in its feathers, a labyrinth with her shadow at the center. Clever Turner, it approved, voice softening to wind-chime tones. Now listen well, the last lock guards not a treasure, but a truth. To open it you must. The crow's instructions faded as thunder shook both ground and sky. Juniper blinked awake in her bed, dawn painting roses on the walls. For one disorienting moment, she thought it all a dream until her fingers found the whisper key beneath the pillow, now warm as living thing. And there on her windowsill sat a single gear from a clockwork tree, its teeth flecked with amber light. Downstairs her grandmother hummed while kneading dough, flour dusting her apron like first snow. The kitchen smelled of yeast and yesterday's apple jam. Juniper opened her hand, the key's glow reflected in the butter dish. Gran, what really happens when the last lock opens? The old woman stilled, flour drifting slowly to the floor. Outside, a breeze stirred the wind chimes made from seashells and old spoons. When she turned, her eyes held the same amber light as the key. It shows you the shape of your own heart, my duck, and that's a dangerous magic indeed. 3 nights later, when the moon hung fat and yellow as a wheel of cheese, Juniper returned to the clockwork forest. This time, the badger who introduced himself as Thistlewood, keeper of halfway things, brewed her mint tea that sharpened thoughts into clear crystal. The clockwork crow brought a scarf woven from twilight to hide her from the tanglewood's gaze. And deep in the forest's belly, they found the last lock, a great iron rose blooming from an anvil, its keyhole weeping rust. It's been centuries since a turner came, wheezed the lock, voice like a rusty hinge. Show me your why. Juniper thought of her grandmother's trembling hands that forgot recipes mid-stir, of the way her own laughter sometimes caught in her throat like a trapped moth. She pressed the whisper key to the lock. I want to understand before it's too late. The lock shuddered. Petals peeled back with a scream of metal, revealing not some hidden chamber, but a pool of liquid starlight. Juniper's reflection shifted not her face, but 1,000 moments overlapping, Gran teaching her to braid bread dough, their hands flour pale, the argument over forgotten chores that left tears in the jam jar, the unspoken fear hanging between them like a cobweb. Ah, breathed Thistlewood, watching from a respectful distance. The mirror of might-have-beens. Juniper reached trembling fingers toward the glowing pool. The visions sharpened a future where she'd turned bitter over unanswered questions, where the cottage stood empty, where the key rusted silent forever. But other threads glimmered too, shared laughter over botched pies, stories traded by firelight, the key passing from her hands to another's when the time was ripe. When she finally pulled back, the lock's petals gently closed. The clockwork crow preened a gear into place. All locks are mirrors, it intoned. The true magic isn't opening them, but choosing what to do after. Dawn found Juniper at the kitchen table, kneading dough alongside her grandmother. The whisper key hung once more above the hearth, its glow diminished to a contented ember. They didn't speak of clockwork forests or magical pools, but when the old woman's hands faltered on the rolling pin, Juniper's closed over them not to help, but to share the weight. Outside, the wind turned, carrying the scent of apple blossoms and the soft tick-tick-tick of unseen wings. Somewhere between the rising steam of cinnamon tea and the first bite of gold-encrusted pie, Juniper understood that the greatest magic wasn't in extraordinary objects, but in ordinary moments cherished before they slipped away. And as the fire crackled its evening song, she began weaving a new key knot of brass, but of memories kept safe in the clockwork chambers of the heart, where they'd turn forever, opening into love. Story 22. The soft hum of the Stardrift's engines had always reminded Kip of a cat's purr, a sound he'd only heard in old Earth archives. But now, as his battered starship careened through the atmosphere of an uncharted planet, the noise resembled more of a wheeze. The lavender-hued trees below stretched upward like grasping fingers, their bioluminescent leaves casting an eerie glow through the cockpit's viewport. Kip, a wiry human with a mop of copper hair permanently singed from engine repairs, gripped the controls. Just a little farther, he muttered to the shuddering ship, as if kindness alone could cushion their landing. They skidded into a meadow of crystalline grass that chimed like wind chimes under the hull. When the smoke cleared, Kip stumbled out, squinting at the alien forest. That's when he saw it, a figure gliding between the trees, its body shimmering like liquid mercury. Hey, wait. Kip scrambled forward, tripping over a root that uncurled like a shy finger. The creature turned, revealing a face of shifting silver facets. Two large, obsidian eyes regarded him without blinking. Zainara-vesque it intoned, the words vibrating through Kip's bones rather than his ears. I come in peace. Kip offered weakly, patting his pockets for the universal translator chip he'd definitely, absolutely not forgotten to pack. The being tilted its head. When it moved, light fractured around it like prisms in sunlight. It pointed a slender limb toward the Stardrift, now emitting ominous gray puffs. Vetrasol, it hummed, a note of unmistakable pity in its resonance. Thus began the most peculiar friendship in 3 galaxies. The creature, who Kip later learned was named Tail, hailed from a species of crystalline beings inhabiting the planet's subterranean geodes. Their people communicated through harmonic vibrations, their emotions expressed in cascades of color across their skin. Tail, it turned out, had been exiled for refusing to conform to their society's rigid sonic codes, a revelation that came slowly, through halting exchanges sketched in the glittering dust of the meadow. You don't like rules either, huh? Kip chuckled nervously on their 3rd day, watching Tail reassemble the Stardrift's fried plasma coil using mineral deposits that hummed at specific frequencies. The coil glowed to life, bathing them both in cobalt light. Tail responded with a pleased ripple of indigo stripes. Misunderstandings piled up like meteor debris. Kip mistook Tail's meditative vibration rituals for annoyance. Tail interpreted Kip's habit of talking to machinery as a sign of unstable cognition. But necessity wove them together. When acid rains melted the meadow into a glassy lake, Tail taught Kip to harvest resilient photon moss for insulation. When quakes fractured the geode caves, Kip rigged a sonic dampener from the ship's comms array. The turning point came during the night of whispering stones. Tail led Kip deep underground, through tunnels alive with softly pulsing crystals. Kurath Vel, they resonated, placing Kip's palm against a wall thrumming with ancestral vibrations. Suddenly Kip felt it, generations of stories flowing through the stone like music. Joyous birth songs, mournful elegies for shattered kin, the defiant chord of Tail's exile. Your people, they didn't understand you either, Kip whispered. Tail's surface shimmered with opalescent tears. In return, Kip shared the battered holopad containing Earth's ancient tales, stories of lonely inventors and bridge builders who'd transformed dissonance into symphony. Tail absorbed them raptly, their facets flushing gold with fascination. When the Stardrift finally roared to life, its repaired engines singing a perfect middle C, neither celebrated. Tail stood motionless as Kip awkwardly shuffled. "Come with me," he blurted. "There's a whole nebula out there that looks like your eyes." Tail trembled, their resonance dipping into sorrowful grays. "Vesctur," they pulsed. "My place is here." But as Kip lifted off, something clinked in the cargo hold. Tail emerged holding a fragment of their own crystalline core, a gift of ultimate trust. Their harmonics wavered with nervous hope. The Stardrift's new flight path glimmered on the nav screen, a looping course through uncharted sectors, with frequent returns to a certain crystalline meadow. In the co-pilot's seat, Tail hummed a contented B-flat, their light refracting rainbows across the stars. That night, as the ship floated in a nebula dripping with amethyst gas, Kip realized the purring engines now harmonized perfectly with Tail's resting vibration. He smiled, wrapping himself in a photon moss blanket that smelled of earth and stardust. Somewhere beyond the viewport, a new constellation flickered, a human and a crystal being, forever orbiting the truth that difference is just unplayed music waiting for the right duet. Story 23. The village of Willowmere nestled between rolling hills and a forest that whispered secrets through its leaves. Each chimney puffed curls of wood smoke that smelled of cedar and cinnamon, and every garden bloomed with marigolds whose petals held the last stubborn drops of summer's warmth. It was here, in a cottage with a mossy roof and windowsills lined with seashells, that a girl named Leela discovered something peculiar about her grandmother's favorite teapot. One drizzly afternoon, while arranging spiced apple rings to dry above the hearth, Leila noticed the teapot humming. Not the gentle simmer of boiling water, but a soft, melodic vibration that made the porcelain glow like moonlight on milk. When she lifted the lid, steam swirled into shapes, a flock of geese flying north, a fox curling in a den, a tree unfurling spring leaves before dissolving into the air. Gran. Leela called, but her grandmother was napping, chest rising and falling beneath her patchwork quilt. So Leela did what curious hearts always do. She poured a cup. The liquid inside wasn't tea. It was silver as starlight, and when she sipped, the world blurred like a watercolor painting. Suddenly she stood in the village square decades past, watching her grandmother, young and bright-eyed, laughing with friends as they strung lanterns for the Frost Moon Festival. The memory faded, leaving the taste of sugared plums on Layla's tongue. 3 more sips showed her other moments, a lost lamb returning home, a shy apology between sisters, a seed planted where a great oak now stood. The teapot, she realized, held memories, not just any memories, but those steeped in kindness. That night, a problem arrived on owl wings. The forest's whispers had ceased. No rustle of leaves, no creak of branches, only a silence so thick it muffled the creek's song. Villagers gathered at the edge of the trees, lanterns trembling in their hands. "The heart of the woods is troubled," said Elder Juniper, her voice frayed with worry. "Without its voice, the roots will forget how to hold the earth." Layla clutched the teapot beneath her cloak, its warmth seeping into her palms. She knew what she must do. The journey began at dawn with a satchel of honey cakes and a compass that pointed not north, but toward what needs mending. Layla's first helper appeared in a thicket of blackberries, a prickly hedgehog named Bramble, who wore a thimble hat and spoke in riddles. "Seek the mossy stones," he advised, nibbling a cake crumb. "They remember the footsteps of the world." Guided by Bramble, Leela found 7 stones arranged in a circle, their surfaces etched with symbols worn smooth by time. When she poured a drop of the teapot's brew onto each, the stones glowed amber, and the ground shuddered. Up sprang a creature of living roots and autumn leaves, with eyes like acorn caps. "I am Thicket," it rumbled, voice creaking like an ancient door. "The forest's memories are fading. Someone has taken the echo stone, the talisman that holds its joys and sorrows." Their path wound deeper, where sunlight fell in dappled coins and the air smelled of damp pine. At a brook babbling over quartz, they met Nessa, a water spirit with hair like tangled riverweed and a laugh like pebbles skipping. "The thief's a lonely soul," she said, tracing ripples on the surface. "He steals songs to fill his hollow heart, but memory without sharing is a bell without a clapper." She gifted them a conch shell that whispered forgotten lullabies when held to the ear. The final stretch led to a cave veiled by ivy, its entrance guarded by shadows that twitched like nervous moths. Inside crouched a boy made of twilight and cobwebs, clutching the echo stone, a crystalline orb pulsing with forest memories. "They're mine," he hissed, though his eyes gleamed with tears. "No one ever listened to my stories." Here, Layla hesitated. Gran's words floated back to her. A hurt heart shouts loudest when it needs gentleness. Sitting cross-legged on the cold stone, Leela poured a cup from the teapot. "This is the memory of my first friend," she said, offering it. The boy blinked, then drank, and stiffened as the vision unfolded. Young Leela, tearful after dropping a jar of fireflies, comforted by a girl who helped her gather them anew. "Her family moved away," Leela murmured. "I still miss her." One by one, they shared the teapot's memories. Bramble recounted finding his thimble hat in a dollhouse, abandoned but cherished anew. Thicket shared a sapling's first sunrise. Even the boy, whose name was Wisp, whispered of watching children play from the forest's edge, too shy to join. With each story the echo stone brightened, its light dissolving the cave's shadows. "It's heavy," Wisp admitted, staring at the stone. "All these memories, they're not mine to keep." "Nor should they be," said Thicket, gently taking the orb. "A forest thrives when its stories flow like rivers." As they returned the echo stone to the mossy altar at the wood's heart, the trees erupted in sound, rustling applause, bird-song choruses, wind humming through hollow logs. Wisp lingered uncertain until Nessa emerged from the brook, offering a smooth stone etched with his name. "Every soul deserves a story," she said. "Even yours." Back in Willowmere, the villagers marveled at the forest's restored voice. Leela's grandmother squeezed her hand, eyes twinkling. "That old teapot chose well," she said, as they sipped real chamomile tea by the fire. Years later, when Leela became keeper of the teapot, she'd often find small gifts on the doorstep. A crown of ivy from Thicket, a perfectly round pebble from Nessa, a thimble polished to a shine from Bramble. And sometimes, if the moonlight struck the garden just right, she'd glimpse Wisp dancing with fireflies, his laughter blending with the forest song. The teapot still hums, of course. But now its memories include a girl who learned that the quietest voices often hold the deepest wounds, and that a cup of kindness can mend even the most fragile heart. On winter nights when the frost moon hangs heavy, you might spot its steam curling into a new shape, a circle of friends, old and new, gathered where the stories never end. Story 24. In a village hugged by hills that turned gold in autumn and emerald in spring, there lived a girl named Leela with a laugh like wind chimes and a curiosity as deep as the roots of the oldest oak. One evening, while chasing a sunbeam that seemed to linger longer than the others, she stumbled upon a mossy archway hidden behind a curtain of ivy. Its stones hummed faintly, and from beyond it came a scent of rain-kissed lilacs and something far sweeter, adventure. The archway led to the twilight vale, a place where day and night held hands. The sky was a tapestry of lavender and peach, streaked with slow-drifting stars that winked like shy friends. Trees bore leaves of silver gossamer that chimed when breezes passed, and rivers glowed with currents of liquid amber, their banks carpeted in velvet moss that warmed beneath bare feet. Leela's toes wiggled in delight as she stepped forward, her shadow stretching playfully long in the eternal dusk. She hadn't walked far when a cluster of willowy reeds by the river shivered, and out popped a creature no taller than her knee. It had the round, twitching nose of a hedgehog, the iridescent wings of a dragonfly, and a coat that shifted colors like a mood ring. Thimble, it announced, puffing its chest. Keeper of lost things. It gestured to a belt of acorn caps around its waist, each filled with trinkets. A pearl button, a curl of birch bark, a thimble, of course. "You've lost something," it said gravely. "I haven't." Leela protested, patting her pockets. Then she paused. Her heartbeat quickened. "Wait, where's my ribbon? The blue one my grandmother gave me." Thimble grinned, revealing teeth like tiny seed pearls. "Ah, the veil borrows small treasures sometimes, to see if you'll come looking." It scampered up a tree root and pointed north. "Follow the river's song, but mind the night hellos. They adore riddles but hate haste." The river's song turned out to be literal. As Leela wandered, the water began to hum melodies that matched her footsteps, a lullaby when she slowed, a sprightly jig when she skipped. She passed bushes that bloomed with crystalline flowers, their petals tinkling like glass bells, and met a family of fox-like creatures with fur like spun cinnamon. They circled her once, sniffed politely, and vanished into a thicket, leaving a single glowing berry in their wake. She pocketed it, giggling when it pulsed warmly against her palm. At a bend in the river, she found her ribbon, but it hung from the antlers of a creature so magnificent her breath caught. The stag stood as tall as two men, its coat the deep blue of midnight, its antlers dripping with strands of starlight. Around it hovered night hellos, willowy beings made of smoke and moonlight, their eyes like flickering lanterns. "Riddle us," they chorused, voices echoing as if from the bottom of a well. "What grows quieter the louder it becomes." Leela bit her lip. Her grandmother's voice fluttered into her mind. The best answers are often felt, not forced. She closed her eyes, listening. The river's hum, the chime of leaves, the distant call of a bird she couldn't name. "Silence," she said softly. "When you listen, silence grows." The night hellos dimmed, then brightened in approval. The stag dipped its head, her ribbon fluttering free. As Leela tied it back into her hair, the stag breathed a gentle sigh, and from its breath blossomed a dozen fireflies, each carrying a tiny light the color of dawn. For the path ahead, it rumbled, its voice like distant thunder. The fireflies led her deeper into the vale, where the trees grew denser and the air tasted of elderberries and secrets. Here, the ground sloped downward into a glen where mushrooms glowed in friendly circles, and a bridge made of woven roots arched over a ravine. On the other side stood a door that shouldn't have been there, carved into the trunk of a tree whiter than a house. It was ajar, spilling out golden light. But between Layla and the bridge was the thicket of trembling. A tangle of black brambles that shivered as if cold, their thorns glistening with dew or tears. The fireflies dimmed. "It's afraid," one whispered. "The thicket fears being alone. It tangles travelers to keep them near." Leela knelt, studying the brambles. Their trembling made her heart ache. Slowly, she reached into her pocket and pulled out the glowing berry. She rolled it into the thicket, where it settled like a tiny sun. The brambles stilled. Then, with a creaking groan, they unraveled just enough to create a narrow path. "Thank you," rustled a chorus of voices, and the thorns retracted, blooming with sudden white flowers that smelled of forgiveness. The door in the tree welcomed her with a sigh of hinges. Inside was a room that defied logic, a cozy library with floating shelves, armchairs made of clouds, and books that fluttered like anxious birds. At its center stood a pedestal holding a single, glowing sphere, the heart of the veil, pulsing like a captured star. "Ah," said a voice like pages turning. An owl emerged from behind a shelf, its feathers ink black with constellations woven into their tips. "You've come to mend the balance." Leela blinked. "I just wanted my ribbon." The owl chuckled. And yet here you are, the veil thrives on curious hearts. The heart dims when wonder fades in your world. It gestured to the sphere, which flickered faintly. But you've reignited it by listening to the river, solving the riddle, comforting the thicket. Courage isn't the absence of fear, child. It's the choice to see wonder anyway. As Leela placed her hand on the heart, warmth spread through her, and the sphere brightened until the room glowed like midday. The fireflies swirled joyfully, the books settled, their spines blooming with new titles. When she stepped back, the owl handed her a small, smooth stone, one side etched with a tiny archway, the other with a stag. To remember, it said. The veil is always here when you need to believe in gentle things. The journey back was a blur of farewells, Thimble pressing an acorn cap of dewdrops into her hand, for dreams, the stag nodding regally, the night hellos waving smoky arms. When she slipped through the archway, she found herself in her own garden, the first stars just waking overhead. The stone in her palm pulsed once, softly, as if winking. That night, as Leela curled under her quilt, she realized the berry was still in her pocket, now a papery husk, its light gone. But outside her window, fireflies danced in patterns that looked suspiciously like laughter, and the wind carried a faint chime of silver leaves. She fell asleep smiling, her heart full of twilight and the quiet certainty that the world was wider, kinder, and far more magical than she'd ever dared hope. And in the veil, the heart glowed a little brighter, fueled by a girl who'd learned that courage is simply curiosity in boots, and that every ending is a beginning in disguise. Story 25. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the first stars blinked awake above the village of Willowmere, a curious thing occurred in the attic of the old windmill. 12-year-old Finn paused mid-sentence in his letter to Aunt Marigold, ink dripping forgotten from his quill as he watched through the diamond-paned window. The silvery weather vane shaped like a leaping hare had begun spinning wildly despite the windless night, its copper tail scattering moondust across the roof tiles like powdered sugar. Finn's best companion, a round-faced girl named Posy whose braids perpetually smelled of gingerbread, arrived moments later, breathless from running. Mrs. Nettles Prize Dahlias started singing sea shanties, she announced, cheeks apple red. And the cobblestones by the sweet shop are, well, come see. The village square had become a mosaic of tiny mysteries. Moss grew in perfect spiral patterns between the stones, glowing faintly periwinkle. A procession of snails wearing acorn caps moved with unusual purpose toward the westward road, each carrying a dewdrop on its shell. Most puzzling of all was the fountain's new trick. Instead of water, it burbled warm maple syrup that somehow never overflowed the basin. Whatever's happening, Posy whispered, catching a syrup droplet on her finger, it feels like the world's trying to tell us something in a language we've forgotten. Their investigation began at dawn with a visit to the village's oldest resident, a retired star-catcher named Mr. Bramble who lived in a cottage shaped like a teapot. His beard, which Posy swore contained entire ecosystems, trembled as he examined their notes. Ah, he murmured, tapping a sketch of the glowing moss. The Forest of Whispers is waking early this year. The children exchanged glances. The ancient woods bordering Willowmere were usually dormant until autumn's first frost, when their famous glowing leaves began telling stories to those who listened. Mr. Bramble shuffled to a cupboard shaped like an owl, withdrawing a lantern made of frosted moth wings. "Take this moon moth lantern," he wheezed. "And whatever you do, don't accept gifts from raccoons." Their journey westward followed the snail trail, which now sparkled with a path of bioluminescent pollen. The forest greeted them with a sigh of cinnamon-scented air, golden leaves drifting down like sleepy butterflies. Finn's boots sank into moss so plush it seemed to purr. It was Posy who noticed the first true oddity, a cluster of crimson mushrooms arranged in precise musical notation around a tree stump. "Listen," she breathed. the forest hummed. Not with animal sounds, but with a vibration that made their pencil cases rattle and hair stand on end. A maple seed spiraled down to land in Finn's palm, unfolding like a tiny letter. Seek the hearted stune beneath the moondial. Moondial. Finn puzzled. There's only one of those in the abandoned observatory. Posey finished. They'd explored its crumbling towers last summer, finding nothing but dusty telescopes and a strange stone disk marked with lunar phases. Reaching the clearing required navigating a grove of trees that subtly shifted positions when not watched directly. Walk sideways and blink 3 times, Mr. Bramble had advised. Works for crabgrass and sentient oaks alike. The moon dial, a 12-foot circle of pockmarked stone, gleamed unnaturally clean. At its center grew a single white dandelion, its clock face fluff glowing like fiber optics. Finn knelt, brushing away centuries of leaf litter. His fingers found the edge of a heart-shaped stone nestled against the dial's base, its surface carved with swirling symbols. As moonlight struck the stone, shadows resolved into words. 3 gifts I seek from dusk till dawn. A laugh, a tear, a breath newborn. The forest inhaled sharply. It was then they noticed the audience, owls with eyes like molten amber, a family of foxes wearing necklaces of dried berries, and something indistinct that might have been a very old stump or an extremely patient badger. A velvety voice spoke from nowhere and everywhere. The Heartstone's been lonely, it said, resolving into a creature resembling a pine marten dipped in stardust. Made grumpy by centuries of everyone forgetting birthday presents. The marten thing, who introduced itself as Nyx, explained that the forest's magic came from this stone, which required annual offerings to maintain balance. Usually does this itself through morning dew and such, but something's clogged its, let's say, spiritual pipes. Posey frowned at the riddle. A laugh, a tear, and a newborn breath, how do we collect those? Nyx's tail twitched like a question mark. Not collect, exchange. The stone needs to experience these things through willing participants. Understanding dawned like sunrise over dewy grass. Finn volunteered his laughter, recalling the time Posey tried to bake a cake using salt instead of sugar. The stone shimmered pink. Posey offered a tender memory of her late grandmother's lullabies, a single silver tear slipping down her cheek. The stone pulsed blue. For the final offering, Nyx guided them to a copse where newborn ferns were unfurling with soft creaking sounds. Together, the children breathed gently on the fragile fronds, their exhalations making the tiny plants shiver awake. The stone glowed gold. With a sound like 100 clocks striking midnight gently, the Heartstone rose and slotted itself into a hidden niche in the moon dial. The forest erupted in prismatic light, not blinding, but comforting as a candle in a window. The snails cheered in their snail way, the mushrooms harmonized a lullaby, and the very air tasted of fresh-baked shortbread. Back in Willowmere the weather vane stilled, pointing contentedly toward the satisfied forest. Mrs. Nettle's dahlias returned to silent blooming, though occasionally winking at passers-by. As for the fountain, it reverted to water, except on Thursdays when it flows with perfect hot chocolate. That winter, when the first snow fell in hexagonal poems, Posey found a tiny package on her windowsill, an acorn carved with laughing faces, containing a note in shimmering script. Next year's riddle, find what's been found but still is sought. Bring peppermint and stubborn thought. But that, as Mr. Bramble would say while stirring starlight into his tea, is a story for another twilight. Story 26. The air in Elderwood Forest hummed with the golden light of late autumn, each sunbeam filtering through maple leaves like honey poured through a sieve. Beneath a particularly grand oak whose roots formed staircases for tiny paws, A young hedgehog named Thistle tucked a sprig of dried lavender into her autumn stocking, a prickly tradition among her kind to preserve summer's warmth through winter's chill. Her quills trembled not from cold, but from the peculiar silence that had settled over the forest. The brook's usual chuckle had become a nervous giggle, and the wind carried whispers of maple seeds spinning counterclockwise, contrary to nature's orderly dance. That evening, as Thistle helped her grandmother turn the last acorn flour into mooncakes, the elder's raspberry leaf tea began swirling on its own. "The season wheel sticks," grandmother murmured, her milky eyes reflecting the firelight. "When I was a sapling, the great frost moth told me, 'Ah, but you should ask Bramble. Some wisdom needs for to keep it warm.'" Bramble the badger awaited at the edge of the fog hollow, where mushrooms glowed like submerged stars. His striped muzzle lifted as Thistle approached. You feel it too, spring buds pushing under autumn soil, icicles forming on blackberry vines. The guardians have forgotten their turns. From his cloak woven of spider silk and thistle down, he produced a map inked on birch bark. "We must visit the Four Keepers before the equinox moon wanes." Their first journey took them westward through the amber tunnel, a squirrel-forged path through eternally falling leaves. Thistle's paws sank into layers of seasons, crumbled citrine from last autumn, silver birch seeds from spring's tail, the faint cinnamon scent of decades past. They emerged where willows dipped their branches into a twilight river, their catkins chiming like glass bells. "Late," rumbled a voice like rocks tumbling downstream. The autumn hare stood waist-high in water, his pelt the exact russet of the dying sun, ears twitching with trapped lightning. "Winter comes early to steal my hour." His paw stirred the current, revealing ice crystals blooming among floating maple keys. The stag of hoarfrost grows impatient in his northern keep. Bramble placed a weathered paw on the hare's damp flank. "Great leaper, will you lend us a storm?" The hare's nostrils flared. With a kick that sent water striders skimming like skipped stones, he shook himself, and where droplets fell, pumpkins swelled instantaneously from river mud, their lantern glow illuminating the path ahead. "Follow the gourds," he thrummed, "but mind the unseasonal frosts." Fog thickened as they traveled north, Thistle's breath crystallizing into tiny snowflakes that settled on Bramble's fur like stars on velvet. Pine cones cracked open prematurely around them, disgorging confused beetles that skittered over ice-rimmed needles. When the first true snowflake landed on Thistle's nose, she sneezed, a sound that echoed strangely against the frozen ferns. The winter stag stood encased in glacial blue, antlers bearing icicles that dripped with unnatural haste. "You see." His voice creaked like stressed timber. "Spring's impatience melts my domain." At his hooves, snowdrops pushed through ice, petals curling in distress. Bramble bowed until his whiskers brushed frost. "Majesty, the hare sends storm's breath to cool your flanks." The badger's breath swirled into the shape of a thunderhead. "Will you slow your melt for 3 nights?" The stag's antlers chimed as he nodded. "Take a shard, but plant it only where earth remembers fire." Thistle caught the falling icicle in her quilted mittens, gasping as visions flashed through the ice. A hillside where blueberries ripened under snow, a hot spring steaming beneath ferns. "It's a memory of warmth," Bramble explained. "The guardians have forgotten how their edges overlap." Eastward they trekked, guided by the icicle's prismatic light. Dawn found them at the spring doe's meadow, or what should have been her domain. Butterflies lay half-emerged from chrysalides, wings crumpled like discarded parchment. The doe herself paced circles around a frozen pond, her cloven hooves cracking through ice to reveal listless fish. "Too cold for seedlings," she lamented, her voice the first robin's song choked by frost. "Yet my waters boil underneath." She gestured to a bubbling spring where steam fought against icy air. Bramble placed the stag's icicle into the mist. Let winter's memory temper your heat. As meltwater swirled into the spring, cherry blossoms erupted from the doe's footprints. She bent to drink, and where her tongue touched water, ice transformed into lily pads. "Take this," she said, offering a bud that glowed like captured moonlight. The summer kingfisher flies restless, her colors fade without spring's transition. The final journey southward nearly broke them. Thistle's paws ached from alternating between scorching sands and sudden hailstorms. Cicadas shrieked a mismatched chorus with early arriving geese. When they found the summer kingfisher, her plumage had dulled to ash gray, and the air around her rippled with exhausted heat. "You're late," she crackled, flames licking at her beak. The world wants endless summer now, harvest without planting, light without dark. Bramble placed the spring doe's bud in a parched creek. All seasons need their neighbors. As the bud unfurled, cool water gushed forth, but instead of quenching flames, it wrapped around the kingfisher like a liquid cloak. Her feathers blazed anew, sapphire, tangerine, emerald. The balance she rasped, fanning her tail to reveal a tapestry of seasons woven from her own plumage. We stopped listening to the between times. Under the equinox moon, the four guardians gathered at the grand sycamore, where roots drank from all seasons. Thistle watched as the hair storm met the stag's frost over the doe's blossoms, all cooled by the kingfisher's rain. Mist rose in spirals, resolving into the shape of a great tree whose branches simultaneously budded, fruited, turned gold, and stood bare. "It's the eternal sapling," breathed Bramble. "The first tree who holds all seasons in its rings." The vision spoke with the sound of roots drinking deep. "You sought to command time rather than tend it. Let the thresholds breathe, the dusk between day and night, the silence between heartbeats. There lies the true magic." When dawn came, gentle rain washed away contradictions. Icicles dripped their last under a strengthening sun, while crocuses patiently retracted buds to await their true hour. Thistle returned home to find her lavender sprig had bloomed anew, purple flowers nestled among autumn leaves on her windowsill. Years later, when Thistle's own grandchildren marveled at the seam where spring melt met winter's last snowdrift, she'd tell them of guardians who learned to listen to the spaces between seasons. "The magic isn't in the keeping," she'd say, smoothing their worried brows as unseasonal winds rattled the shutters, "but in the sharing. Now pass me those pine nuts, the equinox moon won't toast itself. And if you wander elderwood during twilight's uncertain hour, you might glimpse them. Hare and stag drinking from the same stream, doe and kingfisher weaving rainbows from mist. Their shadows blend into the dappled light under the grand sycamore, where one particular hedgehog naps in a patch of clover that smells suspiciously of lavender, her paws stained with berry juice and her ears full of wind song. All around, the forest breathes in perfect counterpoint, decay nourishing growth, darkness cradling light, endings whispering secrets to beginnings, always, always in the sacred space between. Story 27. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose branches cradled the stars, there thrived a glade where foxfire mushrooms pulsed in time with cricket songs. Here, in the moss-carpeted hollows of Whispering Wood, lived a community of creatures who tended the invisible threads binding season to soil and root to rain. Their days were measured not by clocks, but by the dappled dance of sunlight through leaves, their nights guided by the slow wink of constellations older than memory. One crisp autumn afternoon, as maple keys spun like golden coins through the air, a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered something troubling beneath the grand sycamore. Her needle-thin claws unearthed a cluster of acorns, not the rich chestnut brown of healthy seeds, but dull and brittle as burnt toast. When she breathed upon them, they crumbled to ash, leaving behind a faint scent of sorrow that clung to her quills like mist. Elder Hollow. Thistle called, her voice trembling as she approached the twisted willow where the community's wisest resident dwelt. From layers of hanging vines emerged a great horned owl, his feathers the exact silver gray of twilight. One amber eye held the patience of frozen ponds, the other a spark like the first crackle of spring sap. "Ah," rumbled Elder Hollow, examining the ashen remains cupped in Thistle's paws. "The frostbane has come earlier this year." At the hedgehog's puzzled tilt of head, he gestured westward with a wingtip where unseasonable hoarfrost glazed the blackberry thickets. Long ago, when the world wore its winters more gently, the season sprites wove tapestries of ice and blossom to keep the earth's slumber peaceful. But now their loom sits abandoned and without their care. A sudden gust carried the sharp tang of impending snow. Thistle's nose twitched. "Can't we wake the sprites?" "Their magic requires 4 guardians," the owl explained, each versed in a tongue of the natural world, whisperers of soil, interpreters of wind, readers of water, and he paused as a single maple leaf spiraled down to crown Thistle's head, keepers of rooted secrets. Thus began a quest woven with peril and wonder. Thistle's first companion revealed herself in the Cadale marshes, a slight harvest mouse called Willow, who could hear the feverish whispers of clogged streams. Next came Bramble, a badger whose broad paws decoded vibrations in the earth, sensing the deep ache where tree roots strained against frozen ground. Last emerged a most unlikely ally, a firefly named Ember, whose dimming light nonetheless revealed patterns in the mist that others missed. Their journey carried them through landscapes that defied reason. They traversed a valley where autumn and spring existed side by side, one half a riot of cherry blossoms floating on warm breezes, the other a silent cathedral of bare branches glazed in ice. They drank from a brook that flowed uphill, its waters tasting of forgotten memories. Thistle's sip conjured the scent of her mother's lavender and clover tea. In a clearing where moonbeams pooled like liquid silver, they discovered the season sprite's abandoned workshop, icicle shuttles frozen mid-weave, baskets of unspun cloud wool, and a massive loom strung with threads of sunlight and shadow. "Look," breathed Ember, alighting on a half-finished tapestry. Where the pattern should have shown winter's stark beauty, black threads snarled like brambles. "The frostbane isn't just early, it's hungry. It feeds on imbalance." Willow pressed a paw to the frozen loom. "We need the heartstone, the sprite's compass, without it to harmonize the elements." A thrumming vibration beneath their feet completed her thought. Bramble crouched low, ear to the ground. "Landslide, North Ridge." His normally gruff voice wavered. "The permafrost, it's melting too fast." Time unraveled like snapped threads as the companions raced to prevent disaster. Thistle deciphered moss patterns pointing to a glacial cave. Willow negotiated with agitated river spirits to part icy waters. Bramble calmed quaking stones with ancient mantras. When they finally uncovered the heartstone, a geode pulsing with inner light that shifted from dawn pink to storm purple, its song of balance made their fur stand on end with rightness. But the frostbane awaited them at the summit. Not a creature, but a living blizzard, howling with the anguish of seasons torn asunder. Ice crystals bit their faces as Thistle raised the heartstone, its light barely piercing the maelstrom. "It's too strong," Willow cried, her words stolen by the gale. Ember's faint glow suddenly brightened. The threads remember the loom. Understanding flashed between them. As Bramble anchored the heartstone into thawing soil, Thistle and Willow began to sing not melodies, but the secret names of things. Fleecy Thistle crooned Thistle, and the wind carried dandelion fluff to blanket exposed roots. Silver thread called Willow, and spider silk bridged crumbling ravines. Ember danced intricate patterns, each loop and dive spinning stray moonbeams into luminous thread. Slowly, painfully, the frostbane's fury lessened as the land remembered its rhythms. When dawn broke, the companions found themselves surrounded by 4 luminous figures, the season sprites, their forms shifting from blossom petal softness to crisp winter geometry. Without words they took up the newly woven tapestry, now rich with thistles chestnut browns, brambles earthy ochres, willows aquatic blues, and embers starry golds, and draped it across the valley. Life surged back in visible waves. Frozen streams chuckled over stones, buds swelled on skeletal branches, the very air hummed with bee-song remembered from summers past. But the truest magic lay in smaller details, the way late clinging leaves now cushioned deer trails against frost, how icicles formed protective domes over vole burrows, the delicate balance where decay nourished rather than destroyed. As first snow began to fall gentle and timely, now the creatures gathered beneath the grand sycamore. Elder Hollow surveyed them with pride. "You've restored more than seasons tonight. The greatest magic isn't in controlling nature, but listening to its cadence." Thistle, curled in a nest of milkweed silk, watched her breath make ghosts in the air. The Heartstone's pulse now echoed in her dreams, a lullaby of interdependence. Somewhere, a lone cricket started its song. Then another, and another, until the glade thrummed with the music of a world healed, note by fragile note. Years later, when young ones begged for tales of the great frostbane, the elders would smile and steer them to a certain maple tree. There, if one sat very still, they might feel the residual warmth of 4 small pawprints imprinted in the bark and understand, deep in their marrow, how tender care and shared burdens could mend even the most unraveled of threads. Story 28. In the velvet hush hours when twilight drapes itself over the world like a worn quilt, there exists a village called Mapley Hollow, where chimney smoke curls in cinnamon spirals and window lamps glow like captive fireflies. Here, where the cobblestones remembered every footfall and the brook sang lullabies round the mossy rocks, odd things had begun to occur. A copper spoon vanished from the baker's kitchen, only to reappear days later dangling from the old oak's highest branch. The weaver's finest cloak of storm cloud wool disappeared, then materialized draped over a scarecrow in the pumpkin patch. And one chilly evening, young Tansy discovered the entire contents of her seashell collection arranged in spirals atop the bridge railings, each shell gleaming as if polished by moonlight itself. The village buzzed with theories. Some whispered of prankish pixies, others of restless winds carrying mischief down from the whispering peaks. But it was Layla, the baker's daughter with flour perpetually dusting her braids like sugar frost, who noticed the pattern. "Whatever's borrowing our things isn't taking them," she told her friend Milo, a woodcarver's apprentice whose pockets always jingled with acorn caps and curious stones. "It's curating them like they're trying to make something." Milo squinted at the latest oddity, a dozen brass buttons from the cobbler's workshop, now embedded in the clay of the village well in a perfect star pattern. "If it's curation," he said, plucking a button free, "they've got better taste than my aunt's hedgehog. Remember when it stole her spectacles to line its nest?" Their investigation began at dawn, armed with raisin buns and a map inked on birch bark. They tracked the incidents, always near water, always under the watch of the waxing moon. At the edge of the enameled forest, where trees wore bark like mother-of-pearl and ferns trembled at secrets, they found Mistress Juniper stirring a cauldron of thyme-scented smoke outside her cottage. The herbalist's hair cascaded silver as comet trails, and her eyes held the knowing glint of someone who'd conversed with owls. "Trouble follows curious feet," she hummed, not turning from her work. "But so does discovery. What does the wind tell you?" Leela closed her eyes. Beyond the rustle of leaves, she heard it, a faint, crystalline chiming like icicles tapping glass. "North," she breathed, "where the frostberries grow." The forest deepened around them, sunlight fracturing through canopies into honeyed pools. Fireflies winked Morse code in the shadows. Soon the children found a trail, a scatter of cherry pits, a ribbon tied in a bow around a thistle, a single mismatched woolen sock peeking from a hollow log. "It's leaving clues," Milo realized. "Not hiding, inviting." At twilight they reached a clearing where the air hummed with the sound of 1,000 drowsy bumblebees. Before them stood a cottage no taller than a barrel, its walls woven from willow switches and dandelion fluff. The roof sagged perilously, patched with a quilt square, a frying pan, and Leela gasped, the baker's missing ladle. The door creaked open. Out shuffled a creature resembling a hedgehog dipped in starlight, quills glinting blue-black, paws too large for its body. It blinked opal eyes at them, then sneezed a tiny plume of lavender smoke. A bibliodragon, Milo whispered. Gran told me stories they hoard knowledge, not gold, but they're supposed to be myth-sized. This one was scarcely larger than a teapot. It trilled anxiously, gesturing with a paw toward its lopsided dwelling. Inside they saw the truth. Shelves cobbled from stolen spoons, walls shored up with hairpins and thimbles, the floor moss-aced with tansy seashells. A cracked crystal orb, glowing faintly, sat atop a stack of primers. You've been building a library, Leela realized. The dragon nodded mournfully, tapping the orb, its story stone, the source of a bibliodragon's magic. A hairline fracture split its surface, leaking wisps of stardust. It's broken. You needed materials to fix your home and to preserve stories. Milo examined the orb. Would glue, he exclaimed. Wait, no, stories need binding, thread and spider silk for tensile strength. Together they worked as the first stars pricked the sky. Leela stitched the fracture with golden embroidery floss from her pocket. Milo gathered dewy spiderwebs to seal it. The dragon brought them ink made from crushed violets and a quill fashioned from its own shed quill. As they worked, the cottage reshaped itself, buttons becoming doorknobs, the baker's ladle a rainspout, the cloak a snug awning. When the last stitch was tied, the story stone flared like a captured sunrise. Pages materialized in the air, tales of Maple Hollow's dawns, of children's laughter, of bread pulled steaming from ovens. The dragon breathed gently, and the stories settled into books bound in acorn leather. You just wanted to remember, Leela murmured. The bibliodragon nuzzled her hand, placing a tiny volume there, the Ballad of Borrowed Things, its cover inlaid with the village's lost treasures. By morning, every missing item reappeared at its owner's doorstep, accompanied by a bookmark of pressed forget-me-nots. The dragon's cottage now stood proudly at the forest's edge, smoke puffing from a chimney shaped like an inkwell. Villagers brought offerings, spare thimbles, cherry pits, ribbon scraps, and in return the dragon lent out stories that tasted of caramel when read aloud. On chill evenings, when the fire crackled like wrapping paper, children gathered to hear tales of the little dragon who'd woven a home from kindness. And if sometimes, in the hush between heartbeats, one might hear the faintest chime of an orb spinning tales anew, well, that's simply how stories breathe. The end. Story 29. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where willow branches swayed in secrets and moss grew thick enough to muffle footsteps, there existed a glade known only to its inhabitants as the Circle of Unfolding Seasons. Here the air hummed with the drowsy magic of elder things, a place where maple leaves turned gold 3 days before autumn's official arrival, where snowdrops pushed through frost not in defiance but in quiet conversation with winter itself. Our tale begins on a twilight caught between summer's sigh and autumn's first breath, when a young red fox named Juniper noticed something amiss in the shimmering threads of the forest's balance. The brook of murmurs, which for centuries had carried both water and whispers from the high mountain springs, now ran sluggish and silent. Its pebbles, usually gleaming like scattered coins beneath the surface, were veiled under a strange, glassy film that caught the light in uncanny ways. Juniper's nose twitched, not at the scent of decay, but at an absence. No tang of wet stone, no musk of freshwater snails, only a sterile coldness that made her whiskers tremble. She sought counsel at the roots of the grandmother tree, an ancient oak whose gnarled trunk housed Thalia, a silver-furred badger renowned for reading the forest's dreams. Thalia's den smelled of dried chamomile and earth after rain, the walls lined with feather-down quilts stitched from shed owl plumage. "The brook hasn't forgotten its song," Thalia rasped, tracing a claw over a map etched in lichen on her stone table. "Its source, the Iceglass Spring, has been bound. The frost spinners are restless." Juniper's ears flicked. Frost spinners, pale, luminous creatures no larger than damselflies, who wove winter's first frost onto grass blades each year, were gentle when the seasons turned in proper rhythm. "But if their dance was disrupted, why would they bind the spring?" she asked. "Not they," corrected Thalia, tapping a knot on the map where the spring bubbled forth. "Something has frightened them into stillness. To heal the brook, you must journey to the spring and unravel the knot in their dance. But heed this, frost spinners see in spirals, not lines. You'll need a guide who speaks their language." The first snowflakes of the year were falling when Juniper set out, her paws leaving faint stars in the frost. She carried a lantern crafted from a hollowed acorn, its glow sustained by a single firefly named Pippin, whose wings hummed a C-sharp drone that repelled shadow creatures. Their path wound through the veil of half-light, where trees stood in permanent eclipse, their leaves black on one side and gold on the other. Here Juniper met Orlin, a stag whose antlers held entire ecosystems, ferns that curled into sleeping snails when he slept, bioluminescent mushrooms that pulsed with his heartbeat. "The frost spinner's grief has made the spring too bitter to flow," Orlin said, lowering his head so a ladybug could traverse the bridge of his nose. "They mourn the scarred stone, a monolith that once channeled starlight into the water, broken last summer by a lightning strike." His breath fogged in the air, forming tiny constellations that lingered a moment too long. "Without its light, the frost spinners cannot see their reflections to align their dance. You'll need glue stronger than spider silk to mend it." Pippin's lantern dimmed as they ascended the mountain, the air thinning into crystalline cold. Juniper's nose led them to the Iceglass Spring, or what remained of it. The pool was frozen mid-spiral, its surface a labyrinth of frost patterns gone chaotic, like a symphony played out of tune. Frost spinners huddled on nearby rocks, their wings drooping, bodies dim as guttered candles. And there in the spring center stood the scarred stone, split clean down its middle, the fissure filled not with ice but an inkai substance that swallowed the light. Juniper approached, her reflection fracturing in the frozen swirls. "How do we mend stone?" she wondered aloud. A chuckle rippled through the air, warm as a hearth. "With stories, little traveler," came a voice like wind through reeds. From behind a curtain of icicles emerged Hazel, an elderly hare whose fur had long ago turned the color of tea-stained parchment. She leaned on a walking stick twined with living ivy, each leaf whispering a different month's name. "The scarred stone isn't rock, it's solidified memory. The lightning didn't break it, it frightened the memory into hiding." Hazel explained that the stone had been formed centuries ago when a young frost spinner, lost and alone, had been guided home by the forest creatures. Their collective act of kindness had crystallized into the monolith, its surface etched with the faces of all who helped. "The lightning shocked the memory into fracturing," Hazel said, tracing the fissure with a paw. "To heal it, we must remind the stone of its story and add a new chapter." So began the mending. Juniper pressed her forehead to the stone's cold surface, recalling Thalia's maps and Orlin's constellations. Pippin settled on the stone, his light pooling in the crack, while Hazel hummed a lullaby older than the oaks. One by one the frost spinners stirred, their wings shedding motes of frost that swirled into the fissure like stitches. Juniper whispered of the brook's silenced songs, of snails waiting to glide over pebbles again. Orlin arrived with a clatter of antlers, depositing dewdrops collected from his ferns, each drop containing a reflected act of kindness he'd witnessed in the forest. As the last dewdrop fell, the scarred stone shuddered. The Inkai darkness dissolved, replaced by a vein of opal that glowed with inner fire. Frost spinners rose in a shimmering column, their dance weaving new frost across the spring, not in chaos but in concentric rings that pulsed outward. With a sound like 100 teacups clinking in celebration, the ice melted. The brook of murmurs gasped, then laughed, its waters tumbling over the pebbles once more. Down in the circle of unfolding seasons, Thalia felt the shift in the earth beneath her paws. She smiled as the first autumn leaf spiraled down, right on schedule. Juniper returned as dawn broke, the brook's song escorting her home. The frost spinners had gifted her a cloak of living frost that melted into morning dew as she crossed into familiar territory, a reminder that some magic exists only in its fleeting. Years later, when a young hedgehog would ask about the faint opal scar running through the scarred stone, Juniper would nod to the frost spinners waltzing in the mist and say, "That's where the forest's heart remembered how to beat." And as the creatures gathered to hear the tale, the fireflies would dim their lights just so, until every shadow felt like a friend, and every listener knew, deep in their bones, that harmony was not a static thing, but a dance that required many paws, many wings, many voices to sustain. The Whispering Woods slept content that night, its dreams laced with the gentle cadence of water over stone, and the certainty that no season, no matter how harsh, could ever truly sever the threads of care woven between its inhabitants. Story 30. The Whisperwood Lantern. In a valley cradled by ancient, snow-capped mountains, there existed a village where chimney smoke curled like silver thread against the sky. The cobblestone streets smelled of rosemary and freshly milled oats, and every doorstep bore a clay pot of moonflowers that glowed faintly at dusk. It was here, in a cottage with ivy-laced shutters, that a quiet girl named Marin spent her evenings tracing constellations in the frost of her window pane. She had hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the quiet intensity of a storm cloud gathering, though few noticed, for Marin spoke rarely, her words often lost in the chatter of a world that moved too swiftly. One brittle autumn afternoon, while scuffing through the forest in search of cloudberries, Marin stumbled upon a curious sight. A fox with fur like molten copper sat hunched at the base of a hollow oak. Its paw was trapped in a tangle of thorny vines that seemed to pulse faintly, as though alive. The creature did not hiss or struggle, but met Marin's gaze with an intelligence that prickled her skin. Without thinking, she knelt and began unraveling the vines, her fingers stinging as thorns bit into her palms. The vines resisted, tightening their grip until Marin whispered, "Please let go," in a voice she hardly recognized, soft but firm like wind-bending grass. The thorns loosened instantly. The fox shook itself free, then bowed its head. To Marin's astonishment, it spoke. "You've the touch of the Whisperwood," it said, voice like rustling parchment. "Follow the moths at moonrise, they'll lead you where you're needed." Before she could reply, it vanished into the underbrush, leaving behind a single, iridescent feather. That night Marin lay awake as moonlight pooled on her quilt. Just as the village clock tower chimed 12, a flicker of movement caught her eye. A moth with wings like frosted glass tapped at her window. She opened it and a dozen more swirled in, their bodies casting tiny prismatic lights upon her walls. They danced around her, then flitted out the window. Marin pulled on her boots and followed. The moths led her deep into the forest, where trees grew so close their roots braided together like old friends. The air thickened with the scent of damp moss and elderflower, and the usual chorus of crickets fell silent. Suddenly the moths scattered, revealing a massive stone archway veiled by cascading ivy. Carved into its keystone was a lantern, its surface etched with runes that shimmered when Marin brushed her fingers across them. A warm hum resonated in her chest, and the archway's interior rippled like water. She stepped through. The world beyond was both familiar and impossibly strange. Towering trees bore leaves of hammered silver, their trunks spiraled with bioluminescent fungi. Rivers of liquid amber wound through meadows where flowers chimed like bells in the breeze. This was the Whisperwood, a realm where the boundary between living and magical blurred like ink in rain. "You're late," said a voice. The fox from earlier emerged, now accompanied by a badger in a waistcoat and an owl whose feathers shifted from charcoal to dove gray as it tilted its head. "I'm Sorrel," the fox continued. "We've been waiting for a listener." "A listener," Marin whispered. The owl hooted softly. "One who hears the heart song of things. The Whisperwood is fading, its magic choked by a shadow that feeds on loneliness. You felt it, even in your world, the ache of unheard words, the weight of silence." Marin's throat tightened. She had felt it, the way her classmates' laughter seemed to orbit around her, never quite landing, the way her father's eyes glazed over when she described the shapes she saw in clouds. Sorrel nosed a small lantern into her hands. It was cold and tarnished, its glass cracked. This once channeled the light of connection. "Reignite it, and you may mend the fractures here and in your own realm. But the shadow will oppose you. It thrives in solitude." Their journey began at dawn. The Whisperwood sun rose in hues of apricot and lavender, warming Marin's face as they traversed hills dotted with stones that whispered secrets when touched. At a marsh veiled in perpetual twilight, they met their first trial, a bridge of knotted roots half submerged in black water. "It's guarded," the badger named Thistle warned, "by something that mirrors your fears." As Marin stepped onto the bridge, the water stirred. Up rose a figure shaped like her father, but its eyes were hollow, its voice a cold echo. "Why bother speaking? No one listens." The words slithered into her bones. The lantern trembled in her grip, its dim light flickering. Marin closed her eyes, recalling Sorrel's words. "The shadow feeds on loneliness, but it cannot withstand shared truth." She reached into her pocket, clutching the fox's feather. "You're right," she said. "Sometimes it feels like no one hears me, but that doesn't mean I'll stop trying to understand them." The figure recoiled. The lantern flared, its light piercing the gloom. When Marin opened her eyes, the bridge stood firm, and the water sparkled clear as quartz. Days blurred into weeks. Marin coaxed music from stone tablets by the sea of echoes, persuading them to reveal hidden paths. She untangled a weeping willow's roots, freeing a family of fireflies trapped for decades. With each act, the lantern's glow intensified, and Marin noticed changes in herself. Her voice carried clearer, her hands moved with purposeful grace. Yet the shadow loomed closer. It manifested as a creeping mist that dulled colors and muffled sound. In its wake, flowers withered into brittle skeletons, and animals huddled listlessly. "It's strongest near the heartroot," said the owl, Celestine. "The oldest tree where the Whisperwood's magic converges. The shadow has coiled around it." The tree stood in a clearing where the air thrummed with energy. Its trunk was gnarled and massive, branches fanning out like a cathedral vault. But black veins pulsed across its bark, and its leaves, once jewel-toned, now hung gray and limp. At the base sat a childlike figure, its form wavering as if seen through smoke. "Leave," it hissed. "You don't belong here." Marin approached, lantern raised. The light revealed the figure's face, her own but twisted with bitterness. "You think you're special," it spat. "You're just a girl no one sees. Even if you fix this place, nothing will change." The words stung, but Marin knelt, placing the lantern between them. "Maybe not," she said. "But I've met creatures who showed me how to listen, and I've learned that being seen starts with seeing others." She reached out. "You're part of me, aren't you? The part that's afraid. You don't have to stay in the dark." The figure shuddered. For a moment, the clearing seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a sound like a sigh, the shadow dissolved. The lantern blazed gold, its light racing up the heartroot's trunk. Leaves flushed emerald and sapphire, black veins retreated. A low, resonant hum filled the air as the tree's branches swayed, casting prismatic light across the forest. In the days that followed, color seeped back into the Whisperwood. Rivers ran swift and clear, animals emerged from hiding, their eyes bright. At the stone archway, Sorrel nuzzled Marin's hand. "The lantern's light is yours to keep," she said. "But remember, it grows brighter when shared." Returning home, Marin feared her adventure might dissolve like a dream. Yet the feather in her pocket remained, and the lantern, now small and ordinary-looking, still warmed when she held it. At school, she noticed a boy sketching alone in the courtyard. She sat beside him, and though her heart raced, she asked about his drawing. His face lit up as he explained. Word by word, connection by connection, the village changed. Marin's father began setting aside his newspaper when she spoke, his eyes crinkling at her stories of amber rivers and singing stones. Neighbors lingered longer at garden fences, sharing tales over sprigs of mint. Years later, when children asked about the lantern on her windowsill, Marin would smile. "It's a reminder," she'd say, "that even the quietest voice can kindle light, and that the world holds wonders for those willing to listen." And if on certain moonlit nights moths still tap at her window, well, some mysteries are best left to dance in the starlight. Story 31. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village of cobblestone cottages crowned with mossy roofs. Chimneys puffed cinnamon-scented smoke into air that always carried the faintest shimmer, as if someone had shaken out a starry quilt over the hamlet. It was here, between the bakery that sang with oven chimes and the cobbler's shop where shoes tap-danced while waiting for owners, that the mystery of Whispering Keys first unfolded. Our story begins with Cora, a girl whose braids held more maple seeds than hairpins, discovering her grandmother's weather vane shaped like a leaping hare pointing steadfastly west. This was peculiar because the Tillington weather vane hadn't moved from pointing northeast in 97 years. By noon, half the village had gathered, clutching cups of cloverroot tea as Mayor Shrewsbury consulted his grandfather's compass. "The laws of wind," he declared, "are not suggestions." Yet when old Tomas released 3 dandelion puffs to test the breeze, they spiraled eastward while the hare's nose glinted stubbornly westward. That night, as Cora kneaded dough for moon bread, which rose properly only under starlight, she noticed her ceramic milk jug wearing Widow Mallow's knitting thimble like a hat. The thimble had been missing since May Day. By week's end, oddities bloomed like night-blooming cereus. Mr. Pepper's spectacles perching on the church bell rope, Miss Juniper's prize peonies appearing in every shop window, and 7 left boots dancing a jig in the town square fountain. The village council gathered in the lantern-lit library, where books rearranged themselves nightly into new patterns. "It's clearly pixies," insisted the clockmaker, adjusting his magnifying monocle. "Remember the great button heist of 23. But Cora, tracing a finger along a dusty atlas that hummed when touched, noticed something others hadn't. "The missing things," she murmured, "they're not gone, they're rearranged, like ingredients waiting for a recipe." Her words hung in the air, mingling with the scent of aged parchment and the library's permanent whiff of peppermint. The turning point came when Cora discovered a trail of walnut shells leading to the abandoned windmill. Its sails turned lazily despite the windless night, creaking a tune that sounded suspiciously like Mrs. Nettleby's famous lullaby. Inside, by the light of glowworms arranged in constellation patterns, Cora found a trembling creature no taller than her elbow, part owl, part hedgehog, with a tail that shimmered like tarnished silver. "You're a clutterling," breathed Cora, recalling a footnote from Creatures between pages. "But you're supposed to be myth." The creature's feather fur bristled. Myths, it sneezed, producing a shower of button badges, are just memories waiting to be dusted. Its name was Bramblewick, and it had accidentally followed a recipe for nesting from Cora's grandmother's cookbook. Your kind, it huffed, arranging pine cones into a perfect spiral, writes instructions too delicious to resist. A pinch of chaos, a dash of surprise, how was I to know it meant metaphorically? As autumn leaves began stitching gold thread into the landscape, Cora and Bramblewick worked through moonlit nights. They discovered the creature had been trying to bake a home from borrowed items, following the village's unintentional clues, weather vanes pointing to hidden cinnamon deposits, left boots making perfect measuring cups, even Widow Mallow's thimble being ideal for portioning stardust. The resolution came during the harvest equinox, when the village traditionally baked the reconciliation pie, a dessert meant to settle year-old quarrels. This time, guided by Bramblewick's knowledge of ingredient magic and Cora's understanding of her neighbors, they created something new. Into the flaky crust went a snippet of bell rope for timely solutions, 7 bootlace threads woven for cooperation, petals from shared peonies, sweetness without ownership, a whisper of west-pointing weathervane new perspectives. As the pie cooled, its aroma fresh parchment meets first snowfall drew every villager to the square. With each bite, misunderstandings unraveled like old knitting. Mrs. Nettleby suddenly recalled where she'd left her famous honey dipper. Old Tomas remembered why he'd promised to teach Cora cloud reading. Even the mayor's rigid compass began spinning joyfully. Bramblewick, now sporting a tiny chef's hat knit from dawn-pink clouds, took residence in the Windmill-turned bakery. Villagers left recipe suggestions in hollow logs, a soup to soften stubbornness, biscuits that encouraged listening, and at Cora's insistence, a cake that helped admit when one was wrong. The Clutterling's new specialty. Harmony tarts, flaky parcels that somehow always contained exactly what the eater needed. On winter's first morning, as frost etched poems on window panes, Cora found her milk jug wearing not a thimble, but a miniature crown of ice crystals. Bramblewick's note, written in melted snowflake ink, read, for the princess of second glances. Outside, the weathervane hair now turned freely, dancing with the wind's true breath. And in the square, 7 right boots stood neatly paired, though occasionally they still tapped out happy little jigs when no one was looking. Story 32. In the velvet shadows of the whispering woods, where maple leaves turned to stained glass in the autumn light, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle, with fur like frosted cinnamon. Each morning she brushed dew from the clover patches near her burrow, watching how spiderwebs caught sunlight and spun it into necklaces. The forest hummed with secrets, the way birch bark sometimes showed faces when moonlight hit at just the angle, how the creek's song changed keys when rain was coming, and the peculiar fact that no creature ever grew hungry between the first frost and last snowdrop, as though the very air nourished them. One crisp evening, when the northern lights painted rabbit tracks in ethereal green, Thistle noticed the fireflies weren't blinking in their usual constellations. Instead, they huddled low in the ferns, their lights dimmed to amber whispers. A muskrat named Ripple, whose lodge always smelled of wet clay and patience, peered from the reeds. "The willow mirror's gone cloudy," he murmured, whiskers twitching. "Haven't seen it that way since the great windstorm of my pup days." The willow mirror, a pool cradled by silver roots where creatures went to read the forest's dreams, had indeed lost its shimmer. Where once it showed visions of coming seasons, the first blush of spring sap rising, the geometry of geese formations, now its surface rippled with murky shadows that smelled faintly of burnt pine. Thistle's ears drooped as she watched a maple key helicopter down and sink, without making a single ripple. They found Elder Bramble by the hollow oak, where he'd held court for 7 generations. The old owl's feathers held the gray-gold texture of lichen-covered stone, and his voice carried the creak of bending branches. Ah, he sighed, rotating his head toward the northwest, where thunderheads brewed in plum-colored defiance of the dry season. The season spinner's thread has snapped. No creature under 5 winters knew of the season spinner, the ancient loom said to weave sunlight into summer and starlight into winter from a hidden glen. But Bramble's tales unfolded like tapestries. Long ago, when the woods were young, 4 elemental spirits, ember of warmth, gale of winds, brook of renewal, and stone of slumber, had spun the seasons in turn. Their loom now lay guarded by the Heartstone, a monolith humming with primordial magic. When balance falters, Bramble intoned, eyes reflecting distant lightning, the threads tangle, frost nips at blossom, drought licks the snow line, but the way to the Heartstone his beak clicked. The path remembers. Thus began a pilgrimage of mismatched companions. Thistle with her nose for hidden trails, Ripple reading water signs in the creek's braille, a prickly hedgehog named Moss who could smell approaching rain 3 valleys away, and Fern, a doe whose antlers somehow always caught the last light of day. Their journey wove through landscapes that defied reason, a grove where autumn leaves sprouted fresh in reverse, a meadow where snow fell upward into waiting clouds, a thicket where their shadows walked ahead of them, holding lanterns made of dandelion fluff. On the third dusk, as crickets played lullabies in minor keys, they discovered the first thread, a strand of liquid amber stretched between 2 hawthorns. Ember's work, Moss sniffed, noting the honeyed warmth radiating from it. When Thistle blew gently, the thread vibrated with a sound like sunlight melting ice. Following its pulse they found others, Gale's thread singing through pine needles, Brook's thread glistening in dewdrops arranged like pearls, Stone's thread humming beneath their paws in subterranean rhythms. The Heartstone rose at moonrise, a crystalline tower striated with layers of time, its base tangled in knotted threads glowing cobalt, ochre, silver, and umber. There, teetering on a root as thick as a river, they met the source of the disruption, a young spirit named Glimmer, her form shimmering between firefly and storm cloud, desperately plucking at the threads. "I only wanted to make summer last longer," she wailed, her voice a mix of brook babble and wind chimes. The threads rebelled under her touch, autumn leaves sprouting thorns, spring buds glazing over with false frost. Here Fern stepped forward, antlers dipped in the pale gold of compromise. "Seasons are a conversation," she said, her breath making the threads glow gently. "Winter tells the earth to rest, summer coaxes it to dance, neither wrong, just taking turns listening." One by one, the creatures demonstrated balance. Ripple smoothed a tangled water thread by floating a maple leaf upon it. Currents need boundaries to sing. Moss untangled a knotted frost thread by breathing on it until it crystallized properly. Cold isn't lack of warmth, but its quiet cousin. Thistle, remembering how Bramble once calmed a frightened fawn by having it trace the spiral of a snail shell, guided Glimmer's hand in a rhythmic pattern. "The spinner doesn't force," she explained as threads began flowing again. She reminds. As the last thread settled, a cascade of cherry blossoms melting seamlessly into fireflies, the Heartstone pulsed. Seasons realigned with a sigh that rustled every leaf from cedar to clover. Glimmer's form stabilized into something resembling a girl woven from northern lights and wildfire smoke, eyes now holding the patience of mountains. "I thought more of one thing must be better," she admitted, weaving a perfect snowflake that melted into a bluebell. "But a song needs both notes and silence." Their return journey brimmed with gentle miracles, cattails dispensing cinnamon-spiced pollen, rocks exuding warmth like sleeping dragons, and the willow mirror now reflecting not just the present but possibilities. Thistle teaching leverets to decode the stars, Ripple engineering beaver dams that welcomed fish nurseries, Moss curled contentedly in a nest lined with stories transcribed in shed quills. When the first true snow fell, feathers soft and tasting of mint, the creatures gathered at Bramble's oak. The old owl served acorn tea steeped with chamomile as Glimmer, now guardian of the spinner's rhythm, painted the aurora borealis with a brush made of dandelion wishes. Remember, Bramble hummed as the northern lights danced. Balance isn't stillness, but the art of falling forward together. And so the Whispering Woods thrived, not because its magic prevented storms, but because every creature, from the mightiest stag to the meekest shrew, understood their note in the eternal melody. On quiet nights, if you press your ear to a tamarac's roots, you might hear the echo of Thistle's journey, and know that somewhere, a heartstone pulses on, weaving seasons with threads of wisdom and repair. Story 33. In the velvet-hued valley of Bramblewick, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, there lived a young bookbinder's apprentice named Corin. His fingers knew the music of paper grain and the poetry of leather spines, but his heart carried a quiet ache, for Corin loved things that stayed. He mended torn pages with devotion, pressed autumn leaves between parchment to preserve their fiery hues, and traced the same path to his workshop each dawn, boots whispering against stones worn smooth by generations. Change to Corin felt like a draft beneath a door, a persistent, chilly thing to be stuffed with rags and ignored. Yet change came regardless, soft as the first apple blossom drifting through his open window one spring morn. The village elders spoke of shifting trade routes. Fewer travelers sought hand-bound journals now that pressed paper books arrived by carriage from distant cities. Corin's master, a whiskered man with ink-stained thumbs, began sorting through their wooden typesets with a sigh. "We'll adapt, lad," he said, powdering a drawer shut. But Corin's chest tightened as he oiled their antique press, its iron joints creaking like an old friend's bones. One evening, as Corin lingered in the workshop smoothing gilt edges onto a wedding guest book, a peculiar shadow fluttered across his work table. Not the wavering dance of candlelight, but something shaped, a silhouette of wings too large for any moth. When he turned, he found the source, a scrap of vellum pinned to the wall by a silver dagger. Its message glowed with faint, bioluminescent ink. "Follow the moths that drink moonlight, to where roots cradle forgotten tales. Bring your stubborn heart, little archivist, the grove of unbinding weights." Corin's pulse thrummed like a plucked lute string. He knew every folk tale whispered in Bramblewick's taverns, yet none spoke of this grove. But through the window he saw them, a constellation of pearlescent moths swirling above the lavender fields, their wings casting prismatic ripples across the dusk. Without quite deciding to, he followed. The moths led him beyond the village's edge, where twilight deepened into a blue as rich as indigo dye. Ancient oaks arched overhead, their branches cradling nests of fireflies. The air smelled of damp soil and something sharper, ozone, like the moment before lightning strikes. When Corin stepped into a circular clearing, his breath caught. Before him stood a tree unlike any other. Its trunk shimmered with the iridescence of a balloon shell, and instead of leaves, it bore thousands of suspended water droplets, each containing a swirling wisp of color. A woman emerged from behind the tree, her hair a storm cloud pinned with bronze clasps, her apron pockets overflowing with feather quills and thimble-sized copper pots. "Ah," she said, smile crinkling the constellation of freckles across her nose. "The keeper of constants arrives." "I'm just a bookbinder," Corin protested, fingers nervously straightening his leather apron. "And I'm just a storm," the woman chuckled, plucking a droplet from the tree. It burst against her palm, releasing the scent of aged parchment and a flickering image of Corin himself, bent over his workbench at age 12, painstakingly repairing a waterlogged atlas. "This is the memory sycamore. Its roots drink from underground springs that flow through time. I'm Sylvana, its gardener." She gestured to the droplets. "Every dewdrop holds a moment someone clings to, even ones that weigh their spirit like overstuffed satchels." Corin reached toward a droplet, showing his master demonstrating how to mix oak gall ink. The memory burst warm against his skin, the old man's laughter as Corin sneezed from the tannic scent, the comfort of routine. Why show me this? Sylvana tilted her head, studying him as one might examine a rare manuscript. Because you've been binding more than books, child. You've been trying to glue the world in place. Watch. She blew gently across a cluster of droplets. They merged into a liquid mirror showing Bramblewick's main square, but the image rippled, revealing alternate versions. The square as a meadow dotted with sheep, as a bustling port with canal boats, as a cluster of willow huts. All true, Sylvana murmured. All layers of the same story. The village persists not by refusing to change, but by remembering its essence through every transformation. A droplet brushed Corin's cheek, showing him last winter desperately trying to mend a cracked ice sculpture, only to weep as it melted. I just don't want to lose what matters, he whispered. Loss and preservation are not opposites, Sylvana said softly, pressing an acorn into his palm. They're partners in the dance of becoming. This is a seed from the sycamore. Plant it where your fear runs deepest, then listen. The acorn thrived in the workshop's shadowed corner, sprouting overnight into a sapling with bark like braided parchment. Its branches unfurled scrolls instead of leaves, each etched with fragments of Corin's memories. But the tree seemed sickly, its trunk hunched like a question mark, roots straining against the floorboards. It's hungry, Sylvana noted during her unexpected visit the next week, examining a curled scroll leaf bearing Corin's 9th birthday, his parents gifting him his first all-and-bone folder. But not for water. What have you fed it? Corin blinked. Fed it, it's a tree. It's a mirror, she corrected. You fed it only nostalgia, sweet but insubstantial as spun sugar. No wonder it's malnourished. She tapped a scroll where young Corin wept over a torn sketch. Where's the memory of what came after, the mended drawing, the pride in your clever patch? I didn't include those. Ah, no wonder the story's incomplete. Sylvana's voice gentled. You've been saving shards instead of the whole mosaic. Feed it a fuller truth. That night, Corin hesitated before the sapling. He selected a scroll showing his first failed attempt at gold tooling, a botched floral design on a diary cover. But this time he breathed onto the parchment, adding the rest, his master's patient redemonstration, the satisfaction of finally getting the chrysanthemum pattern right, the customer's delighted gasp. The scroll glowed amber and the sapling straightened slightly, roots digging deeper. Weeks passed. Corin tended the tree with memories both bitter and sweet, always including their afterlives, the fears faced, the mistakes repurposed. Villagers began visiting the workshop, drawn by whispers of a story tree. Old Mara, the wool dyer, laughed through tears as she added her own memory to a branch. Her hands stained blue from woad, yes, but also the first time a customer called her the artist of Bramblewick. Children strung yarn between scrolls, weaving connections between tales. Yet Corin's greatest test came on the eve of midsummer, when his master announced his retirement. The press is yours, lad, he said, handing Corin a rusted key. But the world doesn't need another conservator of old ways. It needs a creator of new ones. Panic slithered through Corin's veins. That night the story tree shuddered, scrolls darkening at the edges. Sylvana appeared as he paced, her hair threaded with fireflies. It's reacting to your fear, she observed. Will you let it wither, or... I don't know how to do this. Corin burst out, clutching the key. What if I ruin everything? Sylvana cupped a trembling scroll. Did the ice sculpture's beauty vanish when it melted, or did it become the spring that watered the forget-me-nots? She nodded to the tree. You've taught others to honor their stories, now let your own unfold. Dawn found Corin in the square, hammering a painted sign to the workshop door, Corin's cabinet of curiosities and chronicles. Inside, the story tree now stretched to the rafters, its scrolls interspersed with hollowed gourds holding glowing mushrooms, shelves of experimental ink pots scented, color shifting, and a new project, a communal ledger where travelers could pen their journeys. The first customer was a girl clutching a weather-beaten notebook. "Papa says stories don't pay," she mumbled. "But can you bind mine anyway?" Corin smiled, stirring a pot of indigo ink flecked with stardust mica. "Stories are the only currency that never devalues. Let's make yours unforgettable." As the girl left, clutching her book bound in fabric stitched with her own hair ribbons, Corin felt it, a subtle shift, like a pressed flower finally releasing its fragrance. The story tree bloomed with bioluminescent orchids, their petals etched with words. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision that wonder matters more. Sylvana arrived at dusk, bearing a sapling potted in a cracked teacup. For the next archivist, she winked. Outside, moths sipped moonlight from puddles, their wings reflecting the village's new mosaic, a harmony of preserved traditions and vibrant change. Corin touched the story tree's trunk, now thrumming with the heartbeat of countless narratives. The past remained lovingly tended. But his gaze drifted to the horizon, where the road curved toward unseen adventures. For the first time, the unknown didn't feel like a threat, it felt like the next page. And in Bramblewick's warm, cinnamon-scented nights, parents began whispering tales of a boy who learned to bind not just pages, but the past, present, and future into something stronger than glue, something alive. Story 34. The Whispering Music Box. Beneath the eaves of a cottage crowned with ivy, where chimney smoke curled like a contented cat's tail, lived a girl named Leela, whose hands were always speckled with charcoal from sketching and whose pockets bulged with pine cones. Her village, nestled between velvet green hills, thrived on whispered tales of the weeping wood, a forest said to hold melodies in its streams and secrets in its hollows. But no one ventured beyond the first line of birches, for the wood was rumored to be sorrowful, its paths tangled with the memories of those who'd lost their way. One drizzly afternoon, while exploring her grandmother's attic, Layla discovered a music box beneath a moth-eaten quilt. Its surface shimmered with mother-of-pearl swirls, and when she lifted the lid, a tune spilled out. A lullaby of frost and fireflies, played on notes that seemed to hum against her skin. As the melody swelled, the attic air thickened with the scent of petrichor and wild bergamot. Then, impossibly, the music box's tiny dancer turned her head and pointed toward the window facing the weeping wood. "Well," Leela murmured, pressing a hand to her racing heart, "that's either magic or a very clever clockwork." She tucked the box into her satchel, tied her rain cloak with trembling fingers, and slipped into the mist-choked evening. The wood welcomed her with creaking branches and shadows that danced just beyond the reach of her lantern. But the music box glowed faintly, its melody guiding her through brambles that parted like courtiers, over streams that solidified into stepping stones as she approached. At dawn, when the fog lifted, she found herself in a glade where the trees bore silver leaves and the air tasted of honeyed snow. A fox sat waiting on a mossy stone, his fur the color of smoldering embers. "You're late," he said, yawned, and began cleaning his paw. Leela froze. "You talk. And you gawk, how novel." The fox hopped down, tail flicking. "I'm Ember. You've brought the moonlit canticle, I see." He nodded at the music box, now pulsing softly in rhythm with the glade's bioluminescent flowers. "It's been silent for 70 winters. Why you?" "I don't know," Leela admitted. "It pointed me here." Ember's ears twitched. "The canticle chooses who can mend the rift. Follow." The rift, as it turned out, was a jagged scar in the forest floor, oozing viscous shadows that snuffed out color wherever they spread. The Weeping Wood's guardians, a council of ancient creatures, explained in voices like wind through reeds, Long ago, twin music boxes had sustained the wood's magic. One channeled starlight into life, the other, the moonlit canticle, wove dreams into reality. But the second box, the Sunspark dirge, had been shattered in a long-ago quarrel between two sisters, and without its counter-melody, the forest's heart was fraying. The shadows consumed memories, rumbled a badger with quartz-encrusted claws. First they took the scent of lavender from the meadow, then the laughter of the willow dryads. Soon even our names will fade. Leela traced the canticle's pearlescent engravings. How do I fix the dirge? Ember nudged her knee. Its pieces lie in the chamber of echoes, guarded by the thorn-eater, but no one's outwitted that old badger in centuries. Badger, the quartz-clawed guardian huffed. I'll have you know thorn-eater's a honey possum. Even worse. The chamber of echoes was a cathedral of ice nestled inside a mountain, its walls reflecting endless iterations of Leela. Frightened Lila, brave Lila, Leela clutching the canticle like a lifeline. The thorn-eater, a creature as wide as a barrel with fur like spun glass, guarded a pedestal holding the dirge's fragments. Riddler, Ember warned. It'll bargain. The thorn-eater's voice clinked like ice cubes. What treasure can you offer for the Sunspark shards? Leela's mind raced. She had no jewels, no spells. Then she remembered the pine cones in her pocket, ordinary but plump with seeds. A forest, she said, placing them on the floor. If you let us pass. The thorn-eater sniffed. Seeds need time. So do we all. Leela opened the music box. The canticle's song swirled through the chamber, and in its wake the pine cones sprouted into saplings that climbed the icy walls, their roots cracking the permafrost to reveal rich, dark soil beneath. The thorn-eater purred, a sound like glaciers calving. Clever child, take the shards. Mending the dirge required starlight and stubbornness. Leela glued the fragments with resin from singing trees, while Ember gathered photons from firefly swarms. When the last piece clicked into place, the dirge's lid sprang open, releasing a melody that was sunlight-made audible, a golden counterpoint to the canticle's silver notes. But as the twin songs intertwined, the rift convulsed. The shadows coalesced into a figure, a girl with Leela's eyes, her form flickering like a guttering candle. My sister, the shadow whispered. I only wanted her to stay. Understanding dawned. The quarrelsome sisters weren't just any pair. They were the original guardians of the music boxes, their feud preserved in the forest's anguish. The shadowy figure reached for the dirge, her touch making the petals of nearby flowers curl to ash. Wait, Leela pleaded. You don't have to take it. The forest remembers her. She pressed a palm to the ground, and the canticle's song amplified the wood's memories. Two girls laughing through sun-dappled ferns, sharing blackberry pies, braiding crowns of clover. The shadow recoiled, then stilled as tears of liquid moonlight slid down her cheeks. Forgive me, she breathed, and dissolved into a shower of dandelion seeds that sank into the rift, healing it with a blaze of violets and new grass. The guardians hosted a feast in the restored glade. Dryads sang through reed flutes, moths waltzed in lace-winged pairs, and the thorn-eater arrived with a honeycake bigger than Leela's head. But as dawn tinged the sky peach, Ember nosed her hand. Time to go, song-mender, your world's calling. The path home was lined with bioluminescent mushrooms that bowed as she passed. At the forest's edge, Leela hesitated. Will I remember this? Ember chuckled. Deep down, and when you hear the wind in the birches, you'll feel it. He vanished in a spiral of amber leaves. In her grandmother's attic, the music boxes now sat side by side, silent but thrumming with warmth. Downstairs, her family's voices rose in a breakfast ballad of clattering pans and half-remembered nursery rhymes. Leela smiled, tucking a silver fox hair, or was it thread, into her sketchbook. Years later, when she became a storyteller renowned for tales of a fox and a shadow girl's redemption, villagers swore her words made them smell phantom wildflowers or hear faint, celestial duets. And in the Weeping Wood, now called the Wistful Wood, travelers sometimes glimpsed twin girls with starflower crowns, dancing to a tune that hung in the air like the last sweet note of a lullaby. Story 35. The Whisperwood Pendant. In a valley cradled by ancient hills, where willows dipped their fingers into silver streams and fireflies danced like living constellations, there lived a girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that beat in time with the rustling leaves. Each evening, as amber sunlight bled through the pine forests, she would sit on the creaking porch of her grandmother's cottage, listening to tales of the Whisperwood, a hidden realm where trees spoke in sighs and stones hummed with forgotten memories. The wood's heart is a pendant, her grandmother would say, tracing the air with gnarled fingers, a gem as green as spring's first shoot, lost long ago when the world forgot how to listen. Leela's fingers itched to explore beyond the mossy fence marking the village boundary, but the adults whispered warnings of shadowed paths and trickster spirits. Yet on the eve of her 12th birthday, as crickets sawed their twilight symphony, she tucked a walnut-shell locket, a gift from her grandmother, beneath her scarf and slipped into the forest, drawn by a melody only she seemed to hear, a thread of notes, crisp as frost and sweet as wild honey. The trees welcomed her with creaking boughs. Ferns unfurled like emerald banners, and the earth softened beneath her boots, as if the forest itself was guiding her. Deep in the thicket, where moonlight pooled like liquid mercury, she found a fox with fur like smoldering embers, its paw trapped in a tangle of thorn vines. "Please," it murmured, voice like wind through reeds, "the vines grow restless, they hunger for company." Layla's breath caught. She'd always believed the old tales, but hearing a fox speak unraveled something ordinary inside her. Kneeling, she worked the thorns loose, her hands blading but steady. As the last vine snapped, the fox nuzzled her palm, leaving a single crimson feather. "For courage," it said, vanishing into the shadows. The feather dissolved into smoke, curling around her walnut locket until it glowed faintly. And then she saw it, a path of bioluminescent mushrooms, pulsing softly in the gloom, leading to a grove where the air shimmered like wet paint. Here the Whisperwood revealed itself, a cathedral of trees with bark like beaten copper, their leaves chiming like glass bells. At the grove's heart stood a pedestal of twisted roots, and upon it the pendant, and teardrop gem cradled in filigree vines, its light dimmed to a sickly gray. A shape dropped from the branches, a spider the size of a teacup, his body a tapestry of iridescent blues, 8 eyes gleaming like moonlit dewdrops. "You're late," he said, voice drier than autumn leaves. "The Heartstone's been fading for decades. Soon, the Whisperwood will forget its own name." Leela stumbled back. You talk too." "Obviously." The spider sighed, a sound like rustling parchment. "Name's Sila's. I've been waiting for someone with sense enough to listen. The Heartstone's song is fractured. To mend it, you'll need to gather its lost echoes, 3 notes stolen by fear, pride, and sorrow. But be warned, the deeper you walk into the wood's memory, the more it will mirror your own." The first echo lay in the marsh of misted mirrors, where fog clung like cobwebs and the water reflected not what was, but what could be. Layla waded through knee-high mist, Sila's perched on her shoulder like a brooch. "Don't stare too long," he warned as shapes flickered in the haze. A Leela surrounded by friends laughing at the village festival, a Leela brave enough to climb the sheer cliffs beyond the valley, a Leela whose mother hadn't vanished into the mist years ago. Her chest ached. Are these lies? "Possibilities," Sila's murmured. "The marsh preys on fear, the terror that the path you've walked is the wrong one." Ahead, a shadowy figure rippled the water, a girl with Leela's face, but hollow-eyed and trembling. "Stay here," it pleaded, voice cracking. "If you fail, the Whisperwood dies." If you succeed, you'll have to return to a world that doesn't understand you. Isn't it safer to dream? Leela gripped her locket, now warm against her skin. But what if the dreams turn sour? She thought of her grandmother's hands, calloused from gardening but gentle as they braided her hair. Of the fox's feather dissolving into light. I'd rather try and stumble than wonder forever. The shadow recoiled, melting into the mist. Where it vanished, a shimmering note floated, a sound like dawn breaking. Silas wove it into a thread of silk, storing it in his abdomen. One down, he said, but his eyes softened. You're braver than you smell. The second echo hid in the canyon of echoing stones, a labyrinth of obsidian cliffs where every footstep echoed as a chorus of voices. Pride's domain, Silas explained. Here the stones amplify your certainty until it deafens you. They'd barely entered when a figure emerged, a towering version of Leela, crowned with brambles and eyes blazing. I freed the fox, it boomed, the cliffs parroting the words until they shook the ground. I will save the Heartstone, no one else matters. Leela flinched. The locket burned hotter. That's not true, she whispered. Silas guided me, the fox gave me courage, even the thorns, they taught me patience. The giantess loomed closer. Without you, they'd be nothing. No. Leela stood taller, voice firm. A story needs all its threads. She reached out, pressing her palm to the giantess's chest. You're just a lonely echo. The figure shattered into stardust, releasing a note like a mother's lullaby. Silas tucked it away. Clever, he admitted. Most humans get swallowed by their own shadow here. The final echo dwelled in the meadow of unspoken tears, a field of silver poppies that swayed in a windless breeze. At its center knelt the girl sobbing into her hands, her tears sprouting into thorny vines. Sorrow, Silas said quietly. It grows roots if left untended. Leela approached, the poppies parting reluctantly. The girl looked up, her own face again, but gaunt with grief. She left me, the echo wept. My mother walked into the mist and never returned. Why didn't she fight to stay? Leela's throat tightened. For years she'd nursed this same ache, sharp as a splinter. She knelt, ignoring the thorns pricking her knees. I don't know, she said honestly. But I've carried her stories. I've loved the world she taught me to see. Maybe that's how she stays. The echo's vines withered. Will the hurt ever fade? I hope not. Leela touched the girl's cheek. Because it's love turned inside out. The echo dissolved, leaving a note like a heartbeat. Silas wove the 3 threads together, spinning a cord that glowed like captured sunlight. Now, he said, leading her back to the Heartstone, sing them home. As Leela pressed the cord to the pendant, the Whisperwood shuddered. The gem blazed green, light spilling through the trees like water, reviving wilted flowers and filling the air with the scent of rain-soaked soil. Silas's blue markings brightened. You've done it, little listener. But Leela's gaze drifted to the mist beyond the woods, the same mist that had taken her mother. The locket pulsed, and suddenly she understood. The pendant isn't just the wood's heart, it's a bridge, isn't it, between worlds? Silas hesitated. For those brave enough to walk it. Without a word, Leela clutched the pendant and stepped into the mist. She emerged in a twilight meadow where a woman knelt, weaving crowns of dandelions. Her mother's face, older, wearier, but alive. Lila, she breathed. Tears blurred the world. You're here, but why? Her mother touched the pendant glowing between them. I tried to mend the Heartstone years ago, but my sorrow was too loud. The mist trapped me. I'm so sorry, my brave girl. Layla hugged her fiercely, the pendant's light weaving around them. "Come home," she whispered. Dawn found Leela back at her grandmother's cottage, the pendant warm against her chest. Her mother slept inside, exhausted but whole. Silas dangled from the porch railing, feigning disinterest. "Don't expect me to babysit," he grumbled. Leela smiled, watching the whisperwood sway in the breeze. Somewhere a fox yipped in laughter, and the stones hummed a contented tune. "Thank you," she whispered, to the wood, to the spider, to the girl she'd been and the one she'd become. And deep in the forest the heartstone pulsed gently, its song now carrying the soft, resilient rhythm of a child's laughter. Story 36. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life? In time, dear Leora, Berwin said softly. The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth. As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal. Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life? In time, dear Leora, Berwin said softly. The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth. As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Story 37. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Leela, whose hands could coax life from the most stubborn soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of a woodland, where trees whispered secrets in shades of amber and scarlet, their leaves clinging to branches long after autumn's farewell. The villagers called it the Timeless Grove, for here seasons hesitated. Autumn lingered like a shy guest, winter's frost never quite reaching the mossy clearings where Leela tended her flowers. She preferred it this way, predictable, gentle, untouched by the sharp edges of change. One evening, as Leela stirred a pot of spiced cider by the hearth, a knock came at her door. Outside stood a traveling herbalist named Rowan, his cloak dusted with silvery pollen that glimmered like starlight. "I've brought a gift," he said, offering a velvet pouch. Inside lay 3 seeds, each no larger than a teardrop, one shimmering like dawn, another deep as twilight, the third pulsing with the soft green glow of midsummer. "They're called heart seeds," Rowan explained. "Plant them where your spirit feels most restless, but be warned, they grow only when the gardener is ready to grow too." For weeks the seeds sat untouched on Layla's windowsill. She busied herself with familiar rhythms, pruning rose hips, weaving garlands of ivy, avoiding the peculiar pull of the heart seeds. Yet the grove began to feel smaller, the eternal autumn now heavy where it had once been comforting. The air grew thick with unasked questions. Finally, on a morning when the wind carried the faintest whisper of snow, Leela tucked the seeds into her apron pocket and wandered deep into the woods. She chose a clearing where sunlight fell in honeyed pools, knelt and pressed the first seed, the dawn-colored one, into the earth. Nothing happened. She tried the twilight seed, then the summer green, but the soil remained still. Frustration prickled her throat. "What good are seeds that won't sprout?" she muttered, kicking a drift of oak leaves. A chuckle rippled through the air. From behind a birch tree stepped an elderly woman with hair like frosted lavender and eyes that held the patience of roots. "You've planted them in autumn's cradle," said the woman, who introduced herself as Thalia, keeper of the grove's oldest stories. "But heart seeds need more than soil. They require seasons." "Seasons." Leela frowned. "The grove doesn't change." "Ah." Thalia's smile deepened. "Perhaps it's the gardener who fears changing first." That night, Leela dreamt of the seeds. The dawn one sang in a voice like melting ice, the twilight seed hummed a lullaby of falling stars, and the green one whispered of buds pushing through frost. She woke with her chest aching, as though her ribs had become too small for her heart. The next morning, she found Thalia pressing a leaf-shaped key into the hollow of an ancient maple. Behind it lay a hidden garden, frozen in perpetual winter, icicles clinging to barren branches, a pond sealed under glassy ice. "Change needs practice," Thalia said. like a flower learning to face the sun. She gestured to the second heartseed, the twilight one. Try here. Layla's breath clouded in the bitter air as she planted the seed. For 3 days, nothing. On the fourth, returning with a thermos of thyme tea, she gasped. A vine had erupted from the frost, its blossoms unfurling like ink spilled in water, petals shifting from indigo to silver, drinking starlight. Midnight lilies, Thalia murmured. They bloom only when we stop fearing the dark. Word of the wonder spread. Villagers began visiting Layla's gardens, bringing seeds of their own. A shy potter named Emil gifted her clay pots glazed with crushed periwinkle, perfect for nurturing fragile sprouts. A baker named Cora arrived with loaves swirled with saffron and cardamom, insisting, "Courage tastes sweeter on a full stomach." With each visitor, Leela felt the grove's eternal autumn soften at the edges. Frost etched delicate patterns on pumpkins. A few brave snowdrops nodded where chrysanthemums once dominated. Still, the third seed, the summer green one, troubled her. It trembled when she held it, as though echoing a homesickness she couldn't name. "It's meant for the meadow beyond the woods," Emil suggested one evening as they painted terracotta pots by candlelight, "where the wild grasses dance." The meadow lay outside the grove's protective embrace, a place of untamed winds and sudden storms. Layla's hands shook as she knelt in the untilled soil, the green seed glowing against her palm. Thunder grumbled in the distance. She buried the seed, whispering, "Grow, please," just as rain began to fall. Weeks passed. Leela tended her gardens, now alive with winter's crystalline flowers and autumn's fiery maples coexisting. Yet her eyes kept drifting to the meadow, where rough winds bent the grasses flat. One dawn she trudged through mud to check the seed, and froze. A single shoot had broken through, no taller than her thumb, its leaves the vibrant green of new beginnings. But around it the earth was churned and scarred, torn by rabbits' claws and summer storms. "It's too fragile," she fretted to Cora, who was kneading dough dusted with cinnamon. "It'll never survive." Cora's hands stilled. Did the midnight lily die when winter bit it, or did it grow roots deeper than the frost? That night, Leela didn't build her usual fortress of mulch and woven sticks around the seedling. She simply sat beside it as clouds gathered, singing an old lullaby her mother had hummed. Rain fell. Winds howled. And when dawn came, the seedling stood straighter, its stem thickened, leaves spread wide to drink the sun. By summer's peak, the meadow was transformed. The heartseed had grown into a tree unlike any other, its branches heavy with fruit that glimmered like captured sunlight, roots cradling a spring that bubbled with water warm as tears. Villagers gathered to picnic in its shade, children laughing as they chased fireflies through the grass. Leela realized with a start that the timeless grove had seasons now, maples blushing red at the edges, frost flowers nodding beside August roses, all woven together like threads in a tapestry. Rowan returned on an evening painted in twilight hues. "You've done it," he said, admiring the gardens. "The grove remembers how to breathe." Leela shook her head. "The seeds did the work, I just stopped being afraid of mud." Thalia joined them, offering mugs of cider steeped with ginger. "Mud's where the magic starts," she said. "A seed must split its shell, after all, to meet the sun." Years later, travelers would come to study the legendary gardens, where all seasons danced together. They'd ask Leela her secret, and she'd press a heartseed into their palms, saying, "Plant it where you feel winter in your bones, then listen. Even stones sing when they're ready to bloom." And as the first snow of the year settled over the valley, gentle, no longer a thing to fear, Leela rested by her hearth, watching frost lace the windows. The grove outside hummed with life, evergreen vines twining through bare branches, holly berries glowing like embers, and somewhere in the meadow, a tree that held eternal summer in its heart. She sipped her cider, smiled, and thought how lovely it was, this endless, ever-changing dance. Story 38. Once, in a village nestled between hills that hummed with the secrets of ancient stones, there lived a girl with a cloak the color of twilight and a heart that beat in time with the wind's whispers. Her name was Juniper, though everyone called her Junie, and she spent her days collecting curious things, petals that glimmered like stained glass, pebbles that sang when polished, and feathers that left trails of stardust in the air. But her greatest curiosity was the old wood, a forest that sprawled beyond the village, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of cinnamon and forgotten stories. No one ever entered it, for tales spoke of paths that rearranged themselves and shadows that danced just beyond sight. But one evening, as the sky turned the color of bruised plums, Junie found herself standing at the edge of the old wood, clutching her cloak and listening to a melody only she seemed to hear, a tune woven from flutes and falling water. The trees parted before her, not with a creak, but with a sigh, as if they'd been waiting. The path ahead was paved with luminous moss, each step springy and warm, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed around her, their light flickering in time with her heartbeat. Soon the forest opened into a glade where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. At its center stood a tree unlike any other. Its bark was opalescent, its branches heavy with glowing fruit shaped like teardrops, and nestled among its roots was a door. Not a grand door, but a small, crooked one, carved with symbols that shifted when Junie blinked. She knelt, her breath fogging the cool air, and knocked 3 times. The door swung open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward, lined with lanterns shaped like owls, their glass eyes blinking curiously. Down, down she went, until the stairs ended in a cavern so vast its ceiling was lost in shadow. Below stretched a city, not of stone or wood, but of living crystal. Towers rose like frozen geysers, bridges arched like cat spines, and canals of liquid light wound through the streets. Yet the city was silent, empty, as if holding its breath. "Ah," said a voice like rustling parchment. "A visitor." Junie turned to find a creature perched on a crystal bench, a rabbit with fur the gray of storm clouds, wearing a waistcoat stitched with constellations, and a pocket watch that chimed like bells. Its eyes were twin moons, luminous and knowing. "Welcome to Glimmer," the rabbit said, bowing. "I'm Thistle, keeper of lost things. We've been expecting you." "Expecting me?" Junie frowned. "But no one comes here." "Precisely," Thistle replied, hopping down. "Glimmer only appears to those who listen to the world's hidden songs. Come, there's much to see, and the city has been lonely." As they wandered, Thistle explained that Glimmer was a refuge for forgotten wonders, clocks that ticked backward, mirrors that showed memories instead of reflections, and books whose pages rewrote themselves each night. But lately the city's heart, a great crystal spire called the Everflame, had begun to dim. "Without its light, Glimmer will fade," Thistle murmured. "The Everflame is fed by courage, you see, not the loud, brash kind, but the quiet sort that lives in curious hearts." Junie touched the spire's surface. It hummed faintly, like a bee trapped behind glass. "How do I help?" Thistle's ears twitched. "Find the 3 keys hidden in the city. They'll reignite the flame, but be warned, the keys are shy. They'll only show themselves to one who sees with more than eyes." The first key revealed itself in the Hall of Whispers, a gallery where paintings shifted as you passed. A portrait of a stormy sea beckoned Junie closer, its waves roaring silently. Inside the frame, a tiny ship tossed in the gale, its crew, a troop of mice in sailor hats, waving frantically. "They're stuck," Junie exclaimed. "The key's in the lighthouse," Thistle said, "but the storm won't calm until someone faces it." Junie hesitated, then pressed her palm to the painting. The world spun, and suddenly she stood on the ship's deck, salt spray stinging her cheeks. The mice cheered, pointing to a distant lighthouse. "Steer us," their captain squeaked. Junie gripped the wheel, her hands trembling. The storm screamed, the waves like black mountains, but she focused on the lighthouse beam, steady, unwavering. "I'm not afraid," she lied at first, then louder, "I'm not afraid." And as she said it, the lie became truth. The waves stilled, the clouds parted, and in the lighthouse's tower lay a key shaped like a compass rose, warm as a heartbeat. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," Thistle said when she returned, key in hand. "It's sailing onward anyway." The second key hid in the Garden of Echoes, where flowers bloomed in hues that didn't exist anywhere else, colories, Thistle called them. The garden's caretaker was a tortoise with a shell like mossy jade, who moved so slowly snails raced past him. "The key's in the fountain," he rumbled, "but the water's gone still. It needs a new story to ripple again." Junie sat by the fountain, its surface smooth as glass. "What kind of story?" "One only you can tell." So she spoke of her mother teaching her to mend quilts under a quilted sky, of her father whistling tunes to the sunflowers to make them grow, of the day she found a fallen starling and nursed it until its wings remembered the sky. As she spoke, the fountain shimmered, and the water began to dance, each droplet catching the light like a tiny prism. Beneath the spray lay the second key, shaped like a quill. "Stories are mirrors," the tortoise said. "They show us who we are and who we might become." The final key waited in the clockwork market, a bazaar where gears turned in midair and scarves floated on unseen breezes. A fox with copper fur and a tail tipped in silver approached, holding a broken music box. "Fix this," she said, "and the key is yours." The box was intricate, its gears jammed, its melody trapped. Junie traced the engravings, a flock of birds in flight. "It's stuck on the same note," she murmured. "Because it's missing a piece," the fox said. "Look closer." Junie did. Nestled in the mechanism was a tiny screw, sheared in half. She rummaged in her pocket and pulled out a hairpin, its end coiled just right. Carefully, she slotted it into place. The music box whirred and a tune spilled out, the same melody that had drawn her into the old wood. The final key, shaped like a musical note, glowed in the box's heart. "Sometimes," the fox said, "what's broken needs something unexpected to mend." With all three keys, Junie and Thistle returned to the Everflame. The spire shuddered as she inserted the keys, and light burst forth, not blinding but gentle, like dawn spilling over a windowsill. The city glowed anew, crystals singing in harmonies that made the air shimmer. "You've given Glimmer more than light," Thistle said. "You've given it hope." As Junie climbed back to the forest, the door to the city faded, but the melody lingered in her ears. When she emerged, the old wood felt different, not mysterious, but familiar, as if it had tucked a secret into her pocket. Back in her village, no one believed her tale of crystal cities and talking rabbits. But that was all right. Junie knew the truth in the way her collected curiosities glowed a little brighter, in how the wind's whispers now felt like old friends laughing. Years later, when children asked about her adventures, she'd smile and say, "The world is full of doors, my dears. Knock gently, listen well, and don't forget to bring a hairpin." And if on certain nights you stand at the edge of the old wood and hum a tune only half remembered, you might just hear a pocket watch chime in reply, far, far below. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that grace this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the whispering woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the Lantern of Truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes. though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. The Whispering Ferns and the Secret of the Silver Wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the silver wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the silver wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the silver wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the silver wood. But it was also a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lila came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lila, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lila's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lila and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the Enchanted Grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 83. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 89. In the shimmering expanse of the Andromeda Nebula, where stars twinkled like diamonds scattered on velvet, two unlikely companions found themselves navigating the vastness of space. The first was Tala, a gentle creature from the verdant planet of Lyra, known for her luminescent skin that glowed softly like moonlight through mist. The second was Zor, a rugged, metallic being from the rocky world of Krylon, whose deep, resonant voice echoed like distant thunder. Their meeting was as improbable as it was serendipitous. Tala had embarked on a journey to collect rare star blooms, ethereal flowers that only blossomed in the zero gravity of space. Meanwhile, Zor was on a mission to repair the ancient satellites that orbited his mineral-rich homeworld. Fate, it seemed, had decreed their paths to cross when a cosmic storm sent their ships spiraling into an uncharted sector of the galaxy. At first, their differences posed a considerable challenge. Tala, with her delicate touch and gentle demeanor, found Zor's brusque manner and clanking footsteps unnerving. Zor, in turn, struggled to understand Tala's quiet whispers, which floated like soft breezes, but often got lost amidst the hum of his mechanical circuits. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings, each misinterpreting the other's intentions. One day, as they drifted near a cluster of luminous stars, a small collision with a rogue asteroid left Tala's craft damaged, and her precious star bloom collection scattered into the abyss. Desperate and worried, she found herself in tears, her glow dimming with her spirits. Zor, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of empathy ripple through his metal frame. Though he was unaccustomed to such feelings, something about Tala's sorrow stirred a new resolve within him. With a clumsy tenderness, Zor extended a mechanical arm to gather the scattered blooms. His usually booming voice softened as he reassured Tala, "We will recover them together." It was the first time Tala saw beyond his steely exterior, recognizing the kindness that lay beneath. As they worked side by side, a tentative friendship began to blossom. Tala showed Zor how to handle the delicate blooms with care, teaching him the art of patience and gentleness. In return, Zor shared stories of his rugged planet, where resilience was forged amidst harsh conditions. Their shared challenges, from navigating treacherous asteroid fields to repairing their damaged vessels, became opportunities for growth and understanding. Gradually, their conversations flowed more easily. Tala learned to appreciate the deep, rhythmic tones of Zor's voice, finding comfort in its steady cadence. Zor, in turn, grew attuned to the subtleties in Tala's whispers, recognizing the wisdom and warmth they carried. Through laughter and occasional mishaps, they discovered the joy of companionship. One evening, as they floated in the tranquil glow of a distant sun, Tala confided in Zor about her fears of returning home empty-handed. Zor, pondering her words, replied, "Perhaps the blooms are not the only treasure you have found." His words, simple yet profound, resonated with Tala, who realized that her journey had gifted her something far more precious than star blooms, a true friend. As their adventure drew to a close, they stood together, gazing at the star-speckled horizon. The cosmic storm that had once seemed a misfortune now felt like a blessing in disguise. Their time together had taught them the true meaning of friendship, understanding, acceptance, and the ability to see beyond appearances. With their ships finally repaired, Tala and Zor prepared to part ways, their hearts full but heavy with the prospect of farewell. Yet they knew that their friendship would endure across the vast distances that separated their worlds. As they exchanged parting glows and echoes, Tala and Zor promised to meet again, somewhere in the galaxy's glittering embrace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, two unlikely companions set forth on their separate paths, forever bound by the luminous bond of friendship they had forged in the depths of space. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before. but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender, and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Nira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumen's traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Nira found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Nira stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Nira sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Nira shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Nira knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Nira conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Nira's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Nira's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Nira's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Nira found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Nira's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Nira with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Nira was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Nira and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Nira found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Nira became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and whispering forest, nestled a quaint, circular village known as Willow Grove. The village was a harmonious blend of nature and magic, where the roofs of cottages seemed to sway with the gentle breeze and tiny luminescent sprites flitted about, casting a warm glow that rivaled the stars. The villagers of Willow Grove were known for their kindness and their unique ability to understand the language of the forest. Each morning, the air hummed with the gentle sounds of nature and the cheerful bustle of villagers preparing for the day. But lately, something curious had been happening. Each night, as the moon cast its silver light over the village, strange occurrences began to unfold. The first incident was noticed by the village baker, Mr. Marlowe. One morning, he awoke to find all his freshly baked moonberry pies had vanished, leaving only a trail of shimmering flour leading out the door and into the forest. The villagers, puzzled by this spectacle, whispered among themselves but concluded it must be some playful forest spirit. However, the following evening, a new mystery arose. Mrs. Violet, the village seamstress, had been crafting a beautiful tapestry to hang in the village square for the upcoming Festival of Lights. But as dawn broke, her intricate creation was gone, replaced by a single strand of golden thread that glimmered like sunlight. The villagers gathered in the central square, a circle of ancient oak trees standing guard around them. They spoke in hushed tones, the leaves above rustling softly as if to eavesdrop on the conversation. Among them was a wise old man named Elder Rowan. Known for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, he stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. "It seems," Elder Rowan began, his voice as smooth as the gentle stream that wound through Willow Grove, "that our village has attracted the attention of the forest's more mischievous creatures. But do not fret, for where there is mystery, there is also the chance for discovery." Curiosity piqued young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with an adventurous spirit, stepped forward. "Elder Rowan, how can we solve this mystery?" he asked, his voice tinged with both eagerness and a hint of trepidation. "Ah, young Finn," Elder Rowan replied with a twinkle in his eye, "the forest holds many secrets, and those who seek to uncover them must do so with an open heart and a keen mind. But worry not, for I believe you are up to the task." Finn felt a warm glow of encouragement spread through him, and with a determined nod, he set out to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. Alongside him trotted Luna, a small, silver-furred rabbit with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Luna was no ordinary rabbit. She was a forest guide, wise beyond her years, and her presence filled Finn with reassurance. As dusk fell and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Finn and Luna followed the shimmering trail left by the vanished pies into the heart of the forest. The trees loomed tall and majestic around them, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Luna's keen senses led them deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a peculiar sight. A circle of small, glowing creatures danced joyfully around a pile of moonberry pies and colorful threads, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. They were the fabled moon sprites, known for their love of mischief and artistry. Finn watched in awe as the sprites crafted a magnificent tapestry of their own, woven from the threads they had borrowed from Mrs. Violet. It depicted scenes of the village bathed in moonlight, capturing the spirit of Willow Grove in a way that was both enchanting and heartfelt. Luna nudged Finn gently, and he nodded in understanding. With a soft voice, he called out to the sprites. "Dear moon sprites, your creations are beautiful, but the villagers are worried about the missing items. Perhaps we could find a way to share in your joy without causing them distress?" The sprites paused in their revelry, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. After a moment's consideration, the leader of the sprites, a tiny creature with wings that glimmered like stardust, fluttered forward. "We meant no harm," she chimed, her voice as delicate as the rustle of leaves. "We simply wish to celebrate with your delightful creations. But if it has caused concern, we shall make amends." With a nod of agreement, the sprites gathered the tapestry and the remaining pies, and together they returned to the village with Finn and Luna leading the way. As dawn's first light kissed the treetops, the villagers awoke to find the village square transformed. The tapestry hung proudly, a collaborative masterpiece that spoke of unity and celebration. Elder Rowan, observing the scene, smiled gently. "It seems our mystery has been solved, and with it, a new friendship has blossomed between our village and the moon sprites." From that day on, the villagers welcomed the sprites to their festivals, sharing in their laughter and creativity. The strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a newfound bond that enriched the lives of all. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Forest, the village of Willow Grove continued to thrive, its people and the magical creatures around them living in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As night fell once more, the gentle glow of sprites could be seen flitting through the trees, a reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring us closer together. And with that comforting thought, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Orin made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble the rabbit nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the Guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the Guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Once upon a time, in a land where twilight lingered long enough to brush the sky with hues of lavender and rose, there lay a quaint village named Larkspur Hollow. Nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, the village was known for its swaying wildflowers and the gentle hum of nature that cradled its inhabitants to sleep each night. The villagers were simple folk, content with their daily routines of tending to the fields, weaving intricate tapestries, and sharing stories by the flickering light of their hearths. In this serene village lived a young girl named Amara, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of endless horizons. Amara had a penchant for wandering the woods, where she imagined whispers of ancient secrets hidden in the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks. She was a gentle soul with a heart as open as the sky, and she wore her kindness like a cloak that wrapped her small world in warmth. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the landscape in golden tones, Amara set out on one of her explorations. She loved these solitary adventures, during which the woods seemed to hold their breath, as if waiting for her to uncover the mysteries they sheltered. On this particular day, the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and loamy earth. Her footsteps were silent on the moss-covered path, a natural carpet that cushioned her every step. As she wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, an ancient, twisted oak tree with a trunk as wide as a house and branches that stretched toward the clouds. At the base of this venerable giant lay a small, wooden door, weathered by time but still sturdy. It was curious indeed, for Amara had never noticed it before, though she had trod this path many times. With a heart tingling with anticipation, Amara knelt beside the door and gently pushed it open. What lay beyond was a sight that took her breath away, a hidden world, vibrant and alive, with colors more vivid than any she had ever seen. The air shimmered with magic, and the soft melody of a distant flute floated through the air, drawing her in. This was the Enchanted Glade, a secret haven known only to the creatures of the forest. Luminescent flowers lined the path, their petals glowing softly in the fading light. Tiny, winged creatures flitted about, leaving trails of glittering stardust in their wake. Amara's heart swelled with wonder, and she stepped inside, feeling as if she had crossed a threshold into a dream. As she ventured further, she found herself in the company of a small, iridescent dragon named Lyra. Lyra was unlike any creature Amara had ever imagined. Her scales shimmered with the colors of the rainbow, and her eyes sparkled with an intelligence and kindness that put Amara at ease. Lyra, sensing Amara's pure heart, greeted her with a gentle nod and a soft, melodic hum. "Welcome, dear traveler," Lyra spoke, her voice a soothing lullaby. "Few are those with hearts open enough to find their way here." Amara felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very air around her was embracing her. "Thank you," she replied, her voice tinged with awe. "This place, it's like a dream." Lyra chuckled softly, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "It is indeed a realm of dreams and wonders, but tell me, child, what brings you to our hidden glade?" Amara thought for a moment, her gaze drifting to the canopy above, where birds with jewel-toned feathers sang sweet melodies. "I suppose it's my curiosity," she said finally. "I've always felt that there's more to the world than what we see." Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling. "Curiosity is a gift, and it has led you to a place where few dare to venture. But remember, with curiosity comes responsibility. This glade holds many secrets, and each has its own story." As the days turned into weeks, Amara returned to the Enchanted Glade, each visit unveiling new wonders and friendships with the magical creatures that called it home. There was Felix, the wise old owl who could spin tales of ancient times, Bella, the graceful deer whose hooves danced silently across the forest floor, and Pippin, the cheeky squirrel whose antics never failed to make Amara laugh. Together they shared stories and laughter, and Amara learned the art of listening, not just with her ears but with her heart. She discovered that each creature, each plant, even the very breeze had something to teach her. She learned of the delicate balance that sustained the glade and the importance of nurturing it with care and respect. One day, as Amara sat under the shade of the great oak tree, Lyra approached her with a thoughtful expression. "Amara, there is something I must show you," the dragon said, her voice gentle but filled with an undercurrent of urgency. Amara followed Lyra to a clearing where the air seemed heavier, tinged with a sense of unease. At the center of the clearing lay a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the sky above. But what caught Amara's attention was the object resting at the bottom of the pool, a small, shimmering stone that pulsed with a soft, ethereal glow. "This is the Heartstone," Lyra explained. "It is the source of the glade's magic, the very essence that binds us all. But lately its light has begun to fade, and with it, the magic of our world." Amara felt a pang of worry. "Is there something we can do to help?" Lyra nodded. "The Heartstone needs to be rekindled with the fire of friendship and understanding. It is a journey that requires not only courage, but a heart open to all possibilities." Without hesitation, Amara agreed to help. She knew that this was a task she could not undertake alone, and so she sought the guidance of her friends in the glade. Together, they devised a plan to restore the Heartstone's light. The first step was to gather elements of the natural world that resonated with the spirit of the glade. Felix flew to the highest peaks to collect moonbeams caught in the night air, while Bella ventured to the riverbanks to gather dew kissed by the first rays of dawn. Pippin, with his nimble paws, collected seeds from the tallest trees, each one holding the promise of life and renewal. Amara, guided by Lyra, sought out the wisdom of the ancient tree spirits, who whispered secrets of the earth and sky. She learned to listen with her heart, to feel the pulse of the world around her, and to understand that true magic lay not in grand gestures, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. With their treasures gathered, the friends returned to the clearing where the Heartstone lay. Together they formed a circle around the pool, their hearts united by a bond stronger than any magic. As they began to weave their gifts together, a gentle warmth spread through the air, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and the sound of a distant lullaby. The Heartstone, bathed in the light of their friendship, began to glow brighter, its pulse steady and strong. Amara felt a surge of joy, knowing that they had succeeded not through force but through love and understanding. As the light of the Heartstone filled the clearing, the glade came alive with a brilliance that was both dazzling and comforting. The colors of the world seemed more vibrant, the air more fragrant, and the songs of the forest more melodious. The magic of the glade was renewed, a testament to the power of friendship and the strength of a heart open to the wonders of the world. With the task complete, Amara knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to her friends, her heart full of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the lessons she had learned. As she stepped through the wooden door and back into the familiar embrace of Larkspur Hollow, she realized that she had changed. Her world, once small and predictable, was now filled with possibilities as vast as the sky. In the days that followed, Amara shared her stories with the villagers, weaving tales of the enchanted glade and the magic that lay within. As they listened, their eyes sparkled with the same wonder that had once filled hers, and the village became a place where dreams and reality mingled like the colors of the twilight sky. And so Amara's journey came full circle, a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the enduring magic of a heart open to all the wonders of the world. As the years passed, the tale of Amara and the enchanted glade became a cherished story in Larkspur Hollow, passed down from generation to generation. Each retelling carried with it the warmth of a hearth on a chilly night, and the gentle reminder that magic exists in the most unexpected places, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. And in the quiet moments when the moonlight danced across the fields and the stars twinkled like fireflies in the night sky, the villagers would pause and listen, for if they were lucky, they might hear the soft hum of a dragon's lullaby, echoing from a hidden glade deep within the heart of the forest. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. Leora, Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of. Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the ancient trees swayed gently to the melody of the wind, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. This village, nestled in a valley where the mist liked to curl around the cobblestones like a cat seeking warmth, was known for its peaceful charm and magical inhabitants. Each morning, the sun would peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow that shimmered through the leaves, painting the village in hues of warmth and wonder. Willowbrook was home to all manner of delightful creatures, from the chatty squirrels who loved to gossip about the latest happenings, to the gentle deer who wandered serenely through the meadows. Among these creatures lived a wise old owl named Hoot, who perched high in the great oak that stood proudly at the village's center. Hoot had seen many a season pass and was known for his wisdom and kindness, always ready to offer guidance to those in need. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the common bonfire to share stories and laughter, a peculiar event occurred. The moon, usually a steadfast companion in the night sky, began to flicker like a candle in the breeze. Gasps rippled through the crowd as everyone pointed skyward, eyes wide with wonder and a hint of worry. "Fear not," Hoot hooted reassuringly from his perch. "The moon is simply playing a trick, perhaps in need of a little attention. Let us find out why." The village's youngest inhabitant, a curious young hedgehog named Thistle, piped up. "I want to help solve the mystery, Hoot." Thistle was known for his keen sense of observation and a heart as warm as the hearth in the village inn. Hoot nodded approvingly, his feathers ruffling gently in the cool night air. "Very well, Thistle. Let us embark on this little adventure together." With the moonlight guiding their path, Thistle and Hoot set off through the forest. The leaves crunched softly under Thistle's tiny paws, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came upon a clearing where the moonlight danced playfully upon a small pond. There, they met a shimmering water sprite named Lyra, whose laughter sounded like the tinkling of silver bells. "Oh, I've been waiting for someone to visit," Lyra exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. "I might know a thing or two about your flickering moon." Thistle's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Do you know why the moon is behaving so strangely, Lyra?" The water sprite nodded, her translucent wings shimmering in the moonlight. "The moon has lost its reflection, dear Thistle. Without it, the moon cannot shine as brightly. You see, the reflection is caught in a net of stardust up in the sky." Hoot ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "A net of stardust, you say? Well, we must find a way to set the reflection free." Thistle pondered for a moment, his little nose twitching with thought. "Perhaps we can use the wind to unravel the net," he suggested. Lyra clapped her hands with delight. "Why, that's a splendid idea, Thistle. The wind sprites owe me a favor. I shall call upon them." With a graceful twirl, Lyra summoned the wind sprites, tiny beings as light as feathers, who danced around her with glee. At her request, they soared into the sky, their laughter echoing like a gentle breeze. As the wind sprites worked their magic, the net of stardust began to unravel, releasing the moon's reflection back to its rightful place upon the pond. Slowly, the moon regained its steady glow, casting a serene light over the forest. The villagers, watching from afar, sighed with relief, their hearts warmed by the sight of their beloved moon restored to its full splendor. Thistle beamed with pride, and Hoot gave an approving nod. "Thank you, dear Thistle and Lyra," Hoot said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Your clever thinking and friendship have brought light back to our nights." As the night deepened, the villagers returned to their homes, comforted by the familiar glow of the moon. In the whispering woods, Thistle nestled into his cozy burrow, the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth lulling him to sleep. And so, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that with a little wisdom and friendship, even the strangest mysteries could be unraveled, leaving behind a world filled with warmth and wonder. In a tranquil grove nestled within an ancient forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in golden threads and kissed the earth with warmth, a community of creatures thrived in secret harmony. This place was known as Whistling Woods, named for the gentle melodies the breeze played through its branches, a symphony only those attuned to nature could hear. The heart of the forest was a grand oak, its roots deep and sprawling, as if embracing the earth itself. It stood like a wise elder among its kin, its bark etched with lines resembling a map of time. Its leaves whispered stories of old, tales of the forest's birth and the magic that ebbed and flowed with the passing seasons. Among the inhabitants of Whistling Woods was a kind-hearted squirrel named Thistle. Thistle was known for his nimbleness, but even more for his curiosity and gentle spirit. His fur was a soft russet, blending seamlessly with the autumn leaves that carpeted the forest floor. His eyes, bright and inquisitive, sparkled like dewdrops catching the morning sun. Thistle's best friend was a wise old turtle named Mossback. With a shell that mirrored the forest's rich tapestry of greens and browns, Mossback moved with the deliberation of someone who had seen many seasons pass. His voice was a soothing rumble, like distant thunder on a warm summer night. One crisp morning, as the first tendrils of mist began to lift from the forest floor, Thistle and Mossback found themselves on the path to the Whispering Stream, a silvery brook that sang as it danced over smooth stones. The air was filled with the scent of moss and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves, a fragrance so fresh it seemed to cleanse the soul. As they walked, Thistle noticed something unusual. The vibrant colors of the leaves seemed to dim, and the once cheerful song of the forest was muted, like a melody played on a distant flute. The forest felt different, as if holding its breath. Thistle's heart fluttered with concern. "Mossback," Thistle said, his voice tinged with worry. "Do you feel it too? The forest, it's quiet, as if it's waiting for something." Mossback paused, his ancient eyes taking in the subtle shifts in their surroundings. "Indeed, my friend," he replied thoughtfully. "The balance of our home is delicate, and sometimes it whispers of changes we do not yet understand." Intrigued and determined to uncover the cause, the pair decided to visit the oldest and wisest of the forest's residents, an owl named Elderwind. Elderwind's feathers were a tapestry of silver and gray, as soft as the mist that clung to the forest in the early hours. Her eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. They found Elderwind perched on a high branch of the grand oak, her gaze serene as she watched the world below. "Elderwind," Thistle called softly, "something is amiss in the forest. Can you help us understand what is happening?" Elderwind blinked slowly, her voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "Ah, young Thistle, the forest speaks to those who listen. It is the time of the turning, when the dance of seasons prepares to shift from the warmth of autumn to the embrace of winter." "The turning?" Thistle echoed, his curiosity piqued. "Yes," Elderwind nodded. "Every few decades the dance of seasons are kind of harmony, a balance that must be restored for the cycles to continue smoothly. This time, the forest seeks the Harmony Stone, a magical artifact hidden deep within the Whispering Cavern. It holds the essence of balance, a gift from nature itself." Mossback's eyes widened with understanding. "Of course, the tales of the Harmony Stone. It is said to be a conduit of nature's true balance, a symbol of unity among all creatures." Determined to help, Thistle and Mossback set out on their journey to find the Harmony Stone. They followed the whispering stream, its waters guiding them deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of pine mingling with the crispness of approaching winter. As they walked, the forest revealed its subtle magic. The path glittered with frost that sparkled like tiny stars, each step sending a chorus of whispers echoing through the trees. Birds with feathers shimmering in iridescent hues flitted overhead, their songs like bells chiming in the crisp air. Finally, they reached the entrance of the Whispering Cavern, a yawning mouth in the side of a moss-covered hill. The air was thick with a sense of timelessness, the quiet hum of ancient magic resonating from within. Inside, the cavern was a world of wonder. Crystal formations glowed with an ethereal light, casting rainbows on the walls. The sound of dripping water echoed like a gentle lullaby, creating a melody that seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Deep within the cavern, Thistle and Mossback found the Harmony Stone. It was a simple yet beautiful orb, its surface swirling with colors of the seasons: spring's green, summer's gold, autumn's red, and winter's blue. It pulsed softly, a gentle rhythm that matched the forest's own heartbeat. Together, they carried the Harmony Stone back to the grand oak. As they placed it at its roots, a warmth spread through the earth, and the air filled with the sweet scent of renewal. The forest sighed in relief, its colors brightening, its song returning with a joyful crescendo. Elderwind watched from her perch, her eyes twinkling with approval. "You have done well, Thistle and Mossback. The forest thanks you." Thistle beamed with pride, his heart swelling with the understanding that the smallest of creatures can make the greatest difference. Mossback nodded, his wise heart content in the knowledge that harmony was restored. As the sun set, casting the forest in a warm, golden glow, Thistle and Mossback sat by the grand oak, watching the stars twinkle into life. The forest was at peace, and so were they, knowing that the dance of seasons would continue, a testament to the enduring balance of nature. And so, in the heart of Whistling Woods, where magic and reality intertwined, the forest slept soundly, cradled in the gentle embrace of harmony, a lesson whispered through the leaves for generations to come. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the Enchanted Lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Licia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Licia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Licia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Licia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley where misty mornings kissed the verdant hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its enchanting landscape, where ancient willow trees whispered secrets to the babbling brook, and vibrant wildflowers painted the meadows in hues of gold and violet. The air was always filled with a symphony of birdsong, and the gentle rustling of leaves provided a melodic backdrop to the villagers' daily lives. In this idyllic setting lived a young woman named Lila. Lila was as much a part of the village as the stones in the winding paths or the stars that twinkled in the night sky. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the deep green of the forest canopy. Her heart was as kind as the gentle breeze that caressed the fields, yet she struggled with a fear of change. The world outside Willowbrook seemed vast and uncertain, and Lila found comfort in the familiarity of her surroundings. Each day, Lila would visit the edge of the forest, where the trees stood tall like sentinels guarding the mysteries within. She would sit on a sun-dappled rock, listening to the symphony of the woods, dreaming of the adventures she might have if only she could muster the courage to step beyond the village boundaries. But the thought of change, of leaving the safety of what she knew, kept her tethered to her little corner of the world. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and russet, Lila's routine was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. A small, luminous creature with wings that shimmered like moonlight flitted into her garden. It was a fairy, delicate and ethereal, leaving trails of stardust in its wake. The villagers spoke of fairies as guardians of the forest, beings of wisdom and magic. The fairy introduced herself as Mirabel, her voice as soft as the whispers of the wind. "Lila," she began, her eyes sparkling with ancient knowledge, "I have watched you from afar, yearning for change yet afraid of its embrace. The forest holds secrets that can guide you if you are willing to listen." Intrigued yet hesitant, Lila nodded, feeling a gentle warmth spreading through her chest. Mirabel continued, "Within the heart of the forest lies the Grove of Reflection. It is a place where magic and nature intertwine, where you will discover the strength within to embrace transformation." With Mirabel as her guide, Lila embarked on a journey into the forest. The path was softly lit by the golden glow of the morning sun filtering through the canopy. As they ventured deeper, the air grew fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. The forest seemed to welcome her, wrapping her in its timeless embrace. Along the way, they encountered friendly creatures, wise owls with eyes like polished amber, gentle deer that moved with silent grace, and playful squirrels that chattered merrily as they scurried through the branches. Each one offered Lila a piece of advice or a word of encouragement, their voices echoing with the wisdom of the ancients. Finally, they arrived at the Grove of Reflection. The grove was a realm of enchantment, where the trees formed a perfect circle around a crystal-clear pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the world above in a flawless mirror. Lila approached the edge, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Mirabel hovered beside her, her wings casting dappled shadows on the ground. Look into the pond, Lila, and see not just your reflection, but the essence of who you are and who you can become. Taking a deep breath, Lila gazed into the water. Her reflection stared back, but as she watched, it began to shift and change. She saw herself not as she was, but as she could be, confident, adventurous, and unafraid of the unknown. The vision filled her with warmth and a newfound sense of possibility. With Mirabel's gentle encouragement, Lila dipped her hand into the pond. As her fingers touched the water, ripples spread across its surface, sending shimmering waves of light into the air. She felt a tingling sensation, as if the magic of the grove was flowing through her, awakening something deep within. As the ripples settled, Lila felt lighter, as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The fear that had once held her back was replaced by a quiet determination. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a natural part of life, as essential as the changing of the seasons or the ebb and flow of the brook. With a grateful heart, Lila turned to Mirabel. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "You've shown me that the journey of self-discovery is as beautiful as the destination." Mirabel smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, Lila, the magic lies not in the grove, but within you. Embrace the journey, and let your heart be your guide." With newfound courage, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit as radiant as the morning sun. She began to explore beyond the village, discovering the wonders of the world with eager eyes and an open heart. The villagers noticed the change within her, inspired by her transformation and the joy she found in each new experience. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lila's adventures became the stuff of legend in Willowbrook. Her stories were filled with laughter and learning, with kindness and courage. Each tale was a testament to the beauty of personal growth and the magic of embracing change. And so, in the heart of the valley where the willows whispered and the brook sang its timeless song, Lila lived a life rich with discovery and wonder. She had learned that true magic lay not in the mystical creatures of the forest, but in the power of friendship, the strength of the heart, and the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. In the end, Lila found that the journey of growth was the greatest adventure of all, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the door to a world of infinite beauty and boundless hope. And as she sat by the fire, surrounded by friends and family, she knew that she had finally come home to herself. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted, to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen. its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery. For in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries. Yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the Enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. "Dear Lyra," the letter read, "I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. "Welcome, dear Lyra," he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. "You see, Lyra," he said, "change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path." As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. "This," Finn explained, "is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed." Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the Grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the Grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the Grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The Grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The Grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the Grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the Grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the Grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The Grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the Grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled at the foot of the sprawling misty mountains, there existed a legend as old as the oaks that towered over the village. It spoke of a hidden realm, a world tucked away within the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic flowed like the streams that sang their way through the tangled roots and fallen leaves. This world, they said, could only be revealed to those who carried a pure heart and the courage to seek it. The sun was setting over Elderwood, leaving a trail of pink and gold across the sky as young Finn sat on the stone steps of his grandmother's cottage. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze was like a lullaby that carried with it secrets of long ago. Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often regaled him with tales of the Whispering Woods, her voice weaving magic into the air as she spoke. "Tonight feels different, doesn't it, Gran?" Finn mused, gazing up at the sky that was slowly deepening to a sapphire blue. His grandmother nodded, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on yet another scarf for the coming winter. "Aye, it does, my dear. The woods are alive tonight. Can you hear their whispers?" she replied, her voice as soothing as the warm mug of cocoa she had prepared for him. Finn closed his eyes, letting the soft murmurs of the forest wash over him. It was as if the trees were speaking, their voices mingling with the cool night air, inviting him to join their ancient dance. He opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, a question forming on his lips. Do you think I could find the hidden world?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. His grandmother paused her knitting, her gaze turning thoughtful. "Perhaps, if you listen closely. The woods hold many secrets, and sometimes they choose to share them with those who listen with their hearts." Encouraged by her words, Finn felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, a desire to explore the stories that had always fascinated him. That night, after everyone else in the village had drifted into dreams, Finn set out toward the edge of the woods, the moon guiding his path with its gentle light. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As Finn stepped beneath them, he felt a shiver of anticipation run through him, as if the trees themselves were aware of his presence. The path before him was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, a melodious symphony of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Finn's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, his senses heightened by the magic that seemed to pulse through the very air around him. He walked on, guided by an unseen force, until he reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering crystal orb. The orb glowed with an ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the trees and the forest floor. Finn approached it cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. "This must be it," he whispered to himself, reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers brushed its smooth surface, a wave of warmth spread through him, and he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, and the trees began to sway as if moved by an invisible hand. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze, carrying with them words that he could almost understand. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the magic to envelop him, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering light, each tree and flower pulsating with its own unique glow. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed through the trees. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their wings catching the light like tiny prisms, creating rainbows in their wake. Finn's heart swelled with awe as he took in the beauty of the hidden world, his senses overwhelmed by the magic that surrounded him. He felt a sense of belonging here, as if he had been searching for this place his entire life without even knowing it. As he wandered through the ethereal landscape, he encountered a group of forest folk gathered around a bubbling spring. They were small, elf-like beings with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair woven with leaves and flowers. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and they welcomed Finn with open arms and joyous laughter. "Welcome, young traveler," one of them said, her voice as melodious as the forest's song. "We've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. "Waiting for me? But how did you know I would come?" The forest folk exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with a secret they were eager to share. "The forest called to you, and you answered with an open heart. You are here because you are meant to be." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at their words, as if the forest itself was wrapping him in a gentle embrace. He spent the rest of the night in their company, learning about the wonders of the hidden world and the magic that sustained it. The forest folk shared their stories and songs, their laughter ringing through the trees like a joyful chorus, and Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him like a soft blanket. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the world he knew. The forest folk bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding, and Finn promised to return one day. The journey back through the Whispering Woods was a blur of color and sound, the magic of the hidden world lingering in his heart like the memory of a dream. As he emerged from the trees, the village of Elderwood lay before him, bathed in the soft light of morning. Finn made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, his mind still buzzing with all he had seen and learned. As he stepped inside, he found his grandmother waiting for him, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice filled with gentle pride. Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I did, Gran. It was more beautiful than I ever imagined." His grandmother reached out to hug him, her embrace warm and comforting. "I knew you would. The forest chose well." As Finn settled into the familiar comfort of his home, he realized that the journey had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The hidden world had opened his eyes to the magic that existed all around him, and he carried its light within him like a beacon. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, finding solace and wonder in its depths. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the stories and wisdom of the forest folk with his village, and bringing the warmth and kindness of Elderwood to the hidden realm. Through his journeys, Finn learned that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the connections he forged and the love that flowed between them. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his days, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate the path ahead. And so, with each step he took, Finn wove a tapestry of stories and songs, a legacy that would be passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Ferrum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time, there existed a world veiled from the hurried eyes of humans. This forest, known as the Sylvan Hollow, was a place where the roots of time stretched deep, intertwining with the veins of magic that pulsed beneath the earth. Here, the seasons were not mere divisions of the year, but living entities that danced through the woodlands, each with its own rhythm and story. As the first light of dawn kissed the canopy, the forest awoke with a gentle rustle. Leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and the air was sweet with the earthy perfume of moss and damp wood. In this enchanted grove, creatures of all kinds lived in harmony, guided by the ancient wisdom of the elder tree, an immense oak whose branches seemed to hold up the sky. The elder tree was more than just a tree. It was the heart of Sylvan Hollow, a sentinel of balance and wisdom. Its bark was etched with the lines of countless stories, and its leaves murmured the songs of time. At its roots lay a gathering of creatures, rabbits, foxes, birds of every color, and more, all meeting to share stories and learn from the ages past. Among these creatures was a gentle deer named Fawn, whose coat was the color of autumn leaves. Fawn was known for her kind heart and her curiosity about the world beyond the forest. She would often venture to the edge of Sylvan Hollow, peering into the unknown with wide, wondering eyes. But it was not just the creatures of fur and feather that called this place home. There were beings of a different kind, spirits who danced in the moonlit glades and whispered in the rustling leaves. They were the guardians of change, the keepers of the seasons, and each had their role to play. As the days grew shorter and the air crisp, the spirit of autumn, known as Cider, began her work. She was a presence of warmth and color, painting the leaves in shades of amber and gold, infusing the air with the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. Her touch was a gentle reminder of the cycle of life, of endings that made way for new beginnings. One day, as Fawn wandered through the forest, she stumbled upon Cider in a sun-dappled clearing. The spirit was weaving a tapestry of leaves, each one a part of a grand design that only she could see. "Hello, Fawn," Cider greeted, her voice like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "What brings you here today?" Fawn bowed her head respectfully. "I was hoping to learn more about the balance of our home. The forest is changing, and I wish to understand better." Cider smiled, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 sunsets. Ah, balance is the dance of life, dear fawn. It is found in the harmony of the seasons, in the ebb and flow of time. Come, let me show you. With a gentle nod, Fawn followed Cider through the forest. They passed under arches of brilliant leaves, their footsteps silent on the soft earth. As they walked, Cider spoke of the forest cycles, the way the trees shed their leaves to rest and renew, how the streams flowed with the rhythm of the rains, and how each creature played its part in the great symphony of life. Fawn listened intently, her heart swelling with every word. She saw the forest anew, not just as a collection of trees and creatures, but as a living, breathing tapestry of interwoven threads. As they reached the elder tree, Cider paused. Here lies the wisdom of ages, Fawn. It teaches us that every end is but a new beginning, that every challenge holds a lesson. This is the balance we must cherish and protect. Fawn gazed up at the mighty oak, feeling the weight of its wisdom. I think I understand, she said softly. The forest is not just our home, it is a part of us, and we are a part of it. Cider nodded, her form shimmering with the colors of twilight. Indeed, dear Fawn, remember this always, and you will walk with wisdom. With that, Cider faded into the breeze, leaving Fawn alone beneath the sprawling branches. The young deer felt a newfound sense of peace, her heart aligned with the rhythms of the forest. As the days turned to weeks, Fawn shared her newfound wisdom with her fellow creatures. She spoke of balance and harmony, of the importance of living in tune with the world around them. Her words were like seeds, taking root in the hearts of those who listened. Winter came, cloaking the forest in a blanket of snow. Yet even in the cold there was warmth, a promise of spring whispered in the crackling of the fire and the soft glow of the moon. The creatures of Sylvan Hollow huddled together, their spirits bright with the knowledge that they were stewards of a precious world, bound by love and shared purpose. And so the forest continued its eternal dance, each season a note in the melody of life. The lessons of the elder tree endured, passed down through the generations, ensuring that Sylvan Hollow remained a haven of peace and harmony, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred into a wondrous dream. As the stars twinkled above, Fawn lay beneath the canopy, her heart full and her spirit light. She understood now that the magic of the forest was not just in its beauty, but in its balance, a delicate thread woven through every leaf and creature, binding them all together in a tapestry of life. And in that understanding, she found a contentment deeper than the roots of the elder tree itself. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder, as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight, and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the whispering woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the whispering woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, The gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the Enchanted Forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered age-old secrets. Here in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed lazy curls of smoke, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, her eyes as bright as the morning sky, and her heart as warm as the sun-drenched meadows that surrounded her home. Lila shared her home with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were as captivating as the twinkling stars on a clear night. The village often said that grandmother's tales were laced with magic, and perhaps they were right. For every story she told seemed to come alive, painting pictures so vivid that they lingered in the minds of those who heard them long after the fire had died down to embers. One chilly evening, as the wind murmured through the trees and the fireplace crackled warmly, Lila sat beside her grandmother, her head resting against the old woman's shoulder. "Tell me a story, grandmother," she whispered, her voice soft and sleepy. Grandmother smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with mischief and a touch of something older, something ancient. "Very well, my dear," she said, her voice wrapping around Lila like a soft woolen blanket. "Tonight I shall tell you the tale of the enchanted compass." Lila settled deeper into her grandmother's embrace, the world outside fading to a mere shadow as the story began to unfold. "Long ago," grandmother began, "in a time when the world was young and brimming with undiscovered wonders, there was a humble toymaker named Finn. He lived at the edge of a bustling town, in a workshop filled with the scent of wood shavings and the sound of clockwork ticking. Finn was a gentle soul, his hands skilled in the art of creation, his heart rich with kindness. Among his many creations was a peculiar object, a compass that did not point north, nor in any direction known to man. Instead, it was said to guide the bearer to their heart's true desire. But it was no ordinary compass, for it could only be seen by those pure of heart and intent." As grandmother spoke, Lila imagined the toymaker's workshop, the flickering light of candles casting playful shadows on the walls, the air filled with the rich aroma of pine and cedar. She could almost hear the soft ticking of the clockwork, a gentle heartbeat in the silence. "One day," continued grandmother, "a traveler named Kai arrived at Finn's doorstep. He was a young man, weary from his journeys, but his eyes held a spark of determination, a yearning for something he could not name. Sensing the traveler's longing, Finn offered him the compass, its needle spinning in a dance known only to it. 'This,' Finn said, placing the compass in Kai's hands, 'will lead you to what you truly seek. But be warned, the path may not be what you expect.' With gratitude, Kai accepted the gift, and thus began his journey, a journey not just across lands unknown, but into the depths of his own heart. Lila could feel the pull of the compass, the weight of its promise, heavy with mystery and hope. She imagined Kai setting out at dawn, the world bathed in the soft hues of sunrise, each step carrying him further into the unknown. As Kai traveled, grandmother continued, he encountered many wonders: a forest where the trees sang with voices like wind chimes, a lake whose waters reflected not the sky, but the dreams of those who gazed into its depths. Yet the compass led him onward, its needle unwavering in its dance. Along the way, Kai met a curious creature, a small, mischievous fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as clever as a winter's night. The fox, sensing Kai's good heart, decided to accompany him, prancing by his side, offering companionship and laughter. Lila smiled at the thought of the fox, its playful antics bringing lightness to Kai's journey. She could almost hear its soft paws on the forest floor, a comforting presence amidst the vastness of the world. As the days turned to weeks, grandmother continued, her voice soft and steady, Kai began to understand that the compass was leading him not just across the land, but through the landscape of his own soul. He faced challenges that tested his courage and his kindness, teaching him the value of patience and the strength found in friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Kai found himself at the edge of a great forest, an ancient place where time seemed to stand still. The compass, for the first time, ceased its spinning, the needle pointing steadily into the heart of the woods. Lila held her breath, her imagination weaving the scene with threads of anticipation and wonder. She could feel the forest's presence, its ancient wisdom whispering through the rustling leaves, its shadows deep and inviting. Kai entered the forest, grandmother said, her voice a gentle breeze in the quiet room, his heart steady, his mind open. The fox trotted beside him, its eyes reflecting the fading light, its spirit as bright as a star. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees, tall and majestic, stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with runes of a language long forgotten. The air shimmered with a gentle magic, a presence that wrapped around Kai like a familiar embrace. Lila imagined the forest alive with unseen wonders, its secrets woven into the very fabric of the earth. She could hear the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, the world holding its breath in anticipation. At the heart of the forest, grandmother whispered, her voice a lullaby in the night, Kai found what he had truly been seeking, a hidden grove where a spring bubbled with water clear as crystal, its surface reflecting the stars above. Here in this sacred place, Kai realized that his journey had not been about reaching a destination, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. Leela felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow of understanding and peace. She imagined Kai standing by the spring, the fox at his side, the compass now still, its purpose fulfilled. With the fox's companionship and the forest's quiet grace, grandmother concluded, Kai found his heart's desire, not a place or a treasure, but a deeper connection to the world around him and a profound understanding of his own spirit. And so, with a heart full of gratitude, Kai returned to Finn, the compass in his hand, his journey complete. The toymaker welcomed him with a smile, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge that the greatest journey is often within. As grandmother's voice faded into the soft crackling of the fire, Lila sighed contentedly, her eyes drifting closed, the story weaving its magic into her dreams. She imagined the forest, eternal and wise, the compass a silent sentinel in her hand, guiding her to her own heart's desires. And as the night deepened, the cottage nestled in its blanket of stars, Lila slept, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world, the gentle laughter of a fox, and the quiet wisdom of a journey well taken.